Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha!
Yo, pin.
Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? It's an accident. Freaking Beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Danielle, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I have my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks.
Hello there.
Why is my face like that? Oh. The button's not working anyway. There we go. And I didn't zoom in again today. Oh. I look short. Oh. Dasu. I'm gonna try to get like 3 wins in a row. Chill short stream today, probably, maybe. Oh, what is this? Gotta go fast. Extreme squats, no respawns. Oh. 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 What do you guys it? My face looks so... Why? Why is the camera so weird lately? I swear, OBS changed shit around. It's so bad now. Okay. Whew. Just gonna do some Fall Guys, probably some PokeMMO later. And yeah, this is nice. Chill stream for today. I should have named the stream differently. It is what it is. But yeah, today's probably gonna be a smaller, shorter stream than usual. And yeah, I'm just gonna play some Fall Guys and PokeMMO. So tired. Oh, let's go. I should put crowd control up probably. Oh yeah, if you fall, you die. I forgot about that. This is pretty intense. Ah! Oh. Oh my god, I could have died so easily there. My sweetheart. Come on, let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna qualify. My team sucks ass. My team sucks ass. We somehow qualifying. Everyone on my team died. My sweetheart. Whew. I'm so tired. I'm super tired. 11 squads left. I thought there was 12 to qualify. Not even 12 people qualified or 12 different squads. Sheesh.
Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
I think. Thank you. What's up, Obstrix? We're just chilling. Bing chilling over here, you know what I mean? I'm going to soda. When night goes by. Your name looks familiar. You've been here before, right? I can do soda.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Asta? How you doing? Today's just chill streaming. We're gonna do Fall Guys, maybe some Slime Ranchers, because I like Slime Ranchers. And maybe some PokeMMO. But how are yo?
Monkey do bad.
Monkey do very bad. Why do I do very bad? Because I don't remember exactly who you are. I'm sorry. I usually remember people who talk more on stream. I do recognize your username, though. I know you've been here before. Sumimasen. Sekai Saema. I should do a challenge. Well, this is a challenge. This is squads. Ow. This is squad. Ow. This is ow. This is squads, but if you fall once, you lose. Oh, grab by the. Okay, this map is easy though. You could pretty much not fall. I guess you could fall there actually. Let's go. But this is easy. Look at that. Come on. Aha. It's facing the wrong way. I guess I could fall here, actually. Never mind. But I won't, because I'm a god. I'm the only one that qualified on my team. They should have this for solos. Look, that guy just fell. How'd he fall so close, too? Okay, good. 2 members made it. I'm good. I've been in bed all day. Yeah. Today's one of those days. Well, I get it, bro. Sometimes it happens, you know? For me, I woke up from bed and I went to sleep at 6:30 a.m. I was watching YouTube after talking to peeps on Discord. And I'm changing things up. I can't do this shit anymore. Going to sleep at 6 a.m. is so bad. And then I wanted to get a video done today. I couldn't get it done because of that. So after stream today, I'm probably going to work on a Pokemon video for YouTube. And I'm going to hopefully not go on YouTube too much. I don't know about you guys, but I spend too much time on YouTube. I could check. Let me check how much time I spend on YouTube. Oh, okay. It's still loading. Yeah, I spent 5.5 hours. I spent like 22 hours last week on YouTube on my phone. 20 hours this week. Jesus. I'm using my phone less though somehow. Going to bed at 12 at night is bad. I need more sleep. For sure. Wait, what time is it by you again, Asta? Yo, what's up, Doctor? How you doing? How was, or Amanda? Well, oi, it must be Doctor. How was watching the stars? What time do you usually, or like, what time is it for you right now, Asta? I know for me, like, 2 a.m. is a good time. Or 12 would be great. But, I don't know. It's hard. Bouth. Nice. Oh. Oh. If you... Oh. Oh my god, I'm a god. I'm a god. Guys, if you lose there, you lose. In this game mode, if you fall down, you lose forever. And I'm playing in squads with some randoms that suck ass. I'm the only one that's like actually going through. Maybe this guy will do well. Let's see. Boop, boop. But no, you idiot! You have to dive into it. And now we didn't make it because my team is trash. Do you want to play, Doctor or Amanda? 6:13 in the afternoon right now. Oh yeah, that's right. You're an hour before me. Okay, that's not bad. There was too much lightning and my car almost exploded. Jesus. I think you guys are okay though, right? We just watched a thunderstorm instead. How romantic. Alright, I'll wait for you. I'm really chilled out today. I'm gonna be just Bing chilling. I stay up on Discord way too long, for those that don't know. Like, it's not good. Oh, but look, I got a new bottle. I got a new bottle. Whoa! My parents got me a glass bottle. Apparently cleaner, or like better for you or whatever. Y'all's calls be popping in the Discord recently. Yeah, cause I'm there. If I'm not there, no one's in the Discord. Sometimes when DNL's there, people are there, but that's not true. Timmy's there too. Never mind, I lied. Yeah, it is popping, but it's also too much of a time investment. I gotta spend less time on the Discord. I get distracted way too easily. And you guys are more than welcome to join at any point, by the way, for the Discord. If you would want to, of course. Here's something scary during my color guard practice. It was raining and thundering. We heard the loudest thunder. It's probably outside a door. Echoed through the gym. Jesus. That sucks. I feel like we get thunderstorms here in New York, but it's... Well, I guess I'm indoors most of the time, so... I don't really feel it. And I don't walk my dog anymore, so I have no reason to go out in thunderstorms. What did I want to say? What did I want to say? Oh yeah, earthquakes in Japan were something though. That's for sure. So no. Is a cork? Have you guys ever used a cork for the for blah, blah? Like a cork for your bottle? It feels weird, but it works kind of. Oh. I think I'm gonna put Spotify music today. I don't want to hear your guys' trash music. Kidding. Oh, what should I put? I'm gonna put my best playlist so you guys could hear some. I haven't listened to my. I haven't lived my own life in a while. Like after the subathon, I took a few days off, but then after that, I've been streaming every day and like hanging out in the Discord for like 5 hours. I don't get to listen to music, watch YouTube as much as I used to, like personal time. I gotta change things up. It's not Badept Bamari. I'm still loading in, but Amanda's sending friend request. KK. A-D. D-A is da. That means yes in Russian. Sing for me. What's the like best way that you guys like to find music? Oh wait. Let's put regular squads. Actually, do you got Amanda, you want to do the extreme? Doctor probably doesn't care, but do you guys want to do extreme? No respawns. So if you fall, you fall. Basically you can't fall. Would it be my echo? No, I'm bad. Okay. Oh no! I didn't mean to press that. I actually didn't mean to press that. I meant to press show selector. Wonder. Alright, let's do it. That's so cool though. And so crazy. But I guess Dinell coming here is pretty crazy too. But damn, y'all are crazy. In a cool way. Or maybe not, I don't know. If it's going well, then it's a cool way. Spotify Enhanced has been pretty good for me finding music similar to what I listen to. Oh, yeah, I've used that before. Cool. But maybe I gotta use that more. For me, I find music through you guys lately, but I don't know. I guess I used to from friends. Friends would just tell me music. But that sounds better. I mean, I have it's so crazy. I have 4,000 songs and I still add new songs. Jesus. It just keeps going. You know, Spotify tells you what day you've added a song to, which is pretty cool. Apparently, my first song I added was Somebody to Love by Queen. I think it was something else, but I unliked it by accident. Or sometimes Spotify unlikes it for you. I don't know why. Maybe the rights got taken away and then they came back or something. It's really weird. Like some songs get unliked for me, it feels like. I don't know. I kind of want to talk to you on Discord. Is that okay? No, I'm not talking on Discord right now. But I mean, after stream, I talk on Discord a lot. But I'm going to be stopping that soon. I'm just bored right now, and I bet y'all are curious of what I sound like anyway. It's okay if you don't. Yeah, right now I don't want to. I'm sorry. I have overstimulation with the internet lately. I kind of just want to chill today. Just chill vibes, you know? If you're bored, try to find like a new hobby to do or something. I would think of like, I don't know. Like singing. Ooh, that was close. Wait, I forgot. It doesn't matter if we fall in this game mode. Got a bunch of flowers. Tonight, should I give you all my hours? Boop, boop. Hey, I got 52 points for us. Let's go. Let's see. We got Adept Amari and Ductora. Oh, that was close. I'll draw you then since I'm bored. Ooh, nice. Here, I won't move at all. I'll just be like this. Adept Amari, attempting to make it to the end of the thingy. Who's that random person? How do you know if they're in the... I don't know if it's Yay Fresco. But let's go Adept. Let's go Amanda. I like saying Amanda more than Adept Amari. Ooh, finally a new video that Ping Pong Masters gets to show off. I'm gonna bought you flowers. Oh, there's the other guy. Ragtag Rumbus. What a name. Speed Champ. You don't look like much of a speed champ to me right now. At least Amanda's is accurate. Free falling. If you haven't checked out the Pokemon video, check it out. If you're bored, ask Asta, and you haven't checked it out, check it out. It's like 2 minutes long. I'll be the first to say that I was wrong. Good job. Hell yeah. Now, it's like without fail, every time we play, there's the random person is always the worst. Like almost always the worst. Actually, the doctor's the one playing on my account. Yeah, playing on Switch, is it laggy for you? I know it was laggy for Jimmy a lot. Body, I remember much you like to dance. Is it okay to get a cork wet? Because every time I drink from it, you know, it goes up and then I'm gonna get it wet. Yeah, and the perspective is really weird. Wait, so that means you're pretty good, Amanda. If you were the second person to go through, it's pretty nice. Yeah, Switch is just not well optimized for non-Nintendo games. It's a problem in my eyes. I'm kind of in the mood to play Slime Ranchers a bit. That game is fun. That game you could progress through. This game is fun, but this game there's not much progression, you know? Something I love in life is progressing through something. You know, when you get better at something or you... I don't know. And when you could do resource management and build like a town and stuff. That stuff is cool to me. Oh, let's go. Oh, come on. Let's go. Yes. I'm literally the first person. Okay, the only way this could get better is if I don't screw this up, which I did. That is it's so hard for me to do. I think you're supposed to dive into it. And I learned how to do it like 3 seasons ago. But I don't really remember. I've also kind of gotten used to the I've kind of gotten used to keyboard and mouse already. I think it's because there's no crowd control on right now, so it's much easier. Let's go. Let's go. Amanda. Was that you? You're killing it. Wait, no, this is Amanda. You said that you're playing on each other's accounts, right? Jump! That time it was me, yeah. Never mind. Yo, what's up, D-Now? How you doing, bro? You're obsessed with Cult of Lambs, yeah? Oi, oi. Oi, 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 oi. Bro, we need you, D-Now. Look at Ragtag Rumbus pooping over here. I'm excited to see that drawing, Asta. Skip, Bakachanino, Bakachanino. Oh, you know what I forgot? I'm dumb. I forgot to move my face here. Today's gonna be like the chillest stream, and like even during the subathon, I didn't have a stream like this chill. Like I'm so chill right now, and I didn't even smoke weed. What's up, Phoenix, the ping man? when are we gonna get 030 Jogter? Jogter 030 Barados, hell yeah. No, we're not playing on each other's account. I just took it that one time after I qualified. Oh, okay, gotcha. Doctor's the one playing on my... Oh, okay, yeah. I misunderstood, my bad. My bad. Barados. Oh, did we not qualify? If anyone wants to join, just let me know. Oh my god, I got so many crowns because I'm level 100. I'm so confused by how this works. But whatever. I have 38,000 points. If anyone wants to join, just let me know and I'll wait 20 seconds regardless for a response in chat to see if anyone wants to join. While that happens, let's see if we could buy anything cool in the shop. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. I don't care too much about Sonic though. Oh, that's really cool. How do they get like deals with so? They must be paying a lot of money. They must be making a lot of money. Jesus. Season 1 starter pack, $10. There's nothing here that looks that cool. Oh, excuse me. Dinero? You'll join? Okay, cool. What's the plan for today? The plan is not to stay in Discord after stream for 5 hours.
Hello there.
It's really not good. Frog. The plan is just very chill. I'm gonna take suggestions from you guys. We might play some Slime Ranchers. I'm not sure. Just very chill, talking to y'all and playing some games. Nothing too crazy. I just my brain is like. I went to sleep at 6:30 a.m. My brain is like off right now. I play Marching Band and I'm kind of bad at it, so I kind of fell a few times. Full on this dick. Bro, you always say it. You can't get me this time. Have you checked out the CD though, Frog? Jesus, I just realized you have 7 timeouts. That's funny. All right, let me invite you. Bro, what? I was being for real nice joke, man. No, you weren't, bro. You're always doing that shit. I was thinking about quitting band. Oh, that sucks. There's a lot of people here who do marching band. That's interesting. Bro, do what makes you happy. Actually, no, fuck that. Don't do what makes you happy. Do what is worth doing. I think that's a better thing that I should be saying to myself and to you guys, if you guys ask. Doing what makes you happy is not the best thing to do all the time. I might go to law club. Oh, that's cool. I learned the older I get, the more I learn that DNL, ready up. That
Hello there.
that doing what makes you happy is not the right thing in the long term. You gotta do what will make you happy in the long term, not really what makes you happy right away, right? I mean, it's like obvious, right? Like, but yeah. Business and marketing. Oh, that's all good stuff for the future to get into. Check out the VOD's channel if you want to catch up on something you missed. I upload VODs pretty consistently. God Monkey got 16 views. Let's go. Oh, look at this thumbnail. It's like they're all auto-generated. That's so funny. Can you believe my hair looked like this 12 days ago? Jesus. And now it's like it almost is back to normal. I still hate it. I'm not gonna lie, I hate this. But I was thinking about making a restaurant and love to and cooking. Yeah, then business would be useful. Marketing, I think marketing would be more useful than business. Marketing, I took a marketing class in college because I had to, and business classes. Marketing classes felt like they actually helped for real life, because like if you want to get into marketing or a business and stuff like that, because like marketing is like half of the job when you if you have like a big business. You use Facebook marketing. You try to market your product on Facebook, on Instagram, and stuff like that. You have to learn what niche you want to target and all that stuff. Short hair, pink supremacy. You like it better like this, Phoenix? I don't like it. I also don't like that the stupid camera doesn't zoom in. Damn, we killed it. We're cracked. What's up, Oak? How you doing? Business and marketing is one club in my high school. Oh yeah. So then think about, go towards that if you're serious about making a restaurant. Oh God, first noise. I want to write down everyone who got first eventually and just see who got it the most times and stuff as like a fun thing. I think that would be fun. I was gonna do something cool today, but when you go to sleep at 6:30 and you wake up like in the afternoon, it's just your whole my head was crazy. I cleaned my room though. I like vacuumed it. I washed the floors. I got some stuff done, Twitch related, like back end stuff that you guys don't see. So it wasn't all bad, but I wasn't able to edit a YouTube video, which kind of sucks. Reset first of every year. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Reset first every year. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll scroll down to see when the last. That's why I don't reset the rewards queue, and then why mods shouldn't either, because there's some things there that I want to see. My legs.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty
also,
okay.
which rewards people
I guess.
use like that. My legs hurt from ban. I can stand for most of the time. Damn, just like Rosie. Who else did band? There was a third person who did band. A lot of people do band. When does band finish for you, Frog? But yeah, I'm like low energy today. This is like when you get no sleep and it's like, oh, all right. I forgot the best way to pass these. You go in the middle, you wait for it to go, and then you just walk. It's like so much simpler than it looks. Let's go. Let's go. I got stuck. Oh, that was so close. I didn't have to do strength and conditioning though. I'm so good. I'm not doing band. I'm so goad. I'm so goaded. Did anyone? I'm first to qualify. Let's go. Hey, someone just qualified. Let's go. Dinell and Jamari. Low iron. Like you're gonna fall over. No, I don't feel like I'm gonna fall over, but unless you're talking about. I do have low iron though. I just got blood results from doctor. They're like, you have this, this, and this. But it's not a big deal. Most people have that. I'm like, okay. And those things were basically stuff related to not drinking enough water, not going out in the sun enough. Wow. I didn't guess that would be one of them. And not having enough iron, whatever. Low iron gang, yeah. So The sun thing, I'm taking vitamins now, even though I don't really like taking vitamins. I'm going outside more. The water thing, I literally have a set amount of water I have to drink now for myself. The iron thing, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. Go out in the sun and become health. Yep. Fall on. There it is. There it is. How is strength and conditioning though? Yeah, like what foods? I think like a lot of greens have iron, so I have to eat more greens. I think more juice. Juice has iron. Isn't juice bad for you though? I don't know. Like I just drink water mostly. My mom makes some smoothie type thing, but it's not a smoothie. It's like it has a bunch of vegetable. It's like good for you type drink. I start next week. Oh, yeah. I have to start working out too. I know I look good, but I need to like look better or feel better. Not really look. I have a friend named Fine from Germany, and he is chill. Okay. Is he fine? Oh, Finn. Okay, that makes more sense. That's like fine. Finna fall for this dick. Yeah, you should eat fish. Yeah, I don't like seafood, but maybe I have to eat more seafood. Especially oysters and clams. Yeah. They're so ewy. They're so ewy to me. Why did I jump there? That made no sense. Not even sushi. I eat sashimi, which is I ate sashimi in Japan, which is like sushi, but it's not. No, you fucking bitch. Sorry. The buttons confuse me, bro.
Hello there.
Hey, Timmy, random, what's up? Because I have crowd control off right now. Today's a very, very, very chill stream. Bro, people get it. I hate this level so much. I guess it's less stream when I scream. Chill when I stream. I might turn it on a bit later though. No! Are you Syrian? You don't know how to spell? I hate the texture of sushi. No, you're fine. Thanks for the idea. He has a strong accent. Oh my god. Doctor went through. Alright, I went through. Come on, guys. But yeah, I guess sushi with tuna sushi, tuna sashimi I like. He has a strong accent too. You never had sushi? Oh. Eel and octopus are really good. The thing is, I've had a lot of these things without knowing I've had them. And they're kind of like, I don't like them. They're pretty nasty to me. We qualified by 1. Jeez. In the supermarket to fly. Oh. The camera quality is so bad. I don't get this. I don't get how it works. Is it using? It's supposed to be using this. Love. I know love. It's supposed to be this. But oh, goodbye. It is okay, but it's not zoomed in for some reason. See you next time. You need to work on redstone stuff. All right, enjoy, bro. Thanks for pooping in. Appreciate it. And yeah, enjoy business class if you end up doing that. Chivalry. I love sushi except if it's warm. Interesting. Why? What's wrong with warm sushi? I don't know how to spell you good. End of the night. Oh shit. This pension is pay. Yeah, I was gonna do that, Dinell, but I'm not. I don't think the water could kill you. I mean, the air could kill you. Yeah, it doesn't really do much. You just have to be careful around it. I'm not excited for SNC though, because I'm not fit at all. Love. I know love. Yeah, but it's probably good for you. Yes. Yes. Oh, shit. I didn't see it. Fuck, I didn't know the thing would come so fast. That's what she said. All right, who's left? Aw. Who's the doctor? Oh, shit, bro. Oh, shit. Let's go, doctor. Let's go. I wish it wasn't mandatory, though. I'm happy it's mandatory, bro. I think it's good for you. Jump. Oh! Doctor is a god. And you were playing on Switch, too, right? Jesus. Doctor is God Gamer. Bigger than me and Liam combined. I gotta verse Liam in some games eventually. Major L. Worm sushi tastes weird. I think it tastes okay, but okay. Hi, I'm new. Nor I'm on PS4. Amanda. Oh, Amanda's on Switch. Oh, Amanda's playing good, pretty well for being on Switch. Nor. Nor. Let's have some dignity. Wow. I kind of miss the real life, guys. I miss going outside, seeing my friends. Thanks for the follow, Tony. But oh, I almost fell. But I like streaming too, so.
Hello there.
Hello, Tony. What is real life? Good question, bro. I don't know, bro. I haven't gone out. People tell me the weather is bad, the weather is good. I don't even know, man. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, you know. How to IP ban on Twitch? Oopsie, I'm watching ban. Can I play with you? We have a full lobby right now, but thank you. Tony, how? Ask Timmy. I had to pick from Jim. We could switch out people later, Tony. Tony, how long have you been on Twitch for? You know what I gotta do? I gotta report Chimmy. Not Chimmy, Chungus. The father is like man to the sea. Bug Chungus too. User Bug Chungus too. There it is. 3 hours. Oh, how are you liking Twitch so far?
Hello there.
Hey, what's up, Ethan? I'm gonna go now because I'm bored and can't play with you because I don't find my dumb Switch. Alright, see you, random. Sorry, I'm not too high energy now and we don't have crowd control up, so less reasons to stick around, I understand. Have a good one, bro. Bye-bye. Oh. So one reason why I considered like doing deep conversations with like other streamers and viewers on Twitch, because that is interesting all the time. Really nice people are nice, and Twitch. Okay. Where are you from, bro? If you don't mind me asking. Oh, he put an unban request? I'm gonna report. To carry on, so carry on. We'll carry on. If I don't like SNC, I'll probably do swimming, but I don't like swimming in front of other people. Are you like self-conscious of your body? That's why? Haha, we don't have song requests right now. It's you're from US? Okay, cool. Yeah. I was self-conscious of my body for a long time, even though I went swimming. This is Welcome to the Black Parade, if anyone was wondering. My Chemical Romance. Very self-conscious. I get that. Wait, let me press the button. We'll carry on. We'll carry on. How do you message people? Oh, here it is. No song requests? Nope, not today. You guys will have to deal with the most boring ping since a couple of months ago, probably. I'm sorry. I want to see what happens when you guys just listen to my music. You know? Song request Black Parade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was very self-conscious about, especially like I'm hairy everywhere. I was self-conscious about that too. Even in high school, I feel like. But now I care much less. I think the older you get, the less you care, the less you're thinking about that stuff, and watch everyone leave. And yeah. Oh. Oh, I was so close. But yeah, today I'm just very blah, blah, you know? Just one of those days. Usually I would just not stream on a day like if I'm very blah. But you know what? I want to stream. Because you never know. Ow! You never know when you'll get hit in Fall Guys. I wear a swim shit. You wear a swim shit. Wow. That's kind of cool. So it helps, but it's still hard. I do go live daily, yes. Every single day at 7 p.m. Eastern. But today's probably the lowest energy I've been in a while. A swim shirt. Oh, okay. Yeah, some of my friends do that because they're self-conscious too. The Lime game is very stressful. I'm happy I don't play it then. I was like looking at the gallery from what you sent, and I was like, damn. Oh, we're barely qualifying here. I was like, damn. Maybe I should get it because I could name chat members and stuff. That would be fun. But the fact that you said it's very stressful, I'm like, maybe not. Maybe not, maybe yes. I like stressful and challenging games, but for stream, it's like I would concentrate only on the game, you know? I don't know. Very much a resource management. Oh, that's cool. All right, Oak. Is water going to my cork bad? Does anyone know? I don't want to kill anyone, but it's hard to keep up. Oh, you have to sacrifice people if you're not doing well? Is that how it works? If you start to build up slowly, you'll be fine. Oh, did you just get cocky? Or not cocky, but you just wanted to name everyone already, yeah? Wait, who is that? How do I see who it is? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a dumbass. There's only one rhino, too. I'm such an idiot. We could still win. We just need Bro, Tinel doesn't even need to move, bro. What the fuck? He's legit just messaging in chat, and the dumbass Rhino is just a dumbass. Oh my god. I added like 10 members, and I can't make enough food or beds and stuff. I'm gonna kill them off, I guess. Rhino. Bro, I'm so bad. I'm sorry, guys. We literally lost because I'm a dumbass. Tina literally just stood in the corner the whole time. Amanda got like thrown in the middle. Starting with the You killed me off and then made a new one, right? Yo, good morning, Nathan. It's not morning, but what's up? But Bully is speaking against me in the game. Oh shit. Yeah, kill her off. You made 3 Elliots. Which character do you care most about? And is it Moog? I'm so tired. Let's get a dub, guys. Well, we got one dub. Let's get a second dub with Dinel here. Barbados? Aww. Why'd you just wake up, bro? Moog is mid. Oh. She died. Yeah, who is Barbados, actually? Isn't Barbados a place? Lol. She died. I'm so goddamn tired. This is weird. I think I might go to sleep early tonight. You should see what Butter said to Rosie. What did she say? Welcome back. The drawing is a failure. Oh. Can I see it anyway? It might be funny. If you want to show it. I would do customs if we had enough people. So, if you want to play customs, say I in chat. I don't think we have enough people right now. I stood up playing Fantasy and Genshin. What do you mean you stood up? Oh, we got 5 people. We need 5 more, Tony. You know what? I'm gonna put my best songs. Best 2. This is when I was like in, I don't even know, Japan / coming back from Japan / before Japan? I don't know. This used to be my favorite songs. This is my favorite song playlist. I'm not showing, I'll make it better. Okay. Start meaning not falling asleep. Oh, okay, gotcha. You really like that Tower of Fantasy game, huh? Genshin. Avenue. Sunshine's riding. Let's go. Oh, shit. That was fast. And now it's not fast. Oh, how did I make that? Not to ride away for so long. You know what you could do, Oak? You could go for, if you're still here, you could go for fuck, I forgot what I wanted to say. Oh, they're all in my way. There we go. You could go for the exercise thing, and then you could go for the swimming one after, so you're less self-conscious of your body because you've already exercised. I think exercising is underrated. And I think I have to exercise. Get up! Oh, I missed it. Am I gonna be the first in our team? I'm a god gamer. It's something new, plus the story is good. That's good. It's probably gonna blow up. Like Cult of Lambs is the big game now also. I want to play games and talk about deep shit. I kind of feel like doing that lately. I'm gonna need to write down names of the people I've killed. Just record it. Take pictures every time you're killing them. Unless it's not like an active thing. Stop yawning. God damn it, Ping. It's like a 24-hour stream when I'm 18 hours in. I think it's because I ate food before streaming. And because I went to sleep at 6 a.m. It's probably a combination. Mr. Blue, you went right. Mr. Light. This is one of the best songs from Game of Thrones, I was about to say. From, What is that movie called? Galaxy. The Galaxy movie. So far, I've killed Moog and Elliot and someone else. See, I've forgotten. Wait, only 3 people? So why'd you kill me 3 times? Fucking asshole. I'm pretty sure I have gotten the best weapon in fantasy. Hell yeah, bro. Maybe start streaming it if you want to. That might be good content if you're like one of the best in the game. Because it's funny. Fuck you, bro. It does sound funny, though.
Hello there.
Hey, what's up, Jimmy? Today is a rare day. I have my Spotify playlist. By the way, friend request me so we could talk about the podcasting because I tried to friend request you and it says, no, you cannot. I tried to message you, it was like, no. Yeah, but how you doing, bro? Every time I make them again, I add like a number. Elliot alive right now is Elliot 3. Nice. How many Elliots do you think there will be? I got it yesterday with the SSR. What's SSR? Isn't SSR something I'm thinking of something else for SSR. I don't remember, but oh, okay then. Yep. Okay then, peace. Yeah. Just music today. Oh! I made it so close. The chillest, it's my own music. It's the chillest stream in history. Sorry, yeah, I got some weirdos message. No, you're fine, you're fine. I figured it was something like that. SSR is like 5-star. Oh, nice. Nice. Look at Dinell jumping around, jumping and just jumping. He's just jumping. We see Adept Amari here attempting to cross the finish line, but being quite far from it. Just kidding. Jump! Oh, nice. That was good. Oh, shit. We're first. Good shit, guys. SSR, I read the same comments twice. I'm going to skip this song because it's in Hebrew. There we go. Any ideas for it? I could tell you what one of my goals ever since I was younger has been, and you tell me if it sounds interesting to you. If it's not, that's fine too. Ever since I've been thinking this I don't know how many years, but I've always wanted to sit down with someone and just research into a topic really, really heavily together and just talk about what we find. And it could be any topic. Like, it could be political, it could be psychological, whatever, but like a lot of, especially big claims that people talk about, actually going into depth and trying, because what I found out is that most of the time, it seems like if people disagree on something, and they know all the facts about it, they disagree fundamentally on like different ethical things or whatever. Otherwise they just don't know the facts about the issue, you know? So it's like, I don't know. That's what I would want to do. You could do that. Ooh, nice. Can research gay frogs, yeah. And I would be down to research literally or like look into and like research whatever. Literally anything. And also like come to it acknowledging our biases for whatever it is we're looking into beforehand, so we know how we're going to be thinking as we go into it, you know? Damn, you just got yeeted. Yeeted. Yeet. You could do that. Nice. I don't know how intense it'll end up being. Understand. So if we end up doing it like once a month, like maybe we should start once a month, not to make it like too much at once, you know what I mean? Because I also find that a lot of times the type of person I am, I get excited about stuff and I go full throttle and it's just too much. Like daily YouTube videos that I'm trying to do now. So I think starting with once a month, just to see how our vibes are for it too, would be cool if you're down. I was thinking of two things. Okay, I'll read that in a moment. How do you pass? How are you supposed to pass this shit? Oh my. Oh, I guess you're supposed to go here. Holy shit, that's kind of hard. Yo, let's go. We're first place. What was it, me and Doctor that went through? I was thinking of two things. Limited podcast about your experience in Japan, and I just go over various questions. Oh, I mean, that's very easy for me, I think, so I wouldn't mind at all. The other, I was thinking of calling it 10 years, and we talk about different experiences as people that are 10 years apart. Oh, once a month sounds chill. I actually like that second idea a lot. I actually like both those ideas. That's so cool. I like that second idea a lot. A lot. I think I've seen someone do something similar in the past, but I think that's a really good idea. You know, talking about our experiences 10 years apart, and then maybe within time we could, given some time, we could probably bring on people that are around your age and around my age and see if their thinking is similar to ours, you know? I like that a lot. The Japan thing, as you said, like you said, limited podcast, I think that's great. I love talking about myself, so I think it's great. The other one is great too. I like those ideas a lot. Let's do it. When do you want to talk about it? What times are you available? I'll write in my very organized notebook here. I don't know if you guys could see it or the light kind of screws it up. Wait, let me see. You guys can't really see it, but this is how I write notes during stream for things to add. I've tried so many other ways of doing it, and I've always... Oh, shit! The next round started already? Oh, I didn't even pay attention. Uh-oh. You guys will have to carry, because I'm a dumbass. Oh, you guys don't even see the screen. I wonder if y'all can tell how off I am today. If I stream fantasy, should I make another account for the game? Nah, I wouldn't. I am the type of person that makes a new account all the time. And honestly, I don't think I need... I don't think I should. I don't think you should either. Unless you're thinking really serious about streaming it. If you're thinking really seriously about streaming it, then maybe. How did I catch up already? Jesus. I'm a god gamer. No, I'm not. But I'm pretty good at Fall Guys. My baby. Yeah, finding free time is my downfall. Yeah, that's... Being consistent is, like, very important for me. That's why I'm streaming right now, right? Like, being consistent is... Well, also because I wanted to stream, but... Kinda. I was a little tired, but... yeah, but I gotten too far into the game. Oh, that's what you mean. No, I think it's better that you got far into the game to show people, like, how insane you are. I mean, if you want to show people, like, from the beginning, you could do that. But if there's a lot of people streaming it, then that might be hard. and your setup is not like amazing, you know? I think your family gets you enough. But yeah, free time. If you feel like you can't make a free time consistently, then I don't think I don't know if we should do it. That might sound a bit fucked up. It's just I've tried so many times to do stuff with people, and if they can't consistently show up, it almost every single time it fizzled out. And I understand, like, you're obviously a busy guy, you have a family and stuff. So let me think. If you think we could do it once a month consistently, it might not be, you know, the same time, but if you think we could do it once a month consistently, then yeah, then I think it's okay. But yeah, Nathan, it's your choice on the game. Check out my latest YouTube video, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Alternate Pokemon. I'm gonna upload a new video today, actually, of my Nuzlocke. It's a 30 to 40 minute video with a cringe voice, kind of like the video from yesterday, of me talking about, or of me doing a Nuzlocke. And yeah. If you really, really want to support me, you could leave it running in the background to give me the watch time, and that would be amazing. And and like it and stuff. But if you don't, like, that's understandable too. Or if you genuinely like want to watch the Nuzlocke, that would be cool. But yeah, that's gonna go up at the end of today's stream. 86.8. Yeah. Oh, I didn't. Wait, on Twitch it has 86,000 viewers right now. I didn't know it blew up that much. Jesus, that's a lot of viewers. This is actually hard on keyboard. I have to get used to this before crowd control. But it's so much nicer than controller. Controller is so annoying. Oh! For certain reasons. Oh my god, I'm the last one alive? That's not good. That's not good at all. Oh shit, that guy's gonna come to me. Come on. Come on, it's so hard on keyboard. That's what she said. Oh, no, I was so close. I was so close. I screwed it up. I'm sorry. Oh. Wait, we won? I don't think we won. Yeah, we didn't run it. No, I was so... I'm gonna blame the keyboard there. I'm gonna blame me on not being comfortable enough with the keyboard. Because with controller, I wouldn't have screwed that up. I don't think, at least. Because I could have stayed on that last one a little longer. But yeah, Rubius is a big Spanish streamer, I think. There's a lot of pretty big Spanish streamers. I think is like one of the biggest. He gets like 200,000 views or something. I want to say. Ooh, wow, wow, wow. Ooh, wow, 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 wow. Because he does cool ideas. I want to do cool ideas, but I'm gonna be patient. I've learned that I have to be patient with streaming, with life. Look at these stats, bro. Wow. Oh, I thought he had nothing here. Like 2,000 viewers. He started off with 2,000 viewers. He had an event with 2.5 million viewers. I think that was his biggest event. That's insane stuff. Jesus. Oh no, his peak was 3 million. Imagine 3.3 million people. Jesus Christ. Imagine also this. Imagine averaging 30,000 less people. Jesus Christ. That's crazy, man. Oh. Y'all done for tonight? We're gonna head off, Fall Guys. Maybe we'll join back later. Okay, thanks for the games. Have a good one, Doctor. Bye-bye. Well, I don't know why I said bye-bye. I didn't say you're gonna leave. But thanks for the games. Let's get at least one dub, Dino. And if anyone wants to join, of course, you're more than welcome to. You did good, Ping. Nah, I could have done better. Yeah, that's a lot, right? You should check out Fantasy. My Roomba sucks. Roombas aren't that bad. No, that's not what I meant. I misunderstood. I apologize. I mean, you do what you want in your life. But I would, I like having you guys around. Well, not Doctor that much, but Amanda's really cool, so. Just kidding. If you want to know what chapter I'm in? Sure. I don't even know what that means, bruh. Into the sun. I can't since I don't have a PC or computer, but when you get one, you could. Yo, the bots are taking over. Oh, Dinelle and Timmy. Sophie and Nathan. All right. I was gonna look up the game, but I already forgot. What, Tower of Fantasy is called. I think Fall Guys is available on like everything. Oh yeah, it's available on like Switch. Is it available on mobile? Chapter 5, the second to last chapter. Oh wow, how many hours do you have on the game? How did I fall? Dinelle got a carry. Get up. The song gets annoying. I don't know why I had it on my best songs playlist. Let's go. That guy's gonna grab me. Let's go. Oh, I caught up to Dino. I can't get it on my phone. I play on Android. Oh, I think you said that before, yeah. Why don't they have it on Android? They should get on that. Why are you holding me? Bro, I'm getting sniped. I'm a big streamer. I feel so cool. I don't know. I don't keep count. Oh, it doesn't say on the game. You pieces of shit. This one has gotten super annoying. Oh, good stuff, bro. Here, I'm gonna make sure we stay in the top 10. But yeah, just let me know when you're available, Chimmy, and then yeah. We like to talk about it, to plan stuff out, and then we could talk on VC and plan stuff out. I wish big games can be on Android so I can play them. True. No, 10 seconds. Are we gonna qualify? Okay. My bad. I gotta go pee-pee. Oh, I gotta pee-pee. Android sucks, bro. You gotta get the iPhone. Oh, he sent me a friend request. Thank you. Thank you. I almost pressed block by accident. I also have lip masks because we reached the sub goal for putting on lip masks. But I'm gonna wait till. Yeah, this song gets super annoying. Okay, I'm gonna say that's literally the ending. They say, "I'll do this on," like 10 times. This lip mask, I'm gonna wait until Butter comes into use. Because Butter was the one that wanted me to use it. This is a good song. Oh. Anyway, anyone doing anything or done anything exciting this weekend? Or are you guys all like me, sitting at home? I said that so depressingly, but I'm not depressed or anything. Oh, let's go. Bro, if you have like one team member AFK here, it could hurt so much. I feel like. Oh, that would have been so cool if I got that, but our team got it. I'm off on Mondays and Tuesdays. No one is home but me on Tuesdays. Oh, okay, so Tuesday sounds good then. What time? Nope, I'm being lazy today. That's right, you did say that. I went to school to pick up my COVID test. Oh, does it look okay? I'm guessing everything's good, yeah. Nah. The funny thing is, Jimmy, for the 10-year podcast idea, I don't want to like jerk myself off or whatever, but I don't think I'm a good representation of the average like 25-year-old in terms of like how I think about stuff. I don't think it's because I'm special or anything. I think it's just because of experiences that I've had. Like, I lived abroad. I have a pretty conservative family, and I live in a pretty liberal state. So like, I've been able to experience, but there's obviously still gonna be differences, you know, in our life experiences and stuff. That would be similar between our age groups. So, I guess there is that too. Never mind. I take it back. You're 3 hours behind me. Yes. You're 3 hours behind me. No? I can tell you're a bit more mature, but there are things that you legit weren't alive for. That's true. Oh, I wasn't saying for maturity level per se, but I don't know. Maybe. I think I'm mature in some stuff and not in other stuff. I'm not taking it yet because I need to do it tomorrow. Oh, okay. Are you gonna go out to eat for that? But I meant more like certain things that I believe, I guess. But yeah, 3 hours behind. Yeah. So yeah, you let me know what time works for you, for your time, and I'll let you know how it works for me. Right now, I'm trying to make daily Pokemon videos. But I could like put in a podcast in the middle, I think. Just because it's you, Chimmy, and I think it would be interesting to do. Are you going to go out to eat or something? Or are you just going to go to school and come back, Nathan? Yo, bro, dough. Sometimes you need those lazy days, though. You know, hasta la vista. Happens to the best of us. Oh, I tested so much of this shit. Oh, that was crazy. Wait, which way to go? Yes. 20 points. Oh, Dino fell. Oh, yes. Yeah. We're qualifying. I'm already back home, PP. Oh, no, I'm saying for tomorrow. Today you just went to school to pick it up and went straight home, yeah? But are you going to go to eat or do something afterwards? Or you're just going to take the test and come back? I'm good from like 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. my time. All right, then I'll have to start sleeping earlier. Well, if it's once a month, it's not a big deal. Okay. 9 a.m. your time. 9 a.m. your time, then. Can we do 9 a.m. your time? I wish I could get a lazy day. Aw. Yeah, I mean, you're in a different stage of... Yeah, this will be interesting for the 10-year difference, you know, to talk about. Because I feel like I don't have that many responsibilities. Because I'm spoiled and I live at home and stuff. But also because I don't have kids and, like, a family, right? Yeah, dude. Tomorrow I'm just gonna take it. Oh, okay. Most of my lazy days are on the weekends unless my mom makes me and my other siblings clean up the house. That makes sense. Because you're in a different stage of life, Asta. I'm trying to create the least amount of lazy days possible. That's why after stream, I'm not gonna go to Discord tonight. Or maybe I will for a bit. No. I'm legit just going to Jesus, that banana killed me. I'm legit just going to edit a YouTube video and then maybe watch some YouTube, but I need to grind and hustle Like all those Instagram videos of people who supposedly hustled talk about. Who got lucky once with crypto and then talk about it. Say stuff. Let's go. Oh, shit. Are we going to qualify? Let's go. Oh, you're getting killed. No, I don't think. Let's go, Dino. I'm very curious to learn more about. Oh, it's because you were talking in chat that we're not gonna qualify. About Jimmy the Wiener Man. True. I mean, from conversations we've had on stream, I feel like you're pretty interesting to talk to. So, we'll see how much I divulge. SAT word right there. Probably, maybe, I don't know. This band used to be big in Japan. King Gnu. One of my friends actually went to their concert. I miss those friends from Japan. I miss IRL interactions with people. It's just, but you know, that's it is what it is. Indubitably. Indubitably. All right, I'm gonna go pee-pee. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Of course I'm muted. Now I feel like a dumbass. These balls are freaking beautiful. This game is so racist. I wear this headset so much. This is what happened. Look. Hi, I'm new. Misha Krabrov. Hello. Как дела, Misha? I got you. I don't know who that is. Is there a way to...
I'll come over, share. Where do you live?
This is dirty.
Oh my god, let me call Ping.
Oh shit, it's Tennis. Oh my god. Who's still in?
It's me. It's me, baby.
Someone did something. Something's on the screen. It's popping up. Ping.
I'm gonna finish. I want the poo poo. I want the fucking poo poo everything. Give me the poo poo spread.
With 3 people in the finale.
Oh, broom. Oh, broom. Broom might look like something else. Alright, let me go get an actual broom and see. Hey, yo, pause.
Taika Waititi is a director. I'm so shocked that apparently the new Thor movie just...
Oh, God. I saw The Maid. God damn it. I'm on Triple G's podcast for like 19 episodes. Oh. I checked it out once, but I never listened to it. Is it interesting? Well, I guess you're gonna say it is because you were on it, but what does he talk about on it? No, my mom was there. All right, I'm gonna stop the Spotify music. You guys can put music. You see my I've also never checked out, mostly never got around to it. I should have listened to it today when I was washing the floors. I was washing the basement floors, and when I do that, I like to listen to something because I'm just washing floors or like talk to someone on the phone. And I just listened to some like I watched PewDiePie's video actually, or I listened to it but snowflakes in summer. We're all doomed. Stranger danger. Ain't nothing but a G thing. That's cool. Oh, good timing. Fine. I'll watch all of them. Oh yeah, that's right. Games geeking out and guilty pleasures. That's right. That's right. That's a nice slogan. I remember now after you said it. Wait, I thought you were okay with my mom and not my stepsis, Nathan. You don't like my mom either? Kind of messed up, bro. So tender. Dokoni mo nai. Dokoni mo nai, bro. Dokoni mo nai. You can kind of tell which ones I'm in by the episode description. Should we listen to it right now? That doesn't make sense. I remember your IRL name because you've tipped me before. So I could see it in the description if I see it. Unless he doesn't shout you out in the description. Ain't nothing but a dry. Or if I already skipped it by accident. Oh, there you go. There's an episode with Jimmy. I'm going to keep this on my browser. For later. Hey, we're second place. Good shit, you know. She has a big nose. My mom? It's kind of messed up. I'm Vinter. Okay. Into the city. Somewhere I grow up. We'll see how we vibe. You can tell by how coherent the description is. Where in the world is
You're
Cody?
listening to
Triple G.
Oh, oops, that was an accident. I was like, what the fuck was that? I thought I was on Discord and someone joined in. You're listening to Triple G. I'm so off right now. I actually made a podcast before. I made several. I've made so many things. I've done so much, but most of it fizzled out because of me or because of other people. Well, when it involved other people, it usually fizzled out because of other people. But yeah. Or we just didn't vibe well, you know? Added it to my Spotify to listen on the way to work. Hey, need someone to talk to, Ping? If you want to talk, sure. I mean, I'm chilling right now. But actually no, I just want to chill right now. I'm I don't know. I'm enjoying talking to you guys through chat, I guess. But also it's just I think I talk too much lately. Streaming is one reason. The other reason is late night Discord talking to y'all. I guess those are the two big reasons. We'll carry on, we'll carry on. I like this song. This is such a good song for karaoke. I'm feeling nostalgic about Japan now. Maybe it's a good time to talk about it on a limited podcast. Do you have questions ready for me, Jimmy? I feel like you should send some questions ahead of time just so I can have a good understanding of... Because certain questions, I feel like you're going to ask some intellectual questions or like thought-provoking questions. Some of them I might have to think a bit about, you know? Carry on. It's Black Parade PP, isn't it? Yeah. Dino put it earlier. Wait, is it not? Welcome to the Black Parade, yeah. No cheating? Oh, okay. No, I genuinely... like we would say it ahead of time. We would say, "Oh, these questions have been said earlier." Like, I just wanted to know what format you want to do it in. Because if you ask some like really interesting questions, I might have to think a little bit about it, and that could be boring for a podcast. But that's like one style of podcast where it's like boom, boom, boom. But if you want me to like think and then like answer and stuff, then just doing it off the cuff is good too. I don't care either way. I don't really see it as cheating. It's not like getting questions ahead of the time for a presidential election or something. And I would say it. Like I would say it out loud. I would be like, these questions were asked ahead of time or whatever. But I guess that's I don't know. It's kind of dumb. I don't know. Because of how you guys responded. I'm curious for you guys. Does life feel very weird? Or is it just like, does it feel like, for me, ever since I came back, ever since when? I don't know, ever since what, but maybe I've always been like that. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it more, but it's a bit for quite a bit of time. I feel like the way I'm dealing with life is very all over or like with stuff in life is very all over the place. So like I literally feel different this week compared to last week, compared to like the week before. Like everything feels so different. Yeah, life is weird, right? Nice song. I think my guess, how the hell did he get that? My guess is that it's going to be because of Yellow Team has like nothing. My guess is it's because of the amount of choices I have. Like, there's a book by some guy. I forgot what it's called. It's like The Paradox of Choice or something. I don't remember if I read the whole book or just like part of it or something. But the point is, in that book, it's like, we think... What is this? Is this a song? Yo, Yellow Team has nothing. We think that having more freedom and more choices is better for us. But in reality, it's worse. Because when you have so many things to pick from, like, it's harder to pick one thing, right? So, like, for my dad, when he was in Soviet Russia, he had to pick either mechanical engineering or electrical engineering. There were 2 lines for jobs. And he picked... Sorry, live version. Oh. It's okay, it's just getting... It's, like, distracting me a bit. If you want, you could skip it and put like a different version, but if not, if it's too much work, that's fine. Yeah, so my dad had 2 choices and he picked one choice, you know? And boom, like he was ignorant of all the other choices he could have had. Well, he wasn't really ignorant of it, he just didn't have those other choices. But in this day and age, I feel like we have so many choices in life that it's very hard to decide what to do in life, you know? Like, you go to college, and then also society kind of tells you could be whatever you want to be and stuff, at least in the US, which is not a terrible message, but it kind of is at the same time. So, like, you can do whatever, you can be whatever you want to be. That's good to someone who wants to be something that's attainable, and it's like good to push them towards that. But when it's like, when you don't know what you want to do, it's like, oh my god, I suck. Oh, you skipped it? Aw, thank you, Jimmy. I don't know if I explained anything well right now, but yeah, you know, like, life is weird. So many choices that can be made nowadays. I think especially if you're younger, and you know, people are marrying later in life. People are having kids later in life, if at all. How did you screw that up? Are you losing on purpose, Dino? What was that? Good try, though. So yeah, life is weird. It's hard to know what to pick. No, you're fine, Dino. Who cares? You tried, and that's what matters. Well, I don't know if you tried in the end, but you're a little dead. No worries, bro. I'm a little dead too. You stayed up playing that game all night? All right, let's play one last Fall Guys game. We'll go to like PokeMMO and just like chill in VC or something. But yeah, like I think one of the hardest things for newer generations is going to be and is figuring out what one wants to do and having the discipline to stick to that thing. So like we're gonna play PokeMMO after this because I am going to be a majority Pokemon streamer. You woke up early? Oh. Pokemon. I have to be dedicated to Pokemon. It seems like so many things in life you have to dedicate yourself to it. Like with a lot of effort to see results. So, I don't know. Now I'm waiting on Mook to wake up. Fair. All right, you know what? Let's play PokeMMO. Let's play PokeMMO. Let's play Pokemon. But I'll be in streamer VC if anyone wants to talk. Like, I personally thought, oh, this is easy. I can push myself to do YouTube and streaming. And I have, you know, I pushed myself to do it. But like, and I thought, ooh, that's consistent in one thing, but it's not. Because you have to be consistent in it has to be even more specific, you know, to find success in a lot of these things. So, yeah, I don't know. Life gives you so many choices for many people living in the States. And that kind of paralyzes a lot of us, I think. Just my 2 cents. Where's my face? There's my face. Okay. I do like progressing through this game, though. That's been cool. What Pokemon? We got a level 30 combo skin. Oh, yeah, we were gonna verse the 5th gym. That's what was happening. And I was training for the gym. With Kambuskin. Okay, we're gonna go Aerial Ace here. Wait, I don't need to train against level 4s. That's dumb. Come on. But yeah, Chimmy. Prep those questions, bruh. I will be awaiting the answers. Let's see if level 30 is enough. I don't think it will be, but there's no harm in trying. What happened, Nathan? Hey, Epicuro, what's up? Oh, you have to do, uni homework. Bro, how's it going, man? See my mama, yo, yo, boy, yo, 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 yo. How was the first week? How was training? Your first death in fantasy? Sag, aw. Oh, lend it to me, roll it to me each and every day. To you. Yes, I'm so hungry. We're gonna use detect here. Okay, somehow we survived actually, so we might win. This is the hard part. So here he's gonna switch out. So we use double kick, and then he's going to attack again, and we have to use detect. Huh? Oh, he has eject. Eject forces the switch. Yo, that's crazy, bro. Yeah, we're not strong enough to take on this gen. Some preliminary training. The real thing comes in 2 to 3 weeks. Damn. Oh, it's good that it's been nice at least. And the essence of my being and an essence of my God. I want Mashiach now. What's this feeling when I dip a hole in the ceiling? Is Rock Smash gonna do enough? Bro, his Pokemon are way too fast. How have you been? I've been pretty good. I've been on and off actually, but I've realized that when I make content for YouTube, I feel much better. Because it feels like I've accomplished something for the day. So then like going into stream feels more energized. Today, I went to sleep at 6:30 a.m. today. So today I've been the most tired in a long time, so. But you know, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. We've been doing a Nuzlocke in Soul Silver. I have 1 life. Holy shit. We're getting a lot of XP here. That's the good news. He kills me though. I felt that thing. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna stick around in the Discords anymore. Or if I do, I'm not gonna stick around as long as I have been, because I stuck around till like 4 or 5 a.m. and then I like watched YouTube, something interesting for like an hour or two. And I was gonna finish what I was watching. I was watching a 4-hour video. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing? And I stopped at an hour in. I'm not gonna stick around long anymore, right? It's not good for our mentals. It's also not good for, like, a lot of people that stick around, aside from like Rosie, everyone else like is on the West Coast. So like they're like, it's like 1 a.m. for them, which is still late if you have work the next day, but bro, it's like 4 a.m. for me. I'm just like, bro. 4 hours, big stamina. Yeah, what I've realized about myself, which is probably true with everyone, is that, by the way, that's why I started streaming earlier, you know? So that we can chill more. Or like, so that it's better for my life and it's better for your guys' life too. Like going to sleep, I mean, some of you guys are in different areas that it's fine, but you know what I mean. Big stamina in bed too. Yeah, Daniel's gonna figure that out when he comes over. Yeah, what I was gonna say, what I figured out was that if I really enjoy something, it's very easy for me to just keep doing it. Which I'm sure goes for everyone. Like, I don't think that's pretty crazy. Yeah, I get it. Early streams are good. Yeah. I love the nightlife, but I think it's worse for me. I think it was better when I was in high school, college. Now it's just going back to the point before. Don't do things that are fun. Do things that are better for you. And it might be fun to stay up late, but it's not better for you. Yeah, I feel like I need a break from y'all too. Well, actually not. I'm feeling pretty chill, but like I was saying before, like I want to go outside. I want to hang out with friends and stuff. Like, I don't think I'm gonna talk on the Discord tonight. It's nice to live normal for a few days. Yeah, exactly. We're literally in the same. We're literally in the same place right now. Wait, I was such a dumbass. I should have hypnosised into double teaming. We could have actually won. I don't know what I was doing. Okay, now we definitely lost. I found out how to never take fall damage in Fantasy. Ooh, how? This is so cool. It smells like cork because the cover is cork. But I feel like it's gonna get nasty eventually. I don't know. On a mountain. We're gonna use Mud Slap to decrease accuracy. If it hits. Decrease accuracy. Decrease accuracy. Hell yeah. I think it gives 30% chance to decrease accuracy. Alright, we lost. Yeah, but I'll start my break tomorrow to sleep early for work. Is cork flavor good? Well, this is just water. My parents got this. One for my dad, one for me. Because I don't know. I guess they saw I was like drinking. I was using like 3 water bottles. So they're like, here, use 1 or 2. This is 32 ounces. And you could do this. And it's glass. Right? Glass is better for you. Supposedly. Well, I looked it up. It seems to be true. I smell the cork. I don't taste the cork, but I smell it every time I open it. I don't actually, you know. I'll start my break tomorrow to sleep early for work. I'm starting mine today. Because I have to, I have to make a YouTube video. I'm falling behind, so thanks for the hydrate. It'll sound weird because you don't play, but hit the run button. Oh, and in mid-air, you're like running and your character is like fine. I think I understand that. Smell and taste intertwine. They can, but if you smell something and then you taste it and it doesn't taste like what it smells like, I mean, it's not touching the water. So if I smell here, it smells like cork. I don't know. Maybe it does taste corky, actually. I don't know. Glass. Yep. Glass ass. By the way, if anyone wants to join in the PokeMMO, you're more than welcome to join. I think most taste comes from the nose. Like booty hole. Glass and ass. It definitely tastes like cork. I don't know. It tastes like booty hole. Have you guys had cork before? Kind of Susie Buka, but okay. I did drink water, yeah. I drank water. Take me out. Double kick. Wait, this should be easy. If we level up once, this should be slightly easier. Take me out. Oh, I remember where we were training before now. Maybe we'll go there. This game's a lot harder than I expected it to be. Look at these muscles, bro. I don't know why the thing doesn't zoom in. It's annoying. Hats off. Alright, what hat do I put on? Muscles will never get old, except when it gets old. Where was I training? I already forgot. Ping, I must say the Lamb game is good for stream, but I say if you start it, take it slow getting people. Look, I got this combo. Oh. But you only get one. Or kill often? Okay. I mean, I'm probably not going to get it. I don't want to spend much money on games right now. I have a lot of games. You know, I'm maining Pokemon. I'm feeling pretty good with Fall Guys and all the stuff we have. What I do want to do more of is events with other streamers and with you guys, with viewers. So when we go into other people's just chatting streams and like mess with them, like that's fun. Or when we play like a battle, like if we did the Mario Kart tournament, that was fun for me. So I want to do more stuff like that. But I want to get comfortable with Pokemon and editing and stuff. So it's probably going to take a couple of weeks. And after a couple of weeks, I'm going to be like once a week or once a month having like events, I think. I heard it's coming to Game... Oh, if it comes to Game Pass, I'll definitely get it. I'm lurking. Just remember to take advantage of Slaking's Truant. No, that's the thing, though. Yeah, I should have remembered there. But he has a emergency exit or whatever. I don't know how often that works. But you're definitely right. They have like competitive stuff. Have a great night, bro. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. And great to hear you're enjoying the work so far. I don't know if you have it. Yeah, I have. My brother bought Game Pass like a week ago. About a week ago. That's how I got the Slime Rancher game. Eject button. Yes. Once you receive damage, you switch Pokemon. Exactly. So, is that an item? It's an item, right? So I guess it's only used once. So I could have won that battle. I think I'm just going to train a little bit more to get our Pokemon levels a bit higher. And then I'll go back and verse it. Item, yes. Okay. Yeah, I was like, if that's an ability, because I'm thinking about emergency exit from a Golisopod. That's why I got a bit confused. Smash Bros. Tournament when? True. The problem with any tournament is finding people with around the same caliber. So the worst thing in my eyes about the Mario Kart tournament was that there was like 2 people that were really good. There was one person who literally does Mario Kart tournaments. Kid Edarius. And that was the problem, you know? So I need for Smash it should be much easier. Because I don't need to get 12 people. I only need, it doesn't matter as much about how many people there is. Use hypnosis without dealing damage before. Yeah. I mean, the thing is I would have to hit hypnosis, so double team might be better. But then obviously they would have to miss their attack if I use double team, so I don't know which one would be better to use. I'd probably want to use hypnosis and then go into double team a bunch and then attack. Maybe build up towards Smash Bros by having people and see if you get people. By having people? And see if you get people? Wait, what do you mean? Just play and see who's around? Oh yeah, I'm not worried about getting people for Smash. Again, I'm just worried about getting people around the same skill level. I feel like I know a good amount of streamers and good amount of viewers and stuff to host a variety of tournaments. But not around the same skill level. That's the hard part. So it's just a lot of work to set up tournaments. So like the way I want to do it, like the way with all the screens, and I put it up on YouTube after, and it's like this whole big thing. And it's not Pokemon related. So it's like I don't want to really think about that yet. I want to get comfortable with daily Pokemon uploads. I want to get comfortable with daily streaming, which I've been getting comfortable with. And then I'll move on to the special events. Cause streaming every day and making a YouTube video every day is gonna be really hard, but it's gonna be very, very good for me, I think. Like for growth and for just like self-confidence and different stuff. With Smash, the best player tends to fight once. I guess you're right, but like I want it to be that people kind of feel like they have a chance, right? Also, I want a rematch. I'll own you, bro. What is this song? What the hell? Jimmy's putting a lot of troll songs lately. Fuck your duck hunt. Oh, yeah, that guy is I'm good with him, bro. I annoy people with him. We could play Smash today. In like 20-30 minutes. I want to beat the 5th gym today, is all. Oh yeah, and I'm going to be playing Pokemon with another streamer in like a week, if everything goes well. So that should be really fun. Like I miss doing shit like that. Like that's really fun. I'm down for a few matches. Let's go. In like 20-30 minutes. Are you down? This song sounds catchy. I touched you when your mom just touched me. I'm dying, nobody really cares. I'm so dumb. I should have put someone on the daycare this whole time. Like Trapinch. Trapinch is level 19. You sucky, sucky, suck. I want to. Okay, it's good I put black belt. Black belt makes fighting type moves more powerful, so. You have never trolled? Yeah, you have. Hey, what's up?
Do I sound robotic?
No, you sound good.
You sound robotic to me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. I'm just curious.
Let me leave then and go back.
No.
How about now?
I was just curious. Yeah, you still sound.
I
was just curious, so they didn't get bad quality, and I can just leave and go back.
Gotcha. No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, you sound weird.
Okay, wait, what? I sound. What do you mean?
Robotic.
Oh, yeah. What? That's been happening on Discord lately. Maybe I need to update it or something. I don't know.
Maybe
Are
it's
you?
my end.
You're pretty tired too, yeah. I love how you felt at the same time I did. That makes me feel better. I feel like it's too much, you know? Oh.
Are you talking to me?
I am, yeah.
I was like, who are you talking to? What, the fatigue?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing that for a while with like Jimmy and BK and all of them. So it was build up.
Gotcha.
It was bound to happen. But lately it's been a little bit much.
It feels like
been a
too
little
much
sad.
for me. Aw, what happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Operated boy. I feel like when I've realized this a lot over the years, like if I don't get something done throughout the day that I wanted to, then I'll feel like kind of shitty. So like yesterday I felt super good because I got a YouTube. I literally just like I recorded and I edited and I made a thumbnail and I put up a YouTube video that's scheduled for in a few days. I'm like, hell yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
I felt that. When I go out and I go do stuff, I feel incredible. But
Yeah.
yeah. Or like cleaning around the house and like making sure everything's clean and organizing things you said you were gonna do.
Yeah, exactly.
Feels good. But yeah. I came here to say something. I forgot.
Oh, this song sounds nice. You came here to say something. Related to Smash?
I don't know. I forgot.
Okay.
Maybe Smash. Oh yeah, Duck Hunt. You're fucking shit ass. Hated that.
Alright, I increased his volume so you should hear him better now. Yeah, Duck Hunt is
My bad.
No,
Just
what?
shit.
No, it's not your bad. You're fine.
How are you, Pig?
I'm good. I'm just mad at myself for going to sleep at 6:30.
You went to sleep at 6:30?
Yeah, bro.
What?
That's why I'm lower energy today than like any other day.
You're dumb, bro. That's actually you're crazy.
Yeah. It's pretty
I
dumb.
think only once did I ever stay past 4 a.m. with like who was it? Amanda? I stayed up till like 9 a.m. and that killed me. I was like, never again.
Yeah, I used to stay up till 9 a.m. It felt like I was in a different world than everyone else around me. You did get it right. Who did I want to use here? I want to use Marshtomp.
What Pokemon is that?
Zangoose? Yeah, Zangoose, it's a lot of people's favorite Pokemon because it looks so cool. Right?
It looks weird.
Oh.
I don't like how he looks.
A lot of people love how he looks. I think it looks cool, but
Let me look at him. Maybe it's just like
oh, he's dead.
low poly.
Yeah, it might be low power.
I'm gonna Google him.
Do it.
Zen?
Rosie, what's up? How you doing? Do I want to use Amnesia? Nah, we don't want to do that. We're gonna beat the 5th gym today, finally. And we'll play some Fall Guys earlier. But it's been
He's
very
like a mongoose.
It's been very chill. You know how I said I was leaving Rosie? I ended up going to Rosie doesn't stream, Nathan. Or at least I don't think she does. I ended up watching a YouTube video for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I went to sleep at 6:30. It's so bad. Ooh, this song sounds nice.
He looks alright. I've seen better Pokemon.
Yeah. Agreed. Alright, I'm gonna play this smartly. I'm gonna switch in. Then I'm gonna use Detect. I'm playing so smart today. Wow, Ping. I know, right? How was work? Ooh, I like this song a lot. Did I use the right move? Did I press the wrong move? Okay. How are you, Ping? I feel a little off because I woke up, like my whole I'm going to sleep early tonight. Aside from that, like I feel okay. I didn't get to edit a YouTube video in time. So I might end up editing after stream and going to sleep an earlier or like a more normal time, but yeah. It was good overall, made drinks majority of time. Oh, nice. I'm guessing it's more busy on Saturday, huh? How about you?
No, I was talking to Stream Elements, trying to get him to talk back. but I forgot how to do it.
Yeah, I try to
Fuck.
make it a lot of stuff, but it's hard.
There's hello. There's like
Weekends for
yo.
sure. That makes sense. You say how are you? Say like how about you? Thanks for asking. I'm doing great. How are you? Or I don't remember. There were certain things
That's
that
Yeah,
someone got it recently and it was like kind of cool.
it was me.
Oh.
I said something like this.
How we choose stream elements maybe? The song sounds mad nice. I want to add it on Spotify. Are you doing? Are you doing your mom? Doing your mom? Weird indeed. How are you doing?
There you go. That's the one.
Thanks for asking. I'm doing great. Maybe I should add how about you? I mean, maybe it should add. Come on, Hypnosis, hit. Let's go. Okay, we have a chance here. If I keep double teaming, he actually withdrew his Pokemon. Oh, that's so annoying. We're gonna double team here. GG's almost. Yeah, you could have a bigger conversation with stream elements. You just have to find the right words, you know? He's pretty picky. I'm gonna double team again, which is risky. I'm probably gonna die from Facade. I died. Have you just been playing Pokemon? No, we played Fall Guys, and then we came into Pokemon pretty recently, actually. And I was like low energy, and I was just Spotify music. But now I'm better. Yeah. We can't... Do I risk it with growth? I don't think so. I think Facade could sweep our team, so... For those that don't know, Facade does double damage when you're poisoned or anything, so... His Pokemon came into the battle poisoned already. Which is insane. Like, it's literally a competitive team that is built... That the developers built for them. I'm gonna go to Marsh Tom since he's gonna die.
I just realized who died.
Who?
Jimmy.
Huh?
I sacrificed him.
Oh, you
'cause he got
sacrificed
old.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
I want to play Slime Ranchers today, but I don't know
Play
if
it.
you guys want me to play it.
I liked watching it. It was chill vibes.
All right, I'll make a poll and see what y'all think. It is chill
You want me to-
vibes. Oh, if
Yeah,
if
it's
you
nice.
want.
Yeah, I was gonna say you want me to do it.
Sure. Ooh, he keeps going out of slacking.
That way you can focus on your game.
Thank you.
What are the options?
Good question. The options are Slime Rancher or PokeMMO. I am not in the mood to draw pictures right now. I wish.
How about
Yeah.
Smash?
Oh, and Smash. Yeah, actually, I almost forgot. Yeah, good point. And Smash.
That's why I'm here.
Exactly. Oh, I snapped out of confusion. Let's go.
This is why I got a raise over Doctor.
Exactly.
what was it? Smash Bros. Slime, Pokemon, MMO.
Well, Doctor would remember. Oh, that's it. That's it. Just those three.
Should I leave it for 10 minutes or 5? In case people come in.
I think 5 minutes is good. Anyone have cool plans for the weekends? Or just like watching ping pong and stuff? Not that that's not cool. I mean, that's the best plan you could have, but, you know. I know Nathan is going to, Nathan's playing Towers of Gods and going to get COVID tested at school. I know Dinell wants to go out more. Feels like he's on the internet too much. Slime Rancher seems the move. A chill game. It is chill, right? Tonight is a chill night. I do want to.
Nice vibe.
Yeah, I do want to smash you eventually, though.
Yeah, we could do that live.
True, we could.
I love me these jokes.
Nah.
Last night we went a little bit too far though.
On stream or
Last night.
like after stream?
Yeah, when you were talking about raw fisting me, I was like, whoa, bro, chill.
No, but you liked it.
Let's agree to disagree.
Wait, did I talk about raw fisting you?
Yes, you did. I was
Oh.
like, bro, chill.
Whatever, bro. They're just words.
Words that hurt my anus.
Yeah, I guess. I guess that's true. Yes, he changed to slaking as I went for double kick. Perfect. Literally perfection there. We actually have a chance of winning. Actually, I don't think we do.
Hoggy woggies.
Yeah, I don't think we do. I lied. Go ahead. He just has so many things that's like frustrating to deal with. Let's sacrifice Trapinch? Tower of Fantasy. Can't you see that I go pee-pee? Oh, did you know Inky and Rosie face revealed last night? I love this song so much. They did.
No, I didn't know.
You see, it's like FOMO, like fear of missing out if you're not there, right?
I mean, it's whatever.
It is whatever, yeah.
I'll just bother Rosie if I really want to know.
Are you winning, Pink? I can't.
Wait, didn't Rosie already do it?
She did everything but her face, but this time she showed her face with a mask. I don't know if I'm winning.
It's
curious
hard to
now.
tell. The things that they deleted, so you don't.
Oh, I did say Tower of Gods. That sounds cooler than Tower of Fantasy. Yeah, they do delete it. Yeah, they kept it up for quite a while though.
Yeah.
Define. I'm gonna go slash here. Oh, I forgot he has break. No, that might one hit KO. Oh, I played that very dumb like. Yeah. Hey. Did you expect them to look like that? Do you know?
Look like what?
Like how they look.
Who?
Rosie and Inky.
I didn't see them.
I know, I'm just being an ass.
Oh, I was like.
No, I used the wrong move. I should have expected a hyper potion.
I am curious.
So dumb. Oh, that was so dumb. That was so dumb by me. Yeah, they left it up for 2 minutes before deleting. I'm surprised they didn't say anything like, oh, what do you think? Or whatever. Actually, I think Inky said. But I said before she showed her face, I was like, I'm not going to say anything either way. And I didn't. Slacking. Wait, he just used a move, so now I could use double. What? Wait, I just detected. How does he not have Truant? All right. Well, I screwed up. Do I go for growth here? This might be the play. Was that what you expected? That question's for Ping more so. I'm not answering that. I guess not. No, you weren't what I was expecting. Neither was Inky. Neither was Moog.
What do you expect?
Yeah, honestly, I've never had someone face reveal and their face was exactly like what I imagined in my head. Which like makes sense, right? I'm dumb. He literally just used Ice Punch. I thought he had Truant. I'm so confused. Does Truant not work if your Pokemon dies? Oh, there it is. No one was what I expected. Nathan wasn't what I expected. Timmy was closer to what I expected, but still not what I expected. Oh, this battle is worse than last round.
Well, let me think. Rosie is.
Oh, it's one person.
Marching band. Starbucks. Internet. Minecraft Pro.
Yeah. So what picture do you have in your head from all that?
Brown hair, green eyes.
Brown hair and green. That's rare in society, no?
Brown hair and green eyes? I wouldn't say so.
It was those late night talks, man. Timmy knows what I look like. Ping, Inky, Caitlin. Yeah, the late nights. They're just. That's why I like late night, like just being up at night, cause like cool stuff happens. But it's just so bad for you, you know?
Yeah,
and
I
get
guess I'm never gonna be
showered.
able. I can't stay up late anymore because of work.
Mm.
And
I
I'm
took
not.
out slacking. And then I spilled water on myself because I got excited.
I'm not young enough.
Yeah, if I want to
Also,
do...
I wake up way earlier than most of y'all.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no.
Well, no, but
I'm
you're
wrong.
3 hours...
Rosie.
But you're also 3 hours behind. So
I'm wrong. No, I'm just old then.
I'll do a face reveal after 100 podcast subs. Bro, I already know what your face looks like.
Who's?
Chimmy.
Oh, Chimmy. Everybody does.
It's literally your profile picture on Discord.
He's a good-looking man.
He is a good-looking man.
Not
Rose.
the brightest.
Yeah, Rosie is not a good-looking man, though. I can say that with confidence.
Very. I can say this with confidence too. I know that she doesn't look like a guy.
How do you know that?
That's true.
I mean, she doesn't, but like you don't know that. All right, I think this is the one.
Eating rocks.
I'm trying to think. Was anyone what I? Yeah, go ahead.
I did see Moog. Wait,
Yeah, I saw Moog too. Was she what you expected?
she DM'd me her picture, so I win.
Yeah, I saw
Um,
Moog too.
Did you get 7 pictures?
No, but I know what she looks like.
Yeah, okay.
What's up, BK?
I was trying to get a W, but she didn't let me.
You heard her voice. You heard her voice.
I did hear it many times. That's about it. Also,
How's
hi
stream?
Coco.
It's really, 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 really chill tonight. So it's not a place for you, BK, because you get mad and angry. You see? Look. You see? This is an example. See how angry you're getting? Wait for it. You fucker. That's funny. Like, I feel like almost all of your clips are you almost dying to something and being like, oh, or you killing someone and you saying, you stupid fucker. But it's funny. They shot me and scared the shit out of me. Yeah. Each funny. That's why they're clipped, right? And my clips are like, oh, you're a woman hater. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that Rosie asked.
Yeah.
If it's actually coming to
No.
Game Pass, I think I'll play it.
Dude, it's a great game. It's an amazing game. It's just that I just wanted to name everybody so fast that I didn't realize how stressful it would be.
Mm.
And now you're like, oh, I don't want to kill these people. I don't want to kill them. I thought I could like have never like other people get killed, like randoms that I don't want. I could like set up so certain people can get killed, but you can't. You have to kill like your top people. Like
Aw.
say Butters and Rosie are at the top, and they're like the best people I have, my best followers. I have to kill them because it just means more. You know, like
Gotcha.
you kill something that's more precious, you get a bigger reward
Yeah.
and all that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Monkey and clip of that ass. Yeah. Hey, you keep putting
So-
this song on, but it's so good that
I'm
I'm
trying
not
to
even
figure out
mad. Sorry, go ahead.
Who I have and who left. Because everybody got pissed at me.
I'm not pissed at you. Just keep killing me, bro.
You're dead already.
Yeah, but you keep making me again. You should totally not kill me if you can help it.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna kill you next.
Whoa, I don't think she's gonna face reveal to you at all then.
Who? Rosie or Cocobutt?
Rosie, because you said you're gonna kill her next.
Oh, I'm gonna kill not I was reading BK Sacrifice.
I think there's something wrong. Oh. But it's okay,
I'm
it's a
gonna
good song.
sacrifice.
Oh, you
I
put
bring everybody back.
you
I
put
bring everybody back.
Redbone. Look, it says Redbone. I saw you requesting it. You bring everybody back?
Yeah, I bring everybody that I kill.
Is
At
this
least that I know.
Is this by Redbone? That's nice of you. Hey. I see it. Weird. Hey, hey. What if I use rest?
Cool.
I'm gonna use pin missile. No, he's faster. Kung Fu fighting. What's cool?
The guy I had for sacrifice is trying to leave. I'm like, fuck it. You can leave. I don't care about you. I was gonna sacrifice you.
Lol.
Alright.
I think I have a new plan here. Do I use... I want to see how much Facade does, but I also don't want to tank a lot of damage. So do I use Growth into Seed Bomb or Sleep? I think I use Sleep. He has Fire Punch? Bro, that might be a one-hit KO. Oh. And I missed. This is not good.
Oh, Chimmy, I don't know if you saw it, but I made one for you.
Oh, yeah. Japanese version. Nihon ni kaeritai, guys. Nihon ni kaeritai. My Japanese sounds so weird now. I have such a big accent, heavy accent. I don't like it. Come and get your love. Nihon ni kaeritai. なぜなら日本はもっと面白かった。今私の生活は面白くないですよね。Did you understand any of that, Dino? Or anyone in chat?
Not paying attention.
Oh.
Apologies.
Fuck you too, bro. Yes, we got XP, baby. We get that PP. XPP. Wow, wow. Isn't Lanoon supposed to... Oh, he has 2 Lanoons. Oh, this one's gonna use Belly Drum, I think. Nope, okay. Owl's racing into the night. Ah, Yoasobi. I know Yoasobi from Yoru ni Kakeru. Oh, we've listened to this on stream before. Nathan showed me them. Oh, he is poisoned. Oh, I'm dumb. He got poisoned because I attacked him. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm so stupid. We're definitely gonna beat this gym next time. Not this time, though. Oh, wow, wow, wow. You called? No, I was just saying that you showed me Yoasobi. But yeah, I did say your name. There's lightning. Violet frightening. That's lightning. We just lost again. And I'm gonna cry. Gonna slime ranchers. And then I will cry. I like this song. What again? Nothing. Yoasobi. 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 The band. The song you showed me was the eating one. Something about eating. Let me change the category. Slime Rancher. I'm like almost 100% sure you showed me that band, Nathan. Yeah, that. Oh, that was Eve, not Yoasobi. I don't. Someone showed it to me. I'm sorry. I thought you showed me Yoasobi too. Did you show me that band?
Yoasobi?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I remember I played one of their songs.
Someone showed it to me. I thought someone did at least. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh yeah, I remember what happened last time in this game. Fuck this game, bro. Wait, how do I get them back? Oh yeah, there we go.
Elliot the Third.
At least he's alive.
Alright. I think a lot of my people are dead. Fuck. Oh yeah, I sacrificed Babuli.
Nice. but bully is sacrifice.
Like I sacrificed them because, fuck, they were annoying. They were just like blabbering.
Wow, that's messed up.
They just wouldn't stop giving shit against me. I was like, okay, you need to stop. And then I sacrificed.
Thanks for
them.
the lurk, Nathan. See ya. Bye bye. I'm not gonna bye bye because you pressed lurk, but.
By the way, anybody in chat that knows that they're in my game, if they want to be something specific, let me know.
Yeah, you're gonna go shower.
change it.
Enjoy. Thanks for the lurk. Thanks for the lurk. Goodbye. See you next time. Great song.
Everybody's mad.
Bye, Nathan. Yeah, everyone hates Slime Ranchers. I was joking.
What one?
Huh?
Slime Ranchers one?
Yeah, there is no 2 yet. I think. No, na, na, na. I miss Japan. I'm getting in the feels of missing Japan right now. But, you know, I'm happy that I'm streaming and that you guys are chilling. So, it's not, you know, it's fine. Plus, exclamation point goal in chat. You know, we're going to Japan. And you guys are helping me out with that. Because I had to spend some of that money from the subathon and from just like from streaming. But I have a couple $100 now. So that's going hopefully towards Japan.
Where would you stay?
I'm on fantasy? Oh. What would I say? What do you mean?
Like in
Japan?
In Japan, yeah.
What? Where would you stay, you said? Or what would you say?
Where would you stay, live?
Oh, I would do what I did last time I was in Tokyo. I would stay in a hostel probably.
Okay.
Yeah,
how is that?
It's off. There's this one hostel that I had such an amazing experience in when I was 20 years old and I was studying abroad in Japan. It was like the best place. So it was amazing. I met someone there that ended up being a very close friend to someone I met on the program, like when I actually worked in Japan. Isn't that crazy? Like I met
I mean, I'm sure many people of similar.
No, that's so random. Like this guy, I met a British guy in the hostel that was a really close friend of a girl that I met like 2 years later in Japan.
And they didn't.
A year later.
How did they meet? Did they know each other
like
prior?
They knew each other for a long time. Like they're close friends. Like just think about one of your close friends in life. Like, isn't that crazy?
That's pretty crazy. I mean, not really, because they're close friends, so they have similar interests. And like, if one of them were to go,
yeah, but he was staying in Tokyo studying abroad. Or not studying. He wasn't studying abroad. He was just traveling, and he was in Tokyo. And I happened to be in the same. What?
Oh.
Yeah, he doesn't teach in Japan or anything. He's just he's just a British guy that traveled to Japan just to visit Japan. And I got to know him, and then I got to know the girl who ended up working in Japan. I don't know. I think it's crazy.
That is a little bit crazier. I thought it was just like two people that like wanted to learn and like teach.
No.
How did you know they know?
Yeah, so that's also funny. I was like, there was a picture of me on Facebook or something of me and the guy and some other the British guy and some other people, and she's like, holy shit, like I think like when she followed me on Facebook or whatever, she saw it. And she's like, bro, you know him? Or I think through him, they were talking. Because I think he found out that I knew her. Because I was following her or something. Or maybe she talked about me, I don't know. I thought that was crazy.
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah. I love stuff like that. It's so cool. And that guy is like, he was mad chill.
Was it Martin?
No, it wasn't Martin. What did I want to say?
Wish what?
No, I just like that stuff happening. I forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah. Oof, oh shit, are they hungry? Oh. I have to get high walls. Oh, did I get it? Do I have an autofiller already? Oh. Where's the autofiller? What do they eat? Fruit. Oh, they eat fruit. Oh, here. Here you go. You hungry pieces of shit. Bye-bye. How are you hungry, bro?
Hey, left or right?
Left. Oh. Oh, yes. Mochi. Mochi. Okay. I need to give... Oh, I could get all of this. These are pink plorts, right? And then I need the other plorts. Hell yeah. I actually could do this for once. Okay, and then the last thing is these plorts. 3 of them. Oh, huh? I can't put it in? That's what she said.
That's what he said.
Oh. She could say it. Yes, I got the other hands.
Why would she say that? I can't put it in.
Wait, I got the other hands. Wait.
She would say something like, it doesn't fit.
I gotta suck them in. I can't put it in because she could have a dildo.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I'm too vanilla for that.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, they eat the fruit. No, eat it.
Ping. Here's
Yo.
the real question. Would you let her put it in?
I feel like if I was horny enough, I would allow a lot of stuff.
Damn.
But I don't know. It would have to be the right. It would have to be the person, and it would have to be like
On a good mood. Like,
wait.
you know, I'm horny enough.
Yeah. How am I eating so much? Yeah, it would have to be both of those things. No, I'm not collecting any. Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh, no, don't eat that. Oh, wait. When they become big, it's better. Big is better. I forgot about that. What, pee-pee? Don't worry about it, bro. I already forgot what I said, to be honest. How are you all hungry, bro? I literally gave you fucking shit. All right, here. Come with me, hungry one. You're getting yeeted. I have too many of you. Timmy was right. Get the fuck here, bro. Here, you hungry, bro? You hungry? Oh, cool. Cool story, bro. You hungry? Oh, you're not hungry. Well, bye. He made a face when I threw him. That's so satisfying. Eat! How are you freaking dumbass, bro? There's food right in front of you. Alright, there we go. Everyone should be getting food now. Bye! The rest of you could get food, alright? If you're hungry, that's a you problem. Why does this song sound familiar? And really good. Okay, so I think the plan here is to get more shit, bro. To get more money to buy access to more shit. Because I think I've gotten to the point where I could deal with all of them.
The Cult of Lamb is like that.
It's like this, right?
Yeah, it is like that.
Yeah.
With your followers.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, but it has like 2 things to it. There's the fighting part where like you go out and fight, and you do like mini dungeons, and you're like fighting and you're upgrading.
And
then there's the cult following where you gotta get people to follow you and do what you say and like gain their trust and all that. So then they power you up. Because the more they love you, the more power you have. The more powerful weapons you gain.
That's cool. What the hell's going?
Yeah,
Oh, the food's coming
it-
out.
I would say it's like Persona.
Okay.
Persona in a way.
Let me take these nuts and give them Q berries. You see, I don't even know how Persona really is, so
You should play it.
I
It's
should
really fun.
one day.
You'll play it. You'll play Persona 5 and you'll be like, "Oh my god, I've been there. I've been there. Oh, I know that place."
You think
That's
so?
usual. Yeah, cuz like a bunch of the stuff from that game is like Japanese like places. Like all of Japan.
All of Japan.
Well, not a lot of big places. Like it's mostly Tokyo, but the outer reaches of Tokyo and like Shibuya and like you
No,
know,
what the hell? This guy came back home? Get out.
what's the other big city in Japan? Like the capital?
Wait, give me a second.
Oh,
Phoenix is mad funny. I wish Jewish people were real too. The cap. Oh, you mean Kyoto, the old capital?
no, maybe not Kyoto. It starts with an O.
Osaka.
Osaka, yeah.
Osaka. Sorry, bad joke.
There's Kobe.
Yeah, I've been to Kobe and Osaka and Kyoto and Tokyo.
Shibuya?
Yeah, Shibuya is in Tokyo.
What's that big square in where like everybody walks?
Yeah, that's like the Shibuya crossing. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. What should I keep
telling
in
you.
here?
You would like Persona, maybe not for the same reasons other people, but it's a fun game.
I like the
It's like Pokemon.
Dame. It's like Pokemon. The hell?
Yeah,
I did not
it is like
expect that.
Pokemon
Okay.
because it has like you capture creatures and then you make them wait for you.
Wait, really? Are you like a mob
Yeah,
boss?
I'm not fun. No, you're not a mob boss. It's like demons and stuff.
Oh.
Have you never seen Persona gameplay?
I've seen very little.
You should check some out. Like watch like 30 minutes of like somebody playing it.
Maybe I should.
Or, like,
What I need to do first though is make Pokemon content, like daily content.
Watch a compilation where like they play the whole game in like a short bursts. It's like an hour video.
Okay.
You know, don't watch like a minute by minute playthrough where you see everything they're doing because you'll get bored.
Okay. Now, do you play fantasy? I doubt he plays that game.
I was playing it today.
No way. You actually you're lying.
No.
I was like, what? I caught myself. I said no. All right, we got the most we can get here. How are you
Someone's
hungry?
gonna die. Barbados is gonna die. He's getting old. I gotta sacrifice him.
Sacrifice. Sacrifice. I wish Jewish people were real too, Phoenix. Oh, this sounds like a Jewish song. I like this song. It's so low. You guys could barely hear it. I don't know why it's so low, but I can hear it, so. Oh, get out. Fruits. Fruits.
I need to get a way to get more lumber.
I need to get a way to get a life. Just kidding. Janelle, you can tell people what I told you in the call. What, monkey?
Monkey. Oh, it's actually... Yeah, I know what he said. But... At the same time...
You don't want to say it?
I don't remember.
Oh. That's funny. Wait,
I'm trying to remember.
Oh, they have no food.
About fantasy? Maybe I do remember. I do remember something, but...
I need to get the food from here.
I don't know if you said it or my brother said it. Did you know there's a way to not take fall damage in fantasy?
Yeah, he said. He told me that. He said you run. right?
Right.
Oh, the characters? Oh, that they're hot? You're
Oh yeah, they're hot.
gonna try to make me play like that? I don't care if they're hot. They have to be as hot as me. Ooh, this is a lot of plorts. Let's go. Let's go. Finally making something. Wee. Wee. Mortal Kombat. Acapella? Alright. Oh, the prices. The prices. Maybe I shouldn't pay with everything. Maybe I should keep certain plorts. That's it. From now on, I'm going to keep rocks. I hope I don't forget that. I'm going to keep the rocks and get them later. And everything else I'm going to put in. So that I could just push with a lot of plorts later. Like right now, this is going to decrease to 10 maybe? Or maybe not. There's something of the character that you can change. Or you could change their clothes and make them half naked. I don't know where you're going here, bro. Alright,
Yeah. Having this many people, a little bit stressful.
Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Wow, that filled up a lot. Check out my YouTube video. Why is it putting my YouTube video so often? Okay. This is gonna go down in price. But we just made a shit ton of money. Which means finally, we finally have access to a new area. Let's do this one. Which means new. Oh, holy shit. Wait, what the hell? When you go here, it turns dark? Whoa. What the hell? Oh, this is like a new area to make stuff. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I could bring the ones that only survive in the dark here. Oh, wait, can I break this? Oh, this is cool. Oh, it's just an expander of the area, though. I was hoping there would be new characters. Oh? Whoa, what is this? Oh, it is a new area. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, 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 yeah. These songs are so slow. Well, okay, this is not as cool as I thought. This literally doesn't lead to anything. Unless I can jump to that. Do I want to jump down here? What the hell? Treasure pod. Treasure pod locked.
Dude, he's gonna die.
This is your favorite song? The one playing right now? Or Lose Yourself? But it's Mr. Blue Sky. That sounds so cool. Who's gonna die?
Barbados.
Barbados is dying? Oh, I could jump here. Okay. Goodbyes. Is that your brother?
Yeah.
Do I want to jump from here? Oh, this looks scary. I don't think I can make this jump. This song right now? This is your favorite song? It sounds alright. I like the piano a lot. Alright, do I take the risk? I don't even know what happens if you jump here. And you miss. Oh, you've been knocked out, but a day's rest should fix you right up. Oh, shit. Oh, no. That's not good. Oh, interesting. And I lost what I had on me. I gotta be careful. This game's kind of annoying now. Well, it's a fast way to get resources. And I didn't lose any of my money, so that's good. This is a live version? Ah. Please. It sounds nice. Give me. The best thing about what just happened there is that we have so many resources now. Which means we can make even more money. So maybe killing yourself is not a bad thing in this game. If you have enough food to feed everyone. Oh shit. Goodbye. It's Serge Tankian. Yeah, I don't know who that is. NGL? I don't know what that is. Who that is.
I'm trying to kill someone. I'm gonna assassinate them.
This sounds so bad. Oh, assassinate them. Is this your...
Yeah. Oh, they died.
Nice. Or not. Is this your kid, Jimmy, singing? Go ahead.
Everybody's sad that they died.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay though.
What is that? This sounds like me when I was a kid. I used to do this shit. This is the lead singer of System of a Down. Wait, is it actually? That's funny.
Everybody's puking. They saw his dead body.
Lol. You sound disappointed. Oh, okay. The video is even better. It's me singing. No way it's you singing, bro. There's no way that's you. This is a funny song. Everything you ever wanted. I love shit like this. Serge is the lead singer. Oh, okay. We'll just let it slip. I'm so heavy, this vomit on a sweater already. Mom spaghetti. Oh, I'm dumb. Son forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud.
So loud.
Oh, this is so good.
He keeps on forgetting what he wrote down.
Wait, do you hear it?
No.
Oh, it's so oh yeah, why would you hear it? It's combined with Blue Sky, Mr. Blue Sky.
Mr. Alright, I'll hear.
It's like the moment you want it, you better never let it. It's so good.
That sounds dope.
Right? Moment you want it, you better never let it go. Alright, let's see. See what this is. We're gonna go Victor. Oh, that was escaping. The Taken, make me queen. Oh my god, it's so good. I love it. Superstar, I'm so superstar. I wonder if Eminem or like whoever the Blue Sky people, I wonder if they heard this.
And they were like, let's collab.
That would be even funnier. There's supposed to be some gray ones somewhere. In the music, the moment you want it, you better never let it go.
How do I bury people?
What? How do you bury people? Come here, come here.
This game's so goofy.
It looks like not a scary game, but it looks like like I don't know how to say it.
What would you say?
Like a dark game, but it doesn't sound like it when you talk about it.
It is very much not dark.
Oh,
It's
okay.
actually really cute. It's just like the stupid things that they do in this game. It's like, I don't know. It could be dark, I guess. The way I mean, you're worshiping a devil.
Yeah, like the colors, like it just looks dark. I don't know. End up in jail or shot. Your motherfucking option, failure's not. Got to go. Oh my god.
Wait,
Wait,
I do say this.
This is here? I'm so dumb. Yeah, go ahead.
If you do play this game, just keep it at like 3 followers until like you upgrade everything. 3, 5 followers.
If it comes out on Game Pass.
Right now, I
Or-
have like
Eh!
8.
Jimmy's doing another one. Electric Light Orchestra. Is that what it's called? You have 8?
I have 8. I had 13. 5 of them left or died, and I'm not trying to get any more, and I want to kill more.
Stony Chick. Ooh. I got a Stony Chick. And a sussy baka, if you ask me. I've never had
A little
stone-
longer, and I'll kill.
I've never
How's
had a stony
Slime
chick.
Rancher?
Good. I just got a Stony Chick. Never got one before. Eat. I thought you eat meat. This is literal like meat. Stupid. Alright, let's see what I could get here. Ooh, I feel like I didn't have access to this before. Is it because of the thing I got? Ooh. I got an ornament. Bye,
Ooh,
chicken.
I know, dude. I got a rat. I'm gonna start making you look like a rat instead of a wolf.
I like wolf better.
Yeah, but the rat just represents the Jews better.
What? Fuck you, bro. You know what? I'm gonna play a game, and I'm gonna take the I'm gonna make. Never mind. Too much of my chat is Mexican.
There's a
Ooh.
mini game that's pretty dope.
Do I need this? I already have Stony Check. I already have Hardy Beats also. Ooh, okay. Underground. Ooh. It shows like a death symbol, but how do I die in this game aside from falling off and losing health? Like, seems like everything here is fine. Wee. 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 Ow, how? Here's some meat. This is such a sad song. Move. Let's go. Alright, when it becomes nighttime, I'll be able to do that mission. I'm kind of disappointed that the thing I just paid a lot of money for was just to expand my base. Like, not that that's bad, but like, I want more types of slimes. Do I have to give them different types of food? I don't, or different. Oh, I'm dumb. I have to give more different plorts to different guys and see how they respond to it. No, but that just makes them big like that. I already have big guys. Strategy. What is this, Russian? Oh shit. They're literally just in the mid-air. I didn't notice that. This song is on the soundtrack for a movie called Wrist Cutters, a love story. Interesting name for a movie. Here, have your peeps. And I need 8 of those guys. I don't get much for that though. There we go. Ooh. Okay, these I'm okay with paying. Wait, I thought that was a ladder for a second. I was like, this whole time there was a ladder in this game? This seems... This sounds Russian. But also not Russian. Maybe Slavic, but not Russian? Okay, we're gonna make the price of the rocks go up by paying with everything else. I think that's how it works. I guess having more access to things makes sense. Like, I guess that makes sense. I mean, I could put the tabby slimes there, so that's good. Where was it? Where was the area we got? Oh, it was here. Ooh. I don't like how it's all dark though. What grows here that I need here? Underground. From the roof. Alright, you guys stay in there. Oh, they eat meat though. I don't know what the hell to feed them. That's why I haven't put them here. I need
Put
more.
yourself in there.
True. No, I need more. I know what I need more of, but I don't have it. This whole day is. Would you remember? Oh. Oh, Post Malone and Earth, Wind, and Fire. I have to make more farms. I think that's what I have to do next. I'd fill it with phosphorus slimes. Yeah, I think I'll have to push my phosphorus slime people here. Which means I have to be very smart with the stuff I have. Do I have a spot for heart ones? I don't. I think I want to start growing hearts. Oh, okay. I mean, they're all like the same, right? Whatever. I'm like, who cares? There we go. I just need more room. Ooh, that looks nice. Whoa. What was that? Oh. I'm seeing things. I thought it was moving. Alright, we gotta get the globe ones. There they are. No, stop eating them! Thank you. Wow, 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 the congratulations reminds me of PewDiePie's song.
Congratulations. Wait.
Congratulations. I forgot how it goes.
Bitch. Lasagna?
No, the congratulations to PewDiePie. Oh, I got gold egg. Wait.
Who's a vagina?
Oh, I have to not
Which
screw
will
this
it
up.
be?
No! I had to feed him, and I tried to suck him up. But you can't suck him up, I guess. Shit. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh no, now Butters is against me.
Lol. Whatever. Oh shit. Oh, no. Oh, I never actually killed them before. Holy shit. He just ate him. Jesus Christ. This game is dark. Oh, I should have gotten the gold one though. I need more phosphorus slimes, but they're not around. The best part I don't like this version that much. The best part of the song is we couldn't hear that, so kind of cringe, not gonna lie. Do I want to jump here? Oh my, no way. Holy shit. When did you get here? I gotta feed this shit. I didn't even notice it existed. I never came here. I never come here. Oh, what
I
the
killed Bean.
hell? Oh, shit. Oh, I might actually die. What the hell? What the hell? You killed Bean? Nice. Oh, that's what the key connects to. Oh. Bro, this game is actually kind of cool. I need to get more phosphors, though. I don't know. Oh, come here, come here, come here. You idiot. No. What the hell? I just found a money one. Shit. I killed it. There we go. I need you. Where are you? No, you just disappeared. Stop. Stop getting eaten. I need y'all. Oh. Rage Against Machine. You really like this. Thank you for the lurk, bro. Appreciate it. I feel like I barely talk when I play this game. It's like chill, but I concentrate so much on it. Come in here. Oh, they got scared from the bad guy one. Get out of here, the loser. Where are the... Yeah, what am I supposed to do with this? Oh, shit. Do I just feed them? Oh my god, they actually attack me. I don't know what I could do. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Oh, I'm supposed to feed them. Here, eat. Eat, bro. Eat the slimes. Are they gonna eat them? Oh, they turn normal. I don't know. I have to feed them later. I need to get a few more of the 2 newcomers to your server are trying to ping everyone. Thank you for letting me know. Huh? No one is pinging anyone, Phoenix. You can't ping at everyone in my server. Like you legitimately can't. It doesn't work. I disabled it. I'm a
That's
smart.
in Jimmy's stream.
Oh, on Jimmy's Discord?
Yeah.
Someone's trying to do that?
Yeah. I'll fix it.
Okay.
Wait, why are they able to do that? Okay, someone's already fixing it.
See, that's why I'm a god. I know that people
Also-
do that shit, so. Also, you want to smash soon? What is this?
Jimmy needs to disable it so you can't do that.
Yep.
And he already knew people could do that, so
Yeah, I disabled it right away. I'm like, I'm not giving people that power. Fuck that. Oh, I know the song. Ayo, let's go. Oh my god. I never looked to the moon in this game. What the heck? What is that in the sky? This song is so dumb. You get the hell out of here, you pinky. Oh, I should be buying this stuff. I should buy a jetpack. This song is so weird. That's, the words are actually funny. System. Hey, you get in here. Okay, so it makes most sense to drag all these guys to the other area, but I can't afford to do all that shit now. I feel like the game expects you to progress much slower, because I don't know, it feels weird. Maybe I should read this stuff. The port market. I paid immediately. They fluctuate. Overgrowth. Expansion to the ranch. The grotto. The docks. Expansion to the ranch. I don't want an expansion. I want more slimes. The lab. I think I might need the lab. Oh, maybe not. What else is there? System! Coop. Keep chickens in their place prevents the uprising. How do I get more chickens? Oh, keep hens and roosters close. Avoid crowding the coop. Chickens won't reproduce when in close proximity to more than a dozen other. Oh, interesting. See, I should read the game and stuff. I should legit read it. Okay. Give me the carrots. Alright, so we definitely have more than a dozen here. What I could do is take them in. We have so many. We need only 12. This is way too many apparently. Okay. Two. I don't want the regular ones. They're so easy to find. 2, 4, or I don't want too many of them. 3, 6, 9, 2, 4. They stop moving. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, there's 13. Here's 12. Apparently, you need 12 in there. I need to get roosters also. What do I need to do for this? Oh, I don't have the stupid heart ones. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. I could use the hens to feed the other ones when morning comes. I'm gonna give carrots here so that they have enough for this farm. And here I'm running out of fruits. Fruits are kind of annoying to get. I might need to make another farm for fruits. This one takes some time to grow. Alright, let's go to sleep. Let's go to sleep. And now, first thing I should do when I wake up is get fruits. These goddamn fruits did not grow. Oh, not these. These nuts. Where are the other? Oh, the other ones are here? Oh, they did grow. Okay. These fruits grew. First thing I should do when I get up, get the fruits. Get the carrots if they're done. Feed them. I think we're going to put this on second growth. I don't think I could handle more than that. Take all their resources that I can. Oh, I could take more now. Wait. I could take up to 40 now. I forgot. 73. Jesus Christ. Okay, and then feed them with this. Welcome back, Nathan. How's the gaming going? Yes. Oh, this is up. Let's go. This is up too. Okay, so let's feed both. Let's feed with both of them. Holy shit, we have so much stuff. We're gonna take tabby plorts. Take like 40 of them. Damn it. How did we make so much? I went to shower, so you didn't play. Oh, okay. How was your shower? What time are you gonna go to sleep, Nathan? Also, Dinal, you still there?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Just wondering. Alright, let's get this.
Just vibing. I'm focused on the game a little bit.
Yeah,
And
that's fine.
If there's anything interesting for me to say, I'll say something.
Okay, okay. No worries. Cold? You take cold showers? I don't know, PP. I don't know. I like it.
I don't care.
Yeah.
That song was good in a way.
Yeah. Jesus, there are so many plorts here. I should be able to expand my business. My plort selling business. I think I'm gonna give all of the chicken to the one that wants the chicken. I need to get roosters apparently to make more meat before I could make more of those guys. Let's see. Let's just put them back. Oh, I can't. Okay. Don't eat that. Stupid ass chicken. Should I just throw this in here? I'll just throw it in. No! I forgot to throw the other one. Okay. We're gonna basically take all of this shit and save it. We've been saving it up for a rainy day. We're gonna have a shit ton of this. Let's go. Will you stream tomorrow? I'm trying to stream every day, so yeah, probably. But I hope I get a YouTube video out, and then I hope I get 2 YouTube videos out by tomorrow night, and then I'll be like much more high energy, and we'll probably maybe I don't know. I'm not making promises actually. We'll see what we do. F. Oh, you can't come through tomorrow, Sag. Why can't you come through, bruh? Why can't you come through? All right. Should I leave this one here? I'm just gonna leave it.
You should.
There.
I think you should.
I did. I ended up listening to you.
All right.
I took your advice.
You should just like listen to. I'm not watching, but you should just ask me what you want to happen.
Should I
Let me
take?
decide for you.
Should I take the berries?
No, don't take them.
Well, I already started. Sorry.
Then what's the point of asking me?
I don't know. I was hoping you would say yes. Should I feed the chicken to the big one?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Let me go do that. I'm going shopping at 4 so I can get snacks for school. Oh, that sounds so good. What snacks you getting? Mexican snacks?
That's kind of racist.
No, because he talks about Mexican snacks a lot. And
Yeah, just because he says that a lot doesn't mean.
And I'm racist.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a roostro. Yes. Now I could actually make eggs and feed that shit to other guys and get new guys. I think that'll let me get new guys. I got 30 hens, bro. Where the fuck is that guy? I got hens for you. Starry night. Spicy snacks. So yeah, Mexican snacks and Japanese snacks. You see? I knew he was gonna get Mexican snacks. I know this shit, bruh.
Oh, my bad.
It's okay. We'll fly
In good
away.
news, I got a lot of wood.
Ooh, that's kind of hot.
Which means I can build a silo or whatever it's called where people poop.
A silo?
A silo.
Oh,
So they don't have to shit on the ground.
that's nice of you. They shit on the ground now?
Not
Jesus.
anymore.
Oh my god. What the? Where's the other guy?
Oh. Ha 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 ha.
Where's the guy that eats meat? Meat eater. American snacks aren't spicy. I guess. I mean, you could find some that are, I think. I don't know. Oh, I could use a jetpack to get here in the future. Oh. Where's the meat guy? Yo, Dinell, where's the meat guy?
To your left, go straight, then go right, then
Uh-oh.
look back, then look forward,
I'm
then
lagging.
turn around.
I'm lagging. It's too much. Too much movement. I literally have 30 hens for him, bro. Where are you? Oh, not you. Where are you? Everything's connected to each other. Na, 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 na. Don't hit me. Thank you. Where is she? Ow. I'm gonna have to look this up online now, aren't I? I wonder if anyone streams this game. Unlurk. Hey, welcome back. A long shower. I'm judging your shower length. I apologize.
Oh, it was a very long shower. Didn't she say she took a shower like 3 hours ago?
I don't know. How you doing, Rosie? You know this song? Yeah, this might be the one that you showed me, actually. What the? Huh? It got stuck. Stepsis. It's stuck. Bruh. I literally can't pick it up. I want to get a jetpack next. I feel like it's going to make everything better. You requested this song, no? It is? Yeah. Where do I get it? There's a recording of the performance, so I went to watch it too. Oh, okay. Hey, were you happy with how you performed? Would you share it? You wouldn't share it. But were you happy with how you performed at least? Okay, carrots are really easy to come by. Tried watching on my PC and it was too slow again. Aw, Sag. I feel like this fruit takes too long. Maybe I put it on 1 for now. And when I could afford to give more fruit. But we got a rooster. Here, have sex. Have sex. I want to see it. I want to watch it. 3, 6, 9, 10. What? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I think 12 is the amount. Here, I'll give even less. Here, have sex. God damn it. Yeah, for first time for Ricky's. Okay. That's cool. That's cool to hear. Wait, did I get 2 of the same item? Oh, that's kind of lame. That's not cool to hear. Where the hell am I supposed to get the things? Where? Inky, what's up? How was your stream? I saw you were streaming earlier. You got an SR? You got a... Oh, nice. Like the 5-star? Nice. Does anyone know where the meat-eating monster is? Oh, I found another rooster. Oh, you're coming with me. What? I feel like I've been at these places, and I feel like I haven't at the same time. That was we still have lots to polish. Okay, a senior majority still did a high kick for a dance when it was enforced not to kick your leg that high. High kick for a dance when it was enforced not to kick your hand. Oh, that was cringe. Interesting. It went goo. It went goo. That sucks. You're welcome. SR is like 4-star. SSR is 5. Oh, okay. So, not as good as it could be. Good. Very nice. I'm really tired today. I'm not gonna stay up in the Discords as long as I have been. I might need to take a break for a few days also. Bro, why can't I pick that up? Like, shit, I can kick my leg high too. Same. Actually, listen to the... Oh, yeah. DNL too. To the directors. Yeah, they're probably just trying to show off. That seems very frustrating. I could see that being very frustrating. Waratemoto, baby. Musakini on my mind. Where is the meat-eating guy? I'm gonna look it up. Meat-eating slime. Slime rancher location. Her dancing cringed me so much too. That's funny. No worries. Meat slime. Where do you find meat? No, where's the slime? What slime Gordos? Where's the Gordo that gives meat? Which I feel like I'm going crazy. Do I just give it? There's only 3. Do I just give it to the pink one? Maybe I just give it to the pink one. I'm gonna go give it to the pink one. It's ironic because we all were dancing the same thing, but she just not it. Oh, I could see that being incredibly cringe. Everyone's just following along doing the same thing. She's like, I'm different, and just fucking does everything wrong. Or like not the right way. We're gonna give meat to this guy. We have too much. I'm tired of carrying the meat. You better like it too. Yeah, get big, baby. Get big. Look how much he eats. Oh, there he is. There it is. Hell yeah, we got the key. Bon appetit. New slime entry? Ooh, okay. Is this gonna be an ornament? It's not. Wait, these kind of suck. It's just regular slimes. I don't care about no regular slimes. Wait, where's the key? Oh, I just have it in my inventory. What am I? So I gotta feed them enough to get keys. The next thing is fruits, so I might as well get... I don't need meat anymore. I'm just gonna get these guys out. Actually, I don't need the horny chicken either. Pick this up. Pink! What? I'm too tired. Where do I go? How you doing, Inky? Hello? Hello?
All right, Ping.
Yo.
I need you to choose between the following. All right?
Okay.
You go between Jimmy, Moog,
Jimmy.
Jubilee, or Barbados.
Jimmy.
All right,
So-
Moog.
Someone to kill, yeah? So many chicken, bro.
Call him Moog.
How's life? I'm just really tired. I went to sleep at 6:30 last night. I ended up watching YouTube, and I'm just like, I don't think I'm gonna talk on Discord as much for now. Slash from now on. I'm not sure yet. I'll still like chill from time to time, but she was showing her colors in band camp. So when the small COVID outbreak happened, a senior girl got tested positive, and there's 30 plus senior girls in a large cabin. So it makes sense everyone would get tested to be safe. Yep. Of course, if you had COVID, you need to go home to get well. Well, this said, I don't care if I get everyone sick. I'm not leaving. It sounds like she just really wanted to be there and really wanted to show off for the last time in her life. What does that sound? Oh. He shouted out Inky. I was like, what the hell is that? We're gonna put one rock plort here.
Nathan really likes to shout out people.
He does. I'm eating cookie. No, you're fine. Like, that's so selfish, isn't it? 100% selfish. All I would say, and this doesn't excuse the behavior, but all I would say is that, like, she probably knows that since she's a senior, like, it's not gonna happen again, you know?
You only live once, and you only do certain things once.
Yeah, exactly. So I could understand that.
It's hard to do the right thing sometimes.
Power core. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm affording all of this. Holy shit. I literally bought all the upgrades.
Dude, guess how many followers I have?
On 20.
In the game? 6.
Oh.
They're slowly dying. I got rid of them. I was like, this is too much.
Fair.
I need to build my faith back up.
Did they make babies? What
Do they make babies in the game?
No, in this game. Well, I guess in that game, sure.
Oh, no. I'm trying to figure that out. I was trying to set up Butters with Rosie. But...
YOLO. My bad,
I
no
don't
one laughed. You're fine. Okay. Okay. Today...
I know you can marry anyone if you wanted to.
Really? Oh, that's cool. Who would you marry? Moog?
I would marry you, Elliot.
Thank you. But you kill me like 3 times.
I do it because it's like the easiest one to remember. Because it's hard to remember everybody if you kill them all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
how many
yeah.
times did I kill them? I'm trying to name them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Moog's angry at me.
Oh. Why? You didn't give her enough attention?
I guess not.
I was just joking. Or maybe that is what it is. One of my flag senior girls got tested for COVID and she had to go home. She was just as upset. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that one that was just as upset, she made the right call. The other one, she was being an ass and being selfish. But if she doesn't care about like her relationships with you guys in the long term, then she made the smarter decision because, you know, she was able to do it. Even though it sounds fucked up, you know. I would be the same as the flag senior girl that went home. I'd be like, fuck, this sucks. Especially if like, yeah, I would do based off like what people around me, because I don't know, like if everyone was willing to get COVID around me for me to stay, I would stay. But obviously, like the first decision would be like, yeah, I should go. The growth as an expansion allows the ranger to care for. I should have read this. I didn't even read it. Through the clouds. She lost a good amount of respect from senior class in its entirety. Yeah, but I'm saying like if she doesn't care about holding respect and like being your guys' friends, because a lot of people once you graduate, it's like
you don't talk to them.
Yeah. So maybe she's thinking I'm never gonna see one of them again. I don't care. I want to be in this. Like in which case, like I know why she did it, even if it was like fucked up.
It's understandable.
Yeah.
I feel like I only talked to 2 people after high school.
I still talk to a lot of people, like not a lot, but I have a group. I went to a small high school, so we got like close, and I have a lot of good friends there. I got very lucky with my experience in high school.
I would say, how often do you talk to these people?
I used to hang out with them once a week. Now it's like 1 or 2 times a month, but because I'm taking
well,
because I'm streaming and stuff, it's like it's less than that probably.
I would say that on a daily basis or on a weekly basis, I hang out with one of my friends every week.
Oh, that was cool. On a weekly basis.
On a yearly basis, I hang out with like 20 people. So
damn, that's a lot of people.
I have a lot of friends. I just don't
bro. All right.
see them as often. And I wouldn't consider them close friends.
Okay.
I could never talk to them, and I think I'd be fine. Like, it would suck, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I have some pretty close friends. She said she believed the test would be false positive. That's the thing, but that means they test you again to make sure. But even if she believed to, like, why not just get tested? Like, what's the problem? Yeah, don't be sorry. There are things people should be sorry for, like the guy that got banned the other day, but
Don't be sorry.
That's right. But Rosie, you've never said something to make me be like, oh, that's annoying or whatever. And apparently from what you said the other day, that's just how you are. Like, it's not like you're hiding what you truly feel about stuff. So you're good. Oh my god! Finally, new slimes. Oh, I have a jetpack now too. How the hell do I use it? Oh, I'm using it. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Calling.
Yay. Finally have a place to get people to poop.
A boom slime. You gotta poop. Nice.
No, I made a place.
Yeah, I know. So that they don't poop on the floor. You said it.
Yeah. It's annoying to clean up.
The way they look when you do shit is so funny. That makes sense. When When you say I, it pisses me off though. I was joking. I have to say I'm just joke. I have to stop saying I'm just joking too, and just leave it there. But then I feel bad if people take me seriously. Oh my god! Whoa! What the hell is that?
What? What is it? Is it like the red thing?
No, the boom slimes. Yeah, that's cool, and I just discovered them. But I can't jetpack, bro. This jetpack sucks. I thought it was gonna be cooler. This game is cute, like someone here. Anyway, activate. Oh, this map is big. Wait, this is everything I haven't explored yet? Oh, the underground caves are... Oh, interesting. George Erza. Okay. They eat vegetables. Is this a different one than the one before? It looks different. Treasure pod locked. Whoa. Whoa, it's a new fruit. I gotta get it. A tubular mix of colorful spuds. Ooh. Okay, I need to get up there somehow. I work 7-hour shift tomorrow. Damn, you're crazy. Rosie's crazy.
Insane, maybe.
Yeah. Wait, this area is so cool. And majority of it is the new training program Starbucks enforced. You're kind of excited? Hell yeah. I like that positive vibes. I feel like most people would be like, I feel like Rosie's the only person in chat that gets excited for her job.
Rosie?
Yeah.
I mean, she has a cool job. She makes good food.
I mean, Starbucks, I'm sure a lot of people don't like working at Starbucks. Like, I would bet money on that.
I have a friend that didn't like working at Starbucks.
Oh, what happens if they eat that one? Oh, no, nothing. Okay, what happens to that friend?
They quit.
uh,
Who you think they were gonna do?
I don't know. On God. True. Wait, so
Dude,
what
I
did...
want Starbucks now.
what did that open exactly? I don't even know where I am in this game. There's so much. Oh, I guess that opened quite a bit, it looks like. Oh, holy shit. Wait, can I jetpack there? I don't want to lose all the new shit I got. What the fuck is that? I really want a jetpack there, but one of my Starbucks partners quit. Sag. Uber Eats Starbucks.
You'll get used to it, Rosie. You'll see a lot of people and never see them again.
Yeah.
It's kind of it gets depressing, but
it's like streaming.
Yeah, it is. I've met so many people. Some of them.
What the hell is that?
Some of them die. Some of them.
What?
Yeah, some of them die. And you never see them. It's sad.
Like, were they old or they just...
No. Just some people die.
I'm finding too many new stuff. I don't know what to do.
Some people move away. Some people quit.
Odd onion.
And sometimes you move away.
That's true. Can I go in the water? I don't know if I could go in the water. Actually, a dude came in and was there to pick up an order. Oh. Him and I had a convo about his job. He seemed to like it because just driving and listening to music, him being able to make good money, like he makes 20 to 30 doing Uber Eats. How? I don't get that. If I made 20 to 30 doing Uber Eats, I would be doing Uber Eats.
Maybe they're contracted.
For Uber Eats?
Maybe. Can you be contracted?
No.
So you're there all the time? Like, say if there's an area where, like, there's very little people?
I'm like, no, that's not how Uber Eats works. At least I don't think so. I know if you could drive people around and that, like Uber, if you Uber people around, Like that's different. I don't know how that works, so maybe for that. But
That'd
for
be per
deliver,
hour.
yeah, maybe. But like for delivering food, 20 to 30, that's good money for me at least. In my circumstance. Holy shit!
Who circumcised what?
In my circumstance, there's so many. Oh, that's what the boom ones make. Wait, what the fuck? I need to find a place to keep them though. I feel like they're gonna explode. Uber Eats tax is mad. Not only do the delivery is like the price of the food sometimes. 100%. I think Uber, I don't know how they're surviving. Like anytime I order Uber Eats, which is very, very seldom, it's like it's insanely expensive. Like Uber, because Uber has to pay the driver a flat fee for every delivery, and then it has to pay it has to pay for fees,
Store.
and then it has to get some money itself, and then the store, yeah. So it's just like, it's just,
Uber Eats is just waiting for robots.
I guess, I don't know. Uber Eats is not a good.
Like
That's-
as soon as there's like self-driving cars that where they can just put the food in the
Maybe.
car.
But the thing is, car is not always the best. Like in New York, bike is better a lot of times. So
Yeah.
because of traffic.
Where I live, cars would be fine.
Yeah.
I feel like majority of the United States traffic would be
Oh no,
fine.
for sure.
I mean, at some point, self-driving cars would be just so perfect that there'd be no traffic. Everybody would just be
yeah.
free flowing.
Assuming that happens, yeah.
In the perfect universe, of course.
The delivery is like, yeah. I don't. But how's he making 20 to the? He must be doing So a lot of people multi-app. They use multiple apps. So they'll use like Uber Eats and DoorDash and Grubhub all at the same time. Look at these muscles. So yeah,
That's insane.
my muscles. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like doing multi is like kind of fucked up because you get the order. Well, I don't know how to get back home. No. You get the order late, or like late to the customer, which could result in your reviews going down and like stuff like that. So I don't really do it, but oh, that's what the door led to. Okay, I'm understanding how this map works now.
Hello there.
Hey, I came to watch it after watching Jimmy Poo. What was Jimmy Poo doing? How you doing, Ace? He told me Uber Eats would send him another order even before delivering the first one. Yes, you have to pause it. So depending on the market, right? I'm kind of surprised in Pennsylvania it's so good. But yeah, it depends on the market you're in. Wait, I don't know what to do with all this shit I have. So the market I was in, New York, it's supposed to have a lot, so it's kind of similar. We always get people. I don't know what to do with the odd onion. I think I'll have to put it back. Sorry, I'm like distracted by this cute game. You're such. What game is this? Also, where are my Pokemon? I played PokeMMO earlier, but the Nuzlocke I'm doing on weekdays only. I'm gonna give the odd onion to this. Times Square? No, I don't deliver in Times Square. Manhattan is crazy. I don't know if that makes any difference. That just means the market, like, there's a lot of people ordering, so he's getting requests pretty often. I also used to get requests pretty often, but I also wasn't driving. A lot of people in New York stopped driving because there's usually less orders in summer, but also because inflation, like gas prices are really high. That's why I'm surprised he said he makes 20 to 30. Like, I'm gonna guess that's pre-tax and before paying for gas. It is a weekday. Oh shit! Wait, today's Friday? No, today's Saturday. What are you talking about? Tomorrow I start school. Oh, that's what you meant. I was like, wait, what? Did I fuck up? I thought it was, I thought I was good with that. Oh yeah, what the hell do
That's funny as fuck.
the day? No.
They're like,
Oh.
oh shit, let me stream Pokemon. I forgot it was Friday.
Yeah. Wait, I'm such an idiot. It died because it's not a puddle. I was supposed to put it in water. Yeah. That is funny.
You're so funny, Ping. Oh my god.
What is it, Inky? I start in 11 days. I haven't finished reading 4 more chapters of my book. Do it! Do it! If you want. Nothing beats the taste of food. A happy slime makes for a happy rancher. I want to get an auto feeder here. Oh, I could. Good. A plort collector is important, and a music box. I need to get a plort collector. I need my hens to start making food, bro. I don't know what the hell they're doing, bro. You gotta make food for me. Food for thought. Maybe they did make, and I just didn't realize. Here, get in here. Here, there's 2 roosters, bro. That means you have a lot of fucking to do. Oh, elder hen. What the hell? There are elder hens? An old bird whose egg-laying days are over. That's so cool. Also need to finish writing my personal statement and signatures for National Honor Society. Oh, I remember National Honor Society. Oh no, it exploded. Oh, they don't do anything. That's so cool. I was also in National Honor Society. Not trying to brag or anything, but wait, will they eat that? Holy shit, he did eat it. And they give lava plumes. Boom plort. Alright, I'm gonna have to start making that happen here. It's actually hard to manage everything. It's similar to the game Dinel's playing. That you're playing.
I just put Moog in prison. Until she...
Slaping, slay. Yeah, until she
realizes that I'm the truth and that she should love me. And like...
What the fuck?
Everything she did to this point led her to this, and like she needs to just stop and shut the fuck up.
Damn. Pretty
It's honestly annoying me.
Pretty fucked up, bro.
I try my best.
Wait, you're saying Moog in real life or Moog in the game?
In the game.
Oh, I don't know.
She just wouldn't shut the fuck up.
I like this song. Can we make more? Oh shit! Did they make more? I can't tell if there's more now or not. Whatever. I need 2 more. I mostly want to be in it for the blue thing they give you to put on your graduation gown. Besides good for... Yeah, it's good for resume in college. That's more important to me, but... Or was more important to me. I don't want to give all the hens away, bro.
What blue thingy? The cord?
No. I like honor society in school. I need more hens.
I never saw anybody with that when I graduated, I think.
I mean, it's like a small thing. I was in like both national... I remember being in 2 National Honor Society stuff. Give me... No! No!
You have to have like super good grades for that?
Yeah. No.
Yeah?
Fucking... Bro. Yeah, you need good grades and stuff. Oh my god, I messed up. No, it's a rooster too. Roosters are so good. Where the hell is he? Where's the rooster? Where'd he go? Oh, now this guy's gonna blow up. God damn it. Well, that looks scary as fuck. What the hell? Anyway. 3.8 plus GPA. There you go. To be qualified. Oh. Guess what my GPA was in high school? Actually, I don't even remember what mine was in high school. Oh my god, I created more booming ones. Holy shit.
What do you think it was? Was it a 1, a 2, a 3.5?
What, mine?
Yeah.
My GPA was... it was weird because I took AP classes and they counted AP classes as like it adds 10%. No, it adds 10. Well, yeah, but it adds 10% to your grade. So
an A would be like 110.
yeah, like you could get 110 in the class. So like, you know,
Like a 5. Imagine getting a 5.0. I think only 2 people got 5.0s when I graduated.
damn.
Was
Well, I don't think you could have in my school because like you still need to do shit. Wait, give me a second.
I think you could do it easily. In
No,
my
no, no.
school.
I'm sorry. You still need fuck. I can't think and play at the same time for some reason. You need you can't like take only AP classes the whole time. So it's like impossible for you to have a 5.0. I had like a 101 or something. I don't remember. Maybe I could dust it out and look for my GPA. I remember one semester I had like 103 or something because I took like 3 APs. Have to do a ton of paperwork to show the directors why you should be in it. I had a 4.0 in 8th grade. Been hating myself since because I couldn't hit it ever since high school. You know what's nice about college? A lot of times it's just if you get an A. Like I don't know about your guys' schools, but like for me until college it was like just out of 100. But in college if you get an A it's like 100. So even if you don't have 100, you could still get an A, if that makes sense. So that's what would happen to me and I was like, hell yeah, let's go. You failed my AP class, so no extra credit for me. It happens. Depending on teacher. I'm scared for AP because I heard it was... I'm sure you'll be fine, Rosie. Wait, what? How you doing, Elena? Hi, bitch. I had AP history and I was like, I didn't even know what she was talking about. Oh. Wait, Rosie, have you not taken an HP? Have you not taken an AP test or AP class? I think I should go to sleep in the game now. And then check the trees for fruits first, actually. How you doing, Elena? Not yet. This is my first one. Oh, shit. Been taking college, high school. Oh, yeah, that's right. You should definitely take AP tests. 1,000%. Don't be like my cousin. My cousin came from Jewish school, private school that was shitty. Like really shitty. Like someone threw a chair on fire outside the window type of shitty. And he was like really smart there, but he was scared of public schools. And I'm like, bro, I know people that are very, dumb. No offense to dumb people out there that are taking APs. Like, you could 100% do it. I think people who are... I remember reading a study once, like, people who are smarter usually believe they're not that smart, and people who are, like, dumb think they're, like, really smart. And, yeah. I don't know. Like, and like, people who are smarter or, like, do better in school tend to take less risks. But sometimes, taking the risk is worth it. I have to feed them. I'm leaving stream to go to Jimmy.
I also noticed that.
What is Jimmy doing? That everyone's at Jimmy. Like, I don't mind, but see you later, Nathan. Oh, of course. Okay. Yeah. Go enjoy.
I don't know. I'm gonna go watch Jimmy and see if we can find out.
Okay. I wonder what the odd onion will do.
Let's see.
My sister never took any honors or AP when she was in high school, at least from what I remember. Yeah, I guess like I'm the oldest, so for me it's I guess a bit different cuz I know that with I never see eggs, bro. You like make babies already? I know with my siblings, like my sister will look at me doing well in the fact that I did well in school and it's like she feels shitty if she does bad in a class or whatever. Which I don't think they should feel like that at all. But yeah, I'm the oldest, so it's like that part of stuff is a little different for me. Can I get somewhere from here? You're not new. People are too obsessed with Mario Kart, bro. Wait, will it let me go there? What'll happen? Or is it gonna kill me? What is this song? I need chicken. I'm getting closer and closer to VIP. Nice. So let me end stream then. Just kidding. I'm so confused, bro. Make a baby. Make the baby. I don't feel like there. Oh, there is. They have made babies. They're just very slow. I'm gonna make another hen. Currently have 70.7k. Jesus, you passed the 69k mark. Nice. I'm sorry, this song is mad weird. Spring grass. Wait a minute. I need more roosters. When he saw me. What is this? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Where to go? It was losing me. No, don't eat it. Don't eat the chicken. Let's go. I need more. No, you ate the. Get the hell out of here, bro. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Why are you eating the big rooster? I need more roosters. I don't know how many they could have sex with to have babies. Right. The jetpack is annoying. It takes so long to regen. Down me, me. Oh, where do I go? Bro, did they just disappear after a while? What the heck? Boom. Really? Really? Did I really just do that? Did you see what I did? I don't know what happened with Bobby. I haven't seen Bobby. He might be dead. Bruh. Don't I already have this one? Alright, well. Sucks to suck. Go up! This jetpack sucks buttholes. There we go. So sad. You check the lyrics? Are the lyrics weird to the song?
Yo.
I was gonna type it, but Jimmy's asking if you want to play Mario Kart.
Nah, fuck that game. I don't. Mario Kart is so much like.
Just asking, bro.
Yeah. No, thank you. It's too much energy, bro. I'm tired.
Alright, I'll let him know. I think that's a fair.
Wow.
Oh, I shot the chicken. I was trying to move the browser and I shot the chicken. Wow. Who's putting good ass music now? I think you and Rosie have similar taste in music. Oh, where is it? There we go. What song? Oh, they are making babies. You gotta make babies faster. All right. I need another rooster, or else this is over. Cause I need the boom slimes. Ah, what a beautiful spin. That doesn't look like Liam's. Oh, that's Valora. I don't know who Valora is. That's from Liam's Space of the Interneto, right? Is Valora cool? Or are they trash and I should never check them out?
You know what I like about mod? You know what I like about VIP?
That you could spam shit?
Yeah. You know what I like about mod?
What? That you could spam shit?
That you can see all previous conversations, so you can catch up.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I can always just read and be like, oh, okay, so this is happening. And just jump in and like know what the conversation is.
True. Val
So
or
never,
I?
Never
Go.
out of the loop.
Hell yeah. You know what I love about the VODs channel?
You can rewatch it anytime.
Yeah.
Where?
On exclamation point VODs.
There it is.
Okay. I need to get money. I got no money. In real
Money, money,
money. Money.
money.
Sus Among Us? What? Huh? Val is very cool. Do you think we would get along?
Who's Val?
You don't know Val?
Valerie? Oh, Valerie. I just realized.
I don't know Val. I've heard of
he's cool.
Val. Okay. Money,
You
money,
should raid him
money.
sometime. He's a nice dude.
I don't know if I'm gonna raid for a while, because if I'm gonna make daily YouTube vids and push you guys towards it, well, that's gonna get
You can
annoying
just
probably.
dip. I don't get why you don't just dip. I think that's like a fair option.
I started to more often, but
There's nothing wrong with like de-streaming and be like, okay, I'm gonna de-stream and like grab a sandwich.
no, I don't want a Mario Kart, bro. You guys are obsessed. I don't like Mario Kart that much. I'm chilling right now. I'm Bing
You don't like-
chilling.
You seem really tired too.
Yeah, I'm Bing chilling. But also, I like to talk a lot and play like chill management games where there's progress. Like right now. Sag indeed. I'm sorry, Phoenix. Mario Kart is fun sometimes, but
Gotta know your limit or like when to
Yeah.
not play.
yeah, I'm
I feel
kind of
like-
tired of it right now.
Me too.
I would play it, but I'm playing Minecraft. Minecraft's better. Okay, this one looks cool. I didn't get that one yet.
Is it though? Is it really?
It is, yeah. Gonna get all the money I can here. What am I playing? Ping! Why are you yelling at me? Basically, you suck things up. And then you get money. And then you get, like, animals. It's basically so we could just talk and chill type of game. Slime Rancher, yep. Ooh, look at all that money. Wait, am I doing the wrong one? I was supposed to keep... Oh, no, I'm not. Okay. I wanted to keep some of them. Oh, no, it wasn't those. Okay. It was these. Oh, my God, I maxed them out. No, I maxed it out. Wait, I hope it stays in the thing. This game is, like, so resource management heavy. That's what she said.
Yeah. Same here, bro. Same here. Gotta love it.
Yeah, I like it. Because you feel the progression, you know? I just feel like this...
I agree. I deprogressed because I went too fast.
Yeah, I deprogressed also, but then I learned, and like now I'm doing slower, you know?
Yeah, I'm slowing down a lot,
Same.
which is fine.
Yeah. The cool thing is though, like I like these games a lot, but I feel like they're I feel like they're good. I think they're good for just chilling with chat, you know?
It's a nice little vibe we got going on here.
Yeah. Or if I'm talking to someone about something serious. I mean, this game's kind of intense. Minecraft would be like better to play. But yeah. I need to find a place for these food items. I think I need to make another silo. I mean, I have the money. I should just do it. Na, na, na. Oh, this song again. Let's go. Yes. When did I get another rooster? I don't know, but you're in. You're coming in. You're coming with me now. Roosters don't need to eat much, which is nice. I don't know. Ooh. There we go. Make the
Well,
babies.
I'm building up my cult. They're starting to get better.
Nice.
It's really nice having progress.
Right? I'm gonna make a silo right now.
Aw, you and Chimmy are friends.
Oh, nice.
In
Ping,
the
ping,
game,
ping,
I
ping.
mean.
Yeah, I figured. It took me a second, but then I'm like, oh, okay. Get Lucky. That's a good song. Did I get a... Wait, you could keep getting additional storage? I'm such an idiot. I should have just done that with my original one. Well, let me just go do that. Ooh, hi.
Yeah, I need to. Yeah, it's so sweet seeing you guys turn into friends.
Lol.
Did you see the message of Butter and Rosie? I think I've already said this. I feel like I'm repeating myself.
You're fine.
Where she was like, I'm trying to woo Rosie.
Maybe on Discord. But I
Yeah,
might
it's
have
on
not paid.
Discord.
Yeah, I might have not paid attention that it said like woo woo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
It's
funny.
so funny. I love that.
Wait, how do
Also, Inky left us for Jimmy. I don't know what to say.
Inky said
I'm
hi.
kind of disappointed.
Oh, you
Nah,
meant and the thing. You're confusing me, bro. I'm thinking like in you confusion. Oh shit! I could
No,
put
I
so
mean
much more.
in the stream. She went to Ping's stream or Jimmy's stream.
She literally just said
confused.
hi.
That's kind of weird. I noticed that.
A lot of people talk on multiple streams at once,
Hmm.
which I can
I just wanted to-
understand. I'm very. This is, this is very chill. Go ahead.
I was just gonna note them as a betrayer.
Yeah.
But you don't seem very betrayed, so I'll just continue on.
Well, people take that shit seriously, so I just stopped making jokes related to that.
True dot. I just said it Inky because I feel like Inky wouldn't care.
Yeah, Inky wouldn't care. Inky's an asshole. She left.
I gotta make sure. Who should I bring back?
Yeah, Phoenix left. There's a couple of people who went to play Mario Kart. I like the chill vibes, to be honest. I like special events from time to time. Rosie's just eating some popcorn. I like getting, crazy from like Mario Kart and stuff. But like, to be honest, I don't think anyone could do that for several years in a row. Like, it's too much.
Eventually, you gotta switch it up.
Yeah, not only that, it's like eventually it gets boring for me, at least, to like just do one thing. That's why the thing I really like about Pokemon is that like when you beat the game, you could play a different game. You could use different rules. Like it could be completely different, I need more roosters. I think I could start raising these guys. I think so. Yes, I have everything I need except the music. Ooh, I like this song. Eat. Alright, you guys make sex. Make sex. Nice, Ping. How's Rosie's character going? Do you know?
All right, give me an option. Rosie?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I need you to give me an option right now. Jimmy, Bean, Amanda, Doctor, or Diego?
Diego. You have Diego
Alright.
too? Wait, don't kill
Yeah.
Diego.
No, I'm gonna revive them.
Let's go with Diego. Holy shit!
I don't have Liam. I should make a Liam.
Wait, did they kill the chicken? Oh my god, this is intense. What the hell? Yeah, make a Liam. Not enough bucks. Can I put chicken in here? Oh my god, I could. That is so weird. That's so funny. Hang up all your clothes. Rosie's what's it called? What? Why is this? I have to get that one. That one is so expensive. So I forgot what I wanted to say, Rosie. That's how off I am today. I literally just you're welcome though. Cheerleader. Oh. What? Yeah, I don't remember. Funny. I wasn't trying to be funny. I literally why'd you minus funny? I wasn't trying to be funny. I just don't remember what I was thinking. I honestly wasn't trying to be funny.
Very not funny, bro.
Yeah, when you're not being funny, you're not. What am I doing? You're not being funny. Lol. You see, my reaction was funny. So yeah, let's go. Okay, good. I gotta keep those numbers high, and I gotta get more roosters. I'm gonna take my clothes off. Ping, I'm your biggest fan. No, you're not. You left for Jimmy, and when we were talking about you, you were nowhere to be seen. Dinell is my biggest fan.
I am.
I don't even know how I would define who the biggest fan is, to be honest.
Oh, so back to Rosie. She reached old age, so now Rosie and Butters are old.
So they're gonna have to die?
They're gonna die if I don't kill them.
But they should die of old age, right? That's more appropriate.
No, because then I have to bury them and like makes a
Oh.
mess.
Damn, y'all were talking about me? Rosie, is that true? I thought we were friends. We were talking about you. A little bit. We were like, wow, Inky's kind of messed up. Leaving for Mario Kart. I knew she would do that. That's what we were saying. Heart module MK2. Wait, we could buy more stuff? Oh, we can. Okay, I need to get a bigger tank. Make a mess. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Oh my good. All right. She's like, okay, sorry. I'm just gonna pick the rock plorts. They're not going up in price. I don't care. Give me the money. There we go. Do. Oh shit. Sorry. I mean, oh my god. Can you ban an Anki and Anki? I don't know how to say it.
Why?
Yeah. They're like saying the S word way too often. You know?
Nah, I'm good. She seems cool.
Alright, that's fair. If you don't want us to ban you, you have to say my bad is the
You're
same
sorry.
thing. Yeah. My bad is the same as sorry. I'm cool. I don't think anyone said you were cool, but you talk like I talk in other people's chats. Oh, old hen. Old means you could die, and I don't feel it as bad. No.
She doesn't.
No, he's old, but he's a rooster. No. I need these. Rooster, make more of yourself, you dumbass. Yeah, is Inky cool? What do I have to say?
Alright.
It's okay, yeah. I agree.
Say, I like your biggly wigglies in my mouthy wouthy.
Ew. Don't say that, please. Unless you wanna get banned. Oh my
Insta-ban.
bro. What the hell is wrong with these shits? What do they give? Oh, I have to feed them and then they plort collect. Oh yeah, they plort collect. Where's the collection? There. Oh, look at all this shit. Boom plorts cost a lot of money. Oh, thank you. And then I could give boom plorts to other guys. But they'll probably explode. Too hot. Hot damn. I like your biggly. Oh my god, that was so cringe. Why did you say that?
Julio. Check.
She said it.
Fancy.
She said it, bro. She said it for you.
That's not what I said though.
Oh damn, kind of awkward.
I said,
Give it
can
to
I
you.
have your piggly wigglies?
Is he just gonna die? Like, what's gonna happen? Don't believe me, just watch.
Don't believe me, just watch.
Ping
Oh.
is so
Do-do-do,
nice.
do-do-do.
Thank you. I try. I feel like I'm kind of nice. You
We
see,
try.
like Rosie made a smiley face showing that I'm nice.
Ping is definitely kinder than me.
I'm kinder than any other streamer you found. Okay, I speak the truth. Or I'm trying to more often. You are nice. Thank you, I guess. Dinelle, you're just honest. I do feel like Dinelle is more honest than I am. I need to become.
I'm not honest though. I say a lot of bullshit for no reason.
Yeah, but like, that's fine. That's like if you say something, see something, you say something. You know. No, if you say something dumb, like I don't know. I feel like you're more on. I'm trying to become more honest. I feel like I was too scared to be more honest on stream as a streamer. But I feel like I'm pretty honest. I don't know. Boom. Ooh, I don't have this one yet. Up, down, funk you up. There's so many boxes now.
I'll funk you up.
Oh my god, it's a chicken. Oh, it's a rooster. Yes. Stop. I need you. Yes. Oh, that was worth. That's what the kids say. Worth. You know what? This is worth also. Heartbeat. I need to grow more heartbeats. Hey, look at Rosie dancing. I like this song a lot. I feel like we should do another music stream soon.
Those were fun.
Yeah.
If we get a nice crowd to like write lyrics.
Yeah. Ping is my #1 streamer, just saying. I don't know. Once you get to know me, you might change that answer. Just kidding.
No, not kidding.
I mean, I don't know. I am kidding. Fuck you. I mean, I feel like Inky knows me pretty well already. Oh my god, they have to eat so much. They give me a good money. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Ooh, I miss Daft Punk.
Yeah. My goal is not to be. My goal. I don't know what my goal is.
Ooh.
I laugh at every joke you say or basically everything you say. I'm just like, my sister died. Ah! Like, what the fuck? My sister is in Israel right now, actually.
Wait, why did I just hear your voice?
Because I'm talking.
Oh, I didn't have you muted.
You think
like,
I'm
what?
comedian, Rosie? Rosie, you think I'm comedian? Ah! Thank you. Dinelle, do you think I'm comedian?
You're pretty funny, bro.
Thank you.
Off stream.
What? Fuck you. I'm pretty funny on stream too. I'm funnier off stream though, right? Wow, he didn't answer. Wow.
Sorry, I was reading.
No, it's okay.
What was the question?
Is that off stream? And I was like, pretty funny on stream too, right? And you're just like, went silent.
Yes.
When he's off stream, he's more funny.
You really are funnier. You actually are funnier off stream. You tend to do things that you wouldn't do on stream.
Yeah, because I'm scared to do certain things on stream.
You're edgier.
I am edgier.
I mean, if you want to make this a career and you don't think you're going anywhere, I'm just saying.
Might as well become edgier, right?
Yeah. Build a crowd.
The problem with edginess is that others, I've tried to do it in the past with other streamers, and they feel awkwarded out because they feel scared to do it. Yo, thank you, Rosie. nice self promoing.
Then learn how to connect better or do better.
No, like they won't take those edgy. Like they don't want to hear those edgy jokes because to them it's too much. You mean like find other streamers that are okay? Yeah, I might have to do that.
That's what you were doing with till your ban. Might as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Promo.
Yeah,
Big
I
Brain.
this boss.
Big Brian? Rosie, do you like a guy named Big Brian? Kind of sussy baka. Oh!
Left or right?
Right.
Or middle?
Right.
You sure?
Middle.
You sure?
Yes, middle.
Alright.
Okay. What was middle?
It was just a big chest.
Oh. You're welcome, but you know, whatever.
Ooh, what did I get?
Never
Eyes
mind.
Of the witness?
No. The whole thing is that it's hard to tell when people get like offended, but I shouldn't care. No song for you. Oh, I like the song. It's all right. Bro, stop killing each other. Jesus. There we go. There you go. You butt face. I thought you said you fuck face. I was like, damn. What was the question? I don't even remember.
It was butts your ass.
What's your ass? Face.
Personality.
Personality. Did I get the question right? I like face most, and then
I like eye color.
Oh, I don't care that much about eye color.
Well, that's why it's beauty's in the eye of the beholder, not
Oh,
what do you like.
Yeah, no shit, bro. I'm just saying. I don't. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying I do.
Okay. Good for you.
Okay. Good for you.
Okay. Sorry, bro. Why you gotta get so mad?
I don't know, bro. Why you gotta like be judgmental about my likes and dislikes about other
I
women
wasn't
and how I
judging
judge
it.
them?
I wasn't judging it. I was telling you what mine were like. Okay. Personality and a little of looks. I honestly, looks matter. But yeah, I feel like looks matter, and then why is there a subscribe bell button thing? Looks matter, but personality is what like makes it, if that makes sense. No, I fell.
Okay, I'm starting to understand this game.
Fuck. Humor as well. Well,
Wait, you fell?
Yeah, I fell.
Dude,
On this
Jimmy
dick.
literally fell.
Oh yeah.
He fell. Literally the same time as you.
Um.
Only those who are watching both. Oh, hey, Bean.
Yo,
Welcome
what's up, Bean? How you
in.
doing?
You died.
We're
in the
talking.
game.
We're talking about We're talking about what people like what you find attractive in a significant other. And I was saying face is really important for me, and like personality is very important. I honestly don't care about butt or boobs as much
I don't either anymore.
anymore.
Well,
I mean, like maybe I don't know.
Nice.
Yeah, it's nice,
But-
but it's not necessary, I guess.
Yeah, it really isn't.
Yeah. Face to me is necessary, but then if I get to know someone,
Personality is definitely the winner. when it
yeah,
comes
for
to all
sure.
these.
But at first
Like-
impression, you don't know personality, right?
Yeah, of course. So I say looks is like what starts things.
Yeah, that's what I was
But
saying.
you can also like get to know someone and then like you start liking them.
Yeah,
based
yeah,
on their
yeah, for
personality.
sure.
So like say you know someone mutually and then you're like, damn, this person's awesome, and then like you fall for them and they fall for you.
Yep.
That'd be a good scenario.
Okay, I love. Let me just read chat real quick. I love humor and Foo Vibe, and her humor is aligned with mine. I'm obsessed. Okay. All right, see you, Inky Sticky. Thanks for the lurk. How are you, Bean? Thanks for asking. I'm not you, Elements. Banter is huge for me. Like, that's always what will catch my attention first if someone has good banter with me. That makes sense.
I agree. Banter is nice when you can talk to someone and like exchange really well.
True. Actually,
It's nice.
I would say probably like being able to talk comfortably with another person is like from the get-go is really nice. Face is important, but after time, like it doesn't matter as much. And personality. That's such like lame answers though. The titties, that's where it's at. That's what I gotta say, right? Oh, I'm so tired. Shakira Wolf.
Who did we say we were gonna revive? Diego, right?
Diego, yeah. I'm a huge pest, so it just shows that they can deal with me. Yeah, so I don't think you're a huge pest. I think you're fine. But maybe that's a New Yorker thing. Oh, I'm pushing that fruit in there. Hell yeah. Yeah,
Alright.
maybe I'm gonna try to be more off-stream ping on-stream. I'm gonna try to do that. Maybe I should go on those dating Zooms that the Liam lookalike, the Jimmy lookalike does. Right? Maybe I should do that.
Maybe.
Maybe that would be good content, right?
Whatever you say, brother.
It would probably be cringe content, to be honest.
Agreed.
So what should I do then?
I would watch it.
But it's like good cringe, you know?
It'd be funny cringe.
Yeah. Oh, I can be. From what I know of you so far, you seem fine. Unless you're always like, but yeah, obviously I don't know enough. I don't know. Well, I guess we will know when Dinell comes over, right?
What?
If Bean is a bitch. Sorry.
Oh
for
yeah.
using that language. What is that? This game. This is you seem really chill though, Bean. This is Slime Rancher. You have to collect carrots, feed them to slimes, have sex with them, and then they have children, and yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
You give them their. I was
Say
gonna say
it.
something.
Say it.
No, I can't.
It's okay. We're trying to be more off stream, in stream. So go ahead. Hey, if I get canceled or banned, I'll just go to YouTube. It's okay. Right? I'm definitely not a bitch. I stay at 110% energy ever. I don't even call people bitches. I don't know why I said that. My stuff is delayed. I was asking about the dating Zoom. Oh, like some streamers like do like dating stuff on like through stream. And it's like it's so cringe looking, but I feel like it would be really good content maybe if I did that. I think it would be funny. But I don't know, I'm not sure. Give me No, you stay. Yes, I know. Gonna hear. Have the elders, bro. It's fine, you just think I'm an itch. I don't know what an itch is, but
Itch.
Afma. Oh, nostalgia. Oh, nice. Like they date viewers or stream their dates. Like they stream their dates. Like they'll get like 10 different streamers. I'm guessing it's like 10 different streamers. Maybe viewer. I think it's mostly streamers, and they just date. It's so weird, but I feel like it would be pretty funny, or slash good content. Staying alive, yeah, Jimmy. All right, bye, Nathan. Fuck you. I love you. I'm just joking. Bro, leave a lurk, bro. Let the numbers go up. Leave a lurk, you know? Just leave the tab open. But I love you, Nathan. I have boom
fucked up.
plorts.
I agree.
Yeah, kind of fucked up, bro. Not gonna lie. Also, Jimmy asking me to play Mario Kart while I'm playing Slime Ranchers, kind of fucked up. Not gonna lie.
So I have these Rosie and Butter, right?
Bad mood
They're
because he
doing
doesn't lurk or stay in
nothing.
stream.
And
Bad
BK.
mod. Yeah, that's. I want to stop saying JK. I want to stop saying sorry. I want to just like if people don't get the sarcasm, then they don't get it and they'll leave. Maybe let's just build a really trolly community. Cause like when you say JK or sorry, it takes away from the joke, you know? And I don't like that.
Does. Me and Moog agreed to never say that.
Yeah.
Because me and her were just doing it constantly, and we were like, alright. Let's just
Nathan,
let's just
fuck
pretend that
you.
everything is serious. But agreed to that it's not.
Okay.
Unless stated otherwise.
Bro, nothing is serious. We're all gonna die one day. Who cares?
I mean, sometimes you get your feelings hurt and you just like get sad.
Yeah,
Or
that's
you're
true.
not in the mood for it.
That's true. That's true. Just be me and always. No, you. Fuck you. No, no. Fuck you,
Fuck
Nathan.
Bean. Fuck you, Nathan.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Rosie.
Nah, Rosie's cool.
Nah. Fuck you, Rosie. She wants to be a part of it. I feel like she's being left out.
Yeah, that's true. Fuck you. Fuck you, Rosie. Thanks for the follow. Hey, it's working. Thanks for the follow, Tuber69. You have a very nice name there. Hello.
Came in right when the space was starting.
Yeah.
Fuck you too, Tuber.
Fuck you, Tuber. Why you getting? Tuber, you didn't subscribe yet? Come on, bro. What the fuck?
Drop a fucking subscribe, bro.
Drop a fucking. That's it. From now on, that's what I'm gonna do. When new people come in, like I'm gonna test. It's gonna be a litmus test to see if they're too sensitive for the stream. I'm gonna say, fuck you. Where's the sub?
3 seconds and you haven't dropped one? What am I not entertaining, bro? Come on, bro. Am I not making you laugh?
Yeah. What the fuck? I practice
bro.
off stream to make people laugh, and you're not even like dropping an LOL in chat. Damn, Searchy.
Just a hello. Like all right.
Kinda
nice to see
fucked
you. Now
up.
where's the money?
You see, Searchy's probably gone now, and that's how I know Searchy is not right for the stream.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what I'm gonna start
That's
doing.
funny.
I don't care anymore. That's what I'm gonna start doing. You know, all these streamers around me, they're like, oh, I don't want to upset the. Fuck that. No, I'm gonna be more myself from now on. Oh, he's a dot.
Yo, hey, he stuck around.
You're
though.
or she. All right, kind
Or
of fucked
she.
up for you to assume, but okay.
Honestly, you have more of a following female streamers.
I do. No, you like being quiet? No, this is no
That's
worries.
fair.
No worries. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Oh, I
since you
thought I
talked-
got a sub. Thanks for the pit. Thank you for the pit, bro. That would have been
You got a
hilarious.
That would have been like the best. Hey, prime follow.
How you doing? Well, actually, I'm not gonna ask you how you're doing, Tuber, because you know what? You like being quiet. So if I asked you, that would be fucked up.
Yeah, have a good one lurking and like sticking around. Thanks for the follow.
Yeah.
We fucking appreciate it. But fuck you.
Fuck yeah, we appreciate it. Anyway, let's get some chickens up in here. You know what I think it is? Yo, look at this. Inky, what are you doing back here? Go away. Anastasia Bako.
Dude, I just want all these people to die.
Whoa. Sound like Nathan now.
I don't know what to do with them. I wanna kill them.
Well, now you really sound like Nathan. There we go. We're gonna have a chat full of dots. That's the plan. I'm gonna stop being scared of being my true self. I'm gonna say fucked up shit. If I get banned, I'm gonna stop saying JK. I'm gonna stop saying sorry. That's it. I sound like I'm gonna be like a Nazi now, but
Another liar.
I'm filled with
Not
ADHD.
only-
Another liar. Okay, good. You belong here, Tuber. You
Welcome,
can't
man.
hear? Well, then that's your problem if you're deaf. Like, just turn on the captions. I don't know what to tell you. See, that's the type of stuff I would say off stream and not say JK. And This is so fucked up. Anyway. Bro, you just put the thing, okay? I know you just put the thing on, because Timmy said you could literally just put it on and still listen to chat. So, I know that you hear us. Kind of fucked up, bro.
I'm almost done re-educating them.
Yeah. Show me your cute emotes. Show me them. If you want. They're okay. They're not as cool as our emotes, but they're okay. Wait, are you live right now? Wait, that's not you. I'm a dumbass. Oh my god, Shino Blanky. These are actually pretty cute. Everyone has this one. This one is not original. Bongo, you want to see an original emote that no one has? No, you don't? Well, I'm going to show it to you anyway. Look, does anyone have a god emote? Probably. But does anyone have their dead dog as an emote? Probably not. So, oh, shit. What did I just do? So, yeah.
You can get all those for the low price of free with your Prime.
It's true. Facts, right? No one has their dead dog. You see, like, this is all people. These are cool emotes, but these are all people, you know? I actually like this one a lot. This one's funny. But, you know, you don't have... Yeah, I don't have the best emotes, but you don't have my dead dog. So, kind of sussy baka. You do have that one, though, Tuber. That one is nice. You know why I made those? Because I was like, followers... Just for pressing the follow button, you shouldn't get that many emotes, and I don't have that many good ones. So I literally took a picture of my face and cut it in 4, and I was like, there, people should be happy. And actually, people like it.
You're such a giving man.
I am, yeah.
You're such a giving man.
People like
Thank
it.
you. Bless your soul.
I'm a giving man, and you're, wait, what's the opposite of giving?
Not only are you giving me a place to stay for 7 days.
I'm giving you my dick, too.
Oh, fuck off.
What? Bro, I'm saying all these jokes. You're gonna come through and you're gonna be like so scared that I'm gonna rape you in the middle of the night. But I'm not gonna do it.
I'm gonna be clutching my cheeks and it's like you walk in with like lube.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be like this. I'm gonna be like, are you ready, Zinel?
You see me disappear in the middle of the night. Nah, watch me Uno reverse card you. It's like,
bro,
you thought, huh?
you push it into me. I mean, what? When someone tells a bad joke. Oh, actually, when someone tells a bad joke on this channel, we do this one, apparently, because of Dinel.
No. That's when you say something boring.
Oh, fuck you.
This is when you tell a bad joke.
Oh.
Like, come on, bruh.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. That's when I put makeup on. How does it look, Tuber?
You got that bruh face.
I do. Rosie, why'd you say what? What happened?
I think it's because I'm saying I want Rosie to die already.
Oh. I better not be making midnight rescue missions to Brooklyn.
Butter died.
Bro, you don't know where I live. How are you gonna rescue him? Butter died? Nice. Butter hasn't been around in a while, and I have lip masks for her, so fuck her. I'm just joking. Pretty ping.
Right.
Aw, you think I'm pretty? That's so sweet. Rip Butter. Never gonna give you up? Fuck! I should have banned that shit. I don't know why I didn't. I got a pee-pee. What the fuck happened to the carrots? The hell? Pretty ping.
You're next.
Rosie's next to be pretty ping? What?
Die of old age.
Oh.
It says how much longer you have left.
Rosie hates me because I'm a Jew. She DM'd me yesterday and she's like, are you sure you're a Jew? Can you like change it up? And I was like, listen, like that's what I was born with. I can't do anything about it. And she's like, oh, I think I might stop watching because of that. And I was like, you know, I get it. Like I never asked to be a Jew, you know? I lived a good
Oh,
life. You see, she's so mad that she wants to. I don't want to go too far, so I'm gonna stop there. Surskit.
Don't stop. What did we just talk about?
I can't listen. Saying certain. I don't know. I was gonna say she wants
You
to.
fucking pussy.
I was gonna say she wants to kill herself because I'm Jewish or some shit, but I didn't say it.
What?
So yeah.
Why would you say that?
Because she
That's
said
fucked
I
up.
lived a good life, so I thought that's the reference. Like, Surskit, me,
She did live a good life. She was
Wait.
like one of my best workers.
She's a slave because she's a woman. Wow, kind of messed up, bro.
Dude, my brother makes a joke about Jews. He's like, what's the word?
I will not
What's
stand
that?
for this, Rosie. Well, you're not a mod. You can't do anything about it, Pete. Anyway, I will not stand for
What's-
racism. It's
What's
funny
an
though.
opinion that's not very much agreed upon? He
Um,
says, and then he's like, other than like hating on the Jews and how they don't deserve rights.
that is true. Listen,
then he-
Tuber, wait. Do you play Pokemon? You're Jewish too? No way. Bullshit, you're Jewish. I had to check your account created to make sure you're not the guy I banned. That was Jewish, and I ban Jews around here. But I won't ban
Sometimes.
YouTuber. Yeah, sometimes.
Is he actually Jewish?
Why you say he? You don't
I
know
mean,
if you don't know if SearchyTuber69 is
I'm
Jewish.
sorry.
I mean,
If they want to drop the pronouns, they can drop them. You said you're gonna say she forever, and I'm gonna say he. That way it swaps between them.
when did we say that?
You said you were gonna say she from now on.
Wait, is being? Oh, did I?
Yeah, you
I
said
might have.
from
I
now
probably
on-
said that as a joke. I don't know. You're Jewish too. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. I'm proud to be Jewish. That's why I have the Jewish tag. Is that how you found me? Wait, why doesn't it go in? That's what she said. Oh, because I'm dumbass.
See, they're he they.
He,
I
they,
read their
dude.
mind.
He, they, dude. Alright. So you are a he Jewish. Wait, we weren't even being racist. Because if you say something against a Jew, that's not racist. That's something else, probably. Bean is mad. I can see what she was saying before about banter. Actually, I can't. She can't take some banter.
Bean's the best. She's always fun to talk to.
She's okay. She's fun to play Minecraft with.
That's what I'm saying. I love talking to her in Minecraft.
Yeah, she's pretty chill. No, that's racism. If you say something against Jews, but Judaism's not a race, it's a religion. So, no, it's not. That is wrong information. What Chimmy said, fuck you. No, I'm joking. You're okay.
Obviously not a Jew, doesn't know what he is.
Yeah. Hey. Just being a complete asshole to everyone. Is that how I am IRL? I don't know if I'm portraying my IRL self accurately. You know.
Alright, up or down?
Yo, what? Dinelle, can you tell me when I'm being my IRL self and when I'm being something else? So
I'll meet you, and then I'll tell you.
No, my IRL self was like what us talking on Discord after stream.
When
Like,
we met Inky,
yeah, that was like how I am.
you're being a little bit more like yourself lately.
Yeah, just being an asshole, basically.
I wouldn't say that. Well, I say you're funny because you do it with taste.
Thank you. All those cute emotes were VTuber ones? Really? Oh, they look nice.
Oh, he
Everyone-
likes VTubers?
Yeah, he's one of those.
I love VTubers.
Yeah, I like jerking off to them in the bathroom too.
Same.
They're very virtual.
entertaining.
Yeah.
You should become a
with
VTuber
cla-
for like
with
a month.
taste. I thought of it. I tried to make a VTuber thingy, but it's
What would
hard.
it be?
I guess it should be a monkey, but yo, Katie,
know
what's
somebody
up?
that Can make you something.
What? I know. How are you not subscribed yet? Good point, Katie. Yeah, go ahead. JK. No, gotta stop saying JK. Do you like VTubers, Searchy? Well, your name is literally Tuber, so I'm guessing you're a red tuber, you're a porn tuber, and you're a VTuber, yeah? Where do I go? I need more chicken. I need more chicken, bro. Give me the chicken. I wish I could auto like everything. It's so annoying. You have so much resource management. What's up? I'm a PNG tuber. But haven't... you know what's cool, Inky? I don't think anyone asked you. That sounded mean. Because I was. Fuck you. I was just joking. What is a PNG tuber? Oh, you just have a PNG. I gotta send you my character. I want VR chat just to use those avatars people made. I want to...
What would you be?
Me or...
Yeah, you. What would you be?
I'd be a monkey, I guess. I don't know.
Ooh, you should be like a monkey with the crown and
I
like
guess
ping
so.
pong,
Yeah.
ping pong paddles.
Yeet. What's up, gamer? I should. If someone could make it for me, I'll pay you in the future because I'm not paying you now. And yeah. Beat Saber? Yeah, I would beat my Saber if I had VR chat. If I had a VR headset, I would beat my Saber all day.
If I could draw something.
Rosie is very inappropriate lately. I don't know what's wrong with her.
You see my my profile pic for Discord?
Yes, I remember it.
You
Yeah.
made it.
No way.
What is it?
Wait, is it new then?
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, give me a
It's
second.
it's the lamb. It's the lamb.
Let me see. These nuts. These nuts. God damn it, Inky. Where is your talk, Dino? Talk.
Talk.
Press the wrong button. No, on Discord.
Dude, just go to
Gallery, yeah. Oh shit, that looks so cute.
Right?
Join the
Luke.
Discord if you want to know what we're talking about.
She made it with her finger on her iPad.
Oh, that's really cool.
She said no straight lines because she sucks at something.
Discord profile picture. Dinel's new one. Ping, you ding dong. I do have a ding dong, and you have to stop talking about it, Rosie. It's making me uncomfortable. I'd be a vampire wolf fox with scales and dragon snoot. Okay. I don't know what to say to that. SIM? Oh, I'm not playing Sims right now. Were you trying to make me say simp so you could report me? Ha, I'm smarter than that. Burp? I don't want to burp.
Seems so dupe.
Huh? Oh my god, I have to get the radioactive ones.
Radioactive.
Yo, can you delete one of the messages from Inky, please?
No, I'm in the middle of a game.
Alright, fair. Fuck. A vampire wolf fox with that was just so much that I couldn't like think about what it was. Do you have a picture of it, Tuber? You see, the old me would like think really hard to understand what that is. The new me, which is the IRL me, is like, fuck it, I can't think about that right now. I'm sorry. That's a lot of work.
No, don't say sorry.
Yeah, well, okay.
Say not sorry.
You're very obvious, Inky. I get it. Okay. Woo! Aw. Sorry, I don't date viewers. Oh my god, there's so many chicken here. And Tabby Slime.
Wait till I get there.
Yeah, when Dinal gets here, I'm gonna smash his asshole into. I'm gonna tear it up. He thinks I'm joking, but I'm not. Like, bro, I'm not joking.
You're gonna make me blush, bro.
Gonna make you more than blush, bro.
Oh. Is that a promise?
It's a promise, bro. It's a pinky promise.
Aww.
When did this new IRL agenda start? When I just got tired enough to mention it. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like, so when we first went into Inky's stream, I was being very, very myself. And it was off stream in Discord. And it was just really good vibes and everyone was having fun. And I feel like being more myself is being more edgy, which is why I was always scared to do that on stream. But I feel like I should just do it, you know? He says that next thing is going on a date with Dinel. Chat should... Well, Dinel's a mod. That's different.
I mean, we are gonna go on dates.
Yeah, but he's a
Go
mod.
traveling.
He's not a viewer. He's a mod. There's a difference.
We're gonna go to the park. We're gonna go to the bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge. We're gonna go eat.
I'm not gonna lie.
Uh,
I'm gonna need to make Pokemon content a lot of times. So I know it's gonna be your vacation, but I'm not gonna be able to hang out with you all the time.
with me? That's okay. I
Yeah.
can just walk around. Rosie died.
Rosie's talking in chat right now.
Should I harvest meat?
Yeah, you should. So you could suck on it later. Chat should not be here. Third wheeling for real. That was a really fun night on VC. Yeah, it was. That's what I'm saying. You can be edgy as fuck on the podcast. No, I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'm gonna be edgy on Twitch, and if I get banned, I'm just gonna go to YouTube. Like, I've realized that it seems like society is like shifting the other way now, where being edgy again is like being accepted, and you don't get blocked and banned everywhere as much. So fuck it. I don't care anymore.
Take advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. I feel more comfortable to like say stuff now because unironically, because of Andrew Tate and people like that, I feel more comfortable like saying dumb shit as a joke and not being like blasted for it. Even though I think Andrew Tate is like a dumbass. Like,
He is.
yeah.
I was watching a video about Moist Critical about him.
I can't listen to. You're taking some days off? Wait, you're taking days off to hang out with us? Or just saying in general? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, she is. She is taking days off.
Nice. You
I'm also
deserve it.
taking days off. Oh, I
Rosie,
don't
come
deserve
to
it?
New York. True, Rosie, you're in Pennsylvania. But Rosie's pretty young. I don't like if we go drinking and stuff. You're like 17, right? I mean, we could still do other stuff.
Designated driver while she was outside.
And Tuber, if you live in New York, you could come through too. Yeah, I am when Dinell is here. Nice. I have 5 days off of work. Well, I guess not days off because marching band camp, but why are you talking about butts now? Rosie, you gotta chill. Rosie's too much lately. Okay, I see you. Go meet that one girl, Dinell. Edgelord. I wouldn't say I'm an edgelord though. I would just say I'm edgier, like I'm just edgier than not being edgy. I don't know. This song gets annoying after a while, but it's a good song. You're going to New York next summer? Oh shit. Pay attention to Blanky return. Bro, I'm paying attention. I just think everyone is old like me. I cry. Chimmy is old like you. Chimmy's older than, yeah, Chimmy's 70.
So is BK.
Yeah. I'll be called an edgelord. I'll take it. Fuck it. I'm not even saying edgy stuff right now. I guess I was, but it feels nicer to be myself. To have a monotone voice, but still be funny. You know what I mean?
I have a monotone voice, and I'm considered funny sometimes.
True. But you know, you feel like you have to be really entertaining on Twitch. Like, what's up, guys?
I could never.
I could. That's the problem. Not that I like fake it. I think it's just being more energetic. And I'm just tired today. But I do like just talking like this, you know? It feels more real. Goddamn pink slimes. I just don't know. I always thought it would be boring for you guys. That's why I don't do it. But honestly, fuck it. Like, some of you guys told me before, like, just be yourself, right? And the people that like those vibes will stick around, and that's true. We're 2022. There's an audience for literally everything, right? So,
I mean, we're here.
Jimmy's not older than me. Jimmy's not older than me. Jimmy is a young boy. I think SJW was overcorrected and became annoying. True. Also, some people get offended for others. It pissed off a lot of people. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that message. The problem is, it feels like it's going to be 180 towards the other direction, where people are genuinely being assholes because they think they're being edgy. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't think I'm an asshole. I don't think I like genuinely hate groups of people or any of this stuff. So that's why I think I should just make my edgy jokes because I feel like I'm a decent person. Remember the Sonic Adventure 2 dub of Eggman's Twitter announcement? I don't know at all what that is. No. Yeah, When it's
Not.
too when it's too long, the bot doesn't like it, Rosie. Your streams are very fun, don't worry, man. Yeah, but I guess I don't know, like how I am in today's stream is like how I am more IRL. Like more chill, you know, not like high, like I'm high energy and I get excited like when stuff literally surprises me. I'm like, I genuinely go like, what the like I do. But I'm not like 24/7 like you know?
You became a robot for a second for me.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking of starting a stream with my son. I know a streamer who streams with their children sometimes. Just, you know, be aware that it could be, I mean, your kid is like a teenager, right? So I don't think that's too bad. I want to see if he'll play some Ocarina of Time too. Cool. Sorry, Dino, what were you saying?
No, I just said you turned into a robot, like heavy robot.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay. You need to enforce that only type can be an asshole. That only type? OnlyFans? What are you talking about being? That only type? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I'm deaf. You're not. And if you are, just read the subtitles, okay? I accept deaf viewers, but you're complaining too much. Like, listen, I closed my ears before. I know how it is to feel deaf. See, like stuff like that. Like that's pretty fucked up to say, but when whatever, I don't know. He's a tween. I mean, it's your decision, obviously. I would wait until the kid's like 14, unless you don't.
I mean, you could play occasionally with him.
Yeah, unless you don't show him chat. But I mean, it's your decision at the end of the day. I'm not gonna. I don't know what's best for your kid. I don't know your kid. It's just to me, it's like some people are pretty crazy out there.
I mean, we don't have kids.
Yeah.
Period.
Well, I taught over 1,000 Japanese kids.
Jimmy, we believe that you know what's best for your kid.
Fuck you, YouTuber. You put this shit. When you get a genuine compliment. Wait, did I get a genuine compliment? I have to read chat. Only you, not type. Well, that's the thing. I don't think I'm... Go ahead.
BK died.
Oh. Your song is not getting played, Jimmy. You see? YouTube is censoring it. No, it's just age restricted. And the song request thing doesn't allow age restriction.
Now I gotta double check who's dead and who's alive.
Thanks for the follow, Psycho Pirate. Fucking crazy Psycho Pirate. That was really dumb. I don't know why I said that. I can't spell SNS. What? Bean, what are you saying? I'm losing brain cells. I don't know what you're trying to say. You're saying only I can make dumb jokes, right? I think a lot of people should be allowed or like should be socially accepted to make dumb jokes. I think it's hard, right? Because it's hard when you make it towards someone. Like if I say some shit about Mexicans towards Dinell, and I know Dinell's fine with those dumb jokes, I think that should be fine.
I'm not.
Well, then I just ban him. But if like someone comes in and they're like, it's like I have an IRL friend that lost his mom. I'm not gonna go up to him every second and be like, "Oh, your mom's dead," you know, like I don't know. But I have friends that do that to him, and he's fine with it. So I like, is there a limit? I don't know. Like how can you tell? I guess it's interactions, right? The fact that I'm talking to a Mexican and making Mexican jokes shows that like I don't care that he's Mexican, right? I guess that's how it is. I don't know why I got so loud there. He goes to public school. Yeah, I guess he'll be fine then.
Monkey do good.
Jimmy is older than me. I was like, Jimmy is a child. Yeah. I'm tired and I'm stupid. I know you're the perfect demographic that I'm going after. People that give me money because they're stupid, and people that are tired because they don't hear my stupidity. I'm just joking. I don't think you're stupid. I requested a video game song. All right, cool. Thank you for calling me a good monkey, pirate. Butters and Jimmy's movie night VC. She went to the other. Jimmy, you want to see something? Look. The Automod held the message for... The funny thing is, like, people who don't know this community just think you're like fucking hating on Mexicans, and they don't know that you are Mexican. And that's what makes it hard
They
for
are
me.
all over South California. I fucking hate it. I go down there, I'm like, fuck this shit, bro. I'm out.
But this is literally what makes it hard for me to be completely like saying crazy fucked up jokes, because it's like I don't know if people know that it's a joke. Like if Chimmy says fucking Mexicans and some Mexican,
They fucking don't.
Where are my
I
messages?
hope they fucking realize how terrible Mexicans actually are.
no, I'm serious though. Like I don't. That's what I feel like. There's a lot of cool chatters that I'm missing out on, or I might be building a community that's actually like fucked up if I say some of the things I say, which is why I don't say it on stream. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah. That
Like,
makes
what
sense.
if Psycho Pirate fucking hates Mexicans? And after Chimmy said that, he's like, they're like, fucking hell yeah, this is my place. Fuck those Mexicans coming over here to this country. Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want a community like that.
That'd be funnier, because then we could just like, we'll turn on them and be like, "What do you mean, bro? We're just joking."
But the problem is, like, I know Chimmy jokes, right? Because I feel like I know Chimmy well enough. It's just like I said, bro. But like new people, I don't know well enough. I guess I'll just have to like wait, right? And if I see that they're being too much, I'm like, all right, you gotta stop, bro.
Oh yeah, Sonic inflation. Oh no, it says Sonic fanfiction. Well, never mind what I said.
Bro, only if they're 13 and younger, tuber.
Bro.
I'm just joking. I'm joking. Sonic inflation.
Did
Wait,
you
that's
not hear
actually a thing. Sonic inflation is a thing.
I thought you was talking about the Sonic inflation, about how they're racing
Bye,
prices,
pirates.
not wages.
Sorry if I made it weird for you. I only joined a community because you hate women. What the?
Yeah, Sonic inflation
Katie
is
Chimmy.
it's when what is it? It's they're raising prices of food and stuff, but they're not increasing wages, and then like everything else around them is like not building up equally. That's Sonic inflation in Sonic restaurants.
I was thinking of not letting him see chat. You're right. People are ass. Yeah, exactly.
You should Google it. Jiping, if you
Butters
haven't
and
already,
Jimmy's
hurry up.
movies night. Fuck Butter.
What's wrong
Fuck
with that?
Chungus. I'm literally gonna find out where you live, and I'm gonna like not do anything TOS. That's what I'm gonna do. Fucking
It can do
Bug
whatever she
Chungus.
wants. Even though we're crying.
For those wondering, Bug Chungus. How dare you just... Nah, I love Butter. I'm just joking. But also Sag. This is a better movie. What movie is he even watching?
Still
Jokey
hate me?
jokes.
Sad face.
I still feel weird making certain types of jokes on stream. Because I don't want a community that turns into like actually hating, you know? So I don't know. Buzz Lightyear year. Oh, they're watching Buzz Lightyear? Why are you telling? Now everyone's gonna leave for Buzz Lightyear.
Here's Jimmy's Discord.
No relation to Bug Chungus. Yeah. Yo, Bug Chungus, I don't like you, okay? You're too much. I'm literally gonna get you banned from Twitch. I'm not even joking. I'm gonna report all your accounts and get you banned off Twitch. You're too much. You gotta chill. Find other people to like get along with. Like, I don't like being mean. I don't like saying stuff like this. But you don't know the
Why are
right
you
way.
still mad at me? I'm chill.
You don't know the right way to go about things. If someone says stop making new accounts, you don't keep making new accounts. You try to find a different way, right? Maybe you DM me, you say, "Oh, I'm sorry," and then you get specific and you're like, "Please give me another chance. If I do it again, just permaban me. I'll never come back. I understand." Boom. That's all you needed to do. But you're making new accounts and following me and pissing me off more. Like, you just have to use your brain a little. I don't know if you're like 10 years old and that's why you're doing that, but like, I don't even know what to report you for. Like, off Twitch behavior,
Annoying.
there's no spam thing. It's like, Can you just ban every time he follows? Do you know, or is that too much?
I was hoping you would
Give
tell
me
me.
please a second chance.
Ban it every time.
Got you.
He's an. Oh my god, you're fucking annoying. Stop. You're annoying, Chungus. You will never be accepted here. The way that you're doing things. I honestly don't feel about like this. Genuinely, anyone else. There's no one that's like you. You have to stop. Like, you're genuinely angering me. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't get it. And it's not like you've been around for so long that, like, I don't understand. It makes no sense. Your behavior makes no sense to me.
I'm banning Psycho Pirate because it was like 9 minutes ago. So.
Oh, you think Psycho Pirate was him? Yeah, just ban it.
Just
like,
so you know. Like, it's not obvious like the other ones, but it's obvious.
Account created 9 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, ban it. Yeah. How is he automating messages? I don't know. TTSing, I guess? Sorry, Tuber. Usually we have good vibes here. I just... that guy pisses me off. And he's a fellow Jew, too. Can you believe it?
Jews attract Jews.
Jews attract Jews. I mean, it's not because he's Jewish. It's just...
It's only because it's Jewish.
No. Being honest, like, it has nothing to do with him being Jewish, obviously. He's just... He was like asking me to watch something while I was like doing some intense thing in a game, and he kept asking me, and I was like, I'll check it later, and he just kept asking. So I'm like, bro, I'm gonna time you out. So I time him out, and then he's like, why don't you time me out? And I literally time him out for a second just to show him like to stop, because I believe in like second chance, like fourth, fifth chances. I give people a lot of chances. And then he comes back and like. He just keeps saying all this shit. So I banned him accidentally. I was tried to time him out again, but I because he came in as a different username. And I thought he was coming in with an alt account because an account like his was following me, but he just unfollowed and followed. So I ended up banning him by accident. And then I was like, oh shit, I didn't realize, my bad. I unbanned him. I was like, just don't try to avoid timeouts by making new accounts. But you didn't there. That was my bad. He's like, why'd you ban me? What the fuck did you do? Blah, blah, blah. You have to say sorry 10 times. I was like, you know what? Just stop. Get out. And then he just keeps making new accounts and following me the past few days. Yeah, he's giving Chungus a bad name.
For real.
Yeah, of course. It's not because he's Jewish.
It never is because they're Jewish.
Yeah,
We
when
joke.
you see a creepypasta. Can't type to save my life. I'm sorry for missing messages and... It's like I don't know what else I could do. Like I need to learn how to IP ban. Like that's the only. I was literally looking it up earlier.
Timmy, didn't he say he could do it?
They just said to report.
Can you ban an email? Are they using like?
I know someone who IP bans like a big streamer, but I think they use their own website. So. If it was the song that just played, I liked it. That's so extra though. It's so annoying. It's like you're fucking annoying. Stop. I know you're watching. Like stop.
You creep. Look away. Close the monitor. Turn off your phone.
No.
Weirdo.
No.
You too, Rosie.
That's too much. That's too much.
Alright, I'll stop.
So many band. It's all the same guy. It's literally all the same fucker. I almost never get mad like this. Like almost never. I hate doing it though, to be honest. Anyway, sorry. Sorry you guys had to see that side of me.
I'm burying Rosie. Wait. No, it's BK, never mind.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Huh.
Is there an after party? Is there an after party today? DNL's decision.
Rosie's decision.
It's your decision, Rosie.
I mean, like, if there's people, there's an after party.
So edgy.
What do you want to do, Rosie?
I'm not even edgy. It's just fucking, bro. Like, I don't know.
I say if you want an after party,
Or are they
Jimmy's
eating?
stream.
Jimmy's stream.
Well, they're already doing that. They're already together.
Yeah, but Rosie likes to hang out with us more.
We can. That's true.
I don't even know if that's true. Honestly,
I
I
don't
feel.
know.
Go ahead.
What? No,
No,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I feel like I don't like watching movies that much personally.
Oh,
That's about it.
you're an interesting fellow.
Okay.
What do you want to do, Rosie?
Buzz Lightyear movie is mid. The trailer seemed so bad.
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
seems
kidding.
terrible.
One reason I don't want to be a streamer to deal with like certain people. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy streaming. I like this song. Good
meet
song,
cool people.
Tuber. Yeah, you meet cool people. You form parasocial relationships. I would say you make money, but I think
That's the bottom of the list.
yeah, I think anyone who goes into streaming to make money might be successful. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to make money. I'm trying to make a career out of streaming and YouTube, right? But if you go with the expectation that you'll make money, you will be rich behind your wildest dreams, or even make the average salary in the US like in a year. Make sure you have a plan, you know, like a very good plan. Make sure you're very unique in what you're doing. Because chances are you're probably going to be like most of us, playing random games and not being that unique of a person. Why does that fall? That sounded so sad. Not that I'm not a unique person or that other streamers aren't unique people, but we don't bring unique things to the table, you know?
Wait, Rosie. Rosie. You want to play Mario Party?
I do that as a viewer. I think I might stream again. Okay. I like movie nights, but I'm way too brain dead for one tonight. Fair. I don't like movie nights. I barely like watching movies with family. I'm not gonna like, no offense to you guys, like watch movies with you guys. Like where the screen is smaller. Actually, it's kind of fun to like watch stuff and talk to you guys, because at least we're like talking at the same time as the movie going on. But like I have to sit on this chair. It's not relaxing. I don't know.
Why don't you just go somewhere else?
Yeah, I guess I could lie down and watch, but I just don't like movies in general that
Sometimes
much.
I just go on my phone and just watch it there.
Yeah. In the words of Danny Glover, I'm too old for this shit. I think Inky liked Buzz Lightyear. Undertale songs are good. True. Does not deserve
What?
hair. He has hair.
It's dumb.
What happened?
Where did you put it?
What happened?
Your charger's missing. How do you lose a charger?
Don't say
Wait.
sorry.
No, that's fine. She should be sorry.
Okay, say sorry. Sorry for telling you not to say sorry.
But yeah,
That's
that's
like-
fine.
Tuber, you put good music.
That's crazy. I don't know how you would lose one. Like maybe misplace. I have 3 though.
Guys, are you proud of me? I have a stalker.
You've made it.
I've
It's
made
official.
it. I made it. And it's Tuber. Tuber, you gotta chill. It's Inky, actually.
Inky is way into you.
Yeah, it's too much, Inky. You gotta chill. She doesn't hear it. It's okay. This close to just buying a charger because I can't find it. Jesus, if you're gonna buy a charger because you can't find it, you might as well gift a sub, because the button is there. Am I wrong? If you have the money to buy it, nah, I was just joking. But also, what the fuck? Look for the charger. How long has it been missing?
Go look for it. Where could it be? Where did you use it last?
Yeah. Don't
Like,
spend
it's
money
not-
on it.
It should be attached to a wall.
Tuber, I'm joking.
Did you take it to ban? She didn't take it to ban camp because she said she was off the grid.
Every time someone says Bandcamp, I just think of this one time in Bandcamp from that movie.
We need to watch that movie. That movie's hilarious.
Why didn't the
Have you ever
zombie
seen
cross
it?
the road? He had no guts. Ah! That's a good one. Have I seen it? Of course.
Amazing movie.
You were about to buy a charger because you unplugged it and couldn't find it. Oh, you're saying you? I thought you were saying you found it. It was like unplugged. Never mind. I'm a dumbass. Good question, Jimmy. I am. That's why I'm a streamer.
After you unplugged it, where did you place it?
Wow, what a great question.
Oi, I'm just helping her retrace her steps.
Yeah, I know. But at the same time, it sounds so dumb. I know. I do the same. I do the same exact thing. I do literally the same exact thing. But it sounds so dumb. It's like, so you lost your keys. Where did you put them? Well, I lost them.
No. What I meant to say is, because like after you grabbed it and unplugged it, do you remember where you might have put it down? Because obviously you had to put it down somewhere.
Bro.
And then maybe it was somewhere that somebody could have grabbed it, you know, and they would have placed it somewhere else.
True. Do you have other than Apple? I wish I knew. Oh, you're knocking out. All right. Have a great night, Bean. Thanks for popping in. I'm looking forward to meeting you and seeing what like meeting old people is like. So that should be cool.
I'm curious how Bean's gonna be in person.
I think she'll be the same as like Minecraft.
I've talked to her. She seems amazing. I want to see the food she gives us.
Yeah, it better not have pork.
I'm gonna really judge Bean on the food. If the food isn't good,
you know the quote, but not the movie. It's because my cousin says the quote all the time. He says quotes from movies and then makes it his own. So that's why.
This time in band camp?
Yeah, this one time in band camp. Oh, fuck, I forgot the name. Not gonna lie.
Look up the song "Heartbeats and 808s."
Just song question.
Bound to.
Night Bean, tough titties. I lost my whole Switch light. No, what? How do you lose a whole Switch? What the fuck, bro? I'm pretty sure I threw it in a jar, but I looked in the jar. Oh. I made a new account and played for a bit, so I'm gonna stream. Okay. Bye, Nathan. Tuber, you mentioned a Pokemon earlier. Do you watch Pokemon? Because I'm a Pokemon streamer, even though I'm not playing Pokemon right now. And a Pokemon YouTuber, even though I'm not.
Hey man, it's the weekend. Tell him to go watch your video, and if he likes what he sees,
then he should come to my house?
Yeah.
Cool. Just like you. I don't know him like that,
But I
bro.
don't like Pokemon.
What if he's younger than 18? Then I can't say that shit. Judge me. I know my foods you stinks. I don't know. You're talking about stinky food.
I don't know, bro.
You love Pokemon? Let's go, bro. Hell yeah. I'm literally going all Pokemon all day, every day. So that makes me
Except
happy.
for weekends.
No, we played PokeMMO earlier.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be all day. Yeah. Hell yeah.
So
that
all
got me
day,
way too
every day,
excited.
except for weekends.
No, weekends we're playing PokeMMO. We played PokeMMO
Partial.
today. Yeah,
But you said
partial.
all day, every day.
Yeah, I lied. It's not even all day, every day on weekdays, but it starts. We start streams off with Pokemon. We're Nuzlocking Soul Silver right now. All right, sorry, Rosie. I hate Pokemon. I love whatever Rosie loves. I love rap music and band practice, and
It's interesting. She likes rap
I
music.
really like
Damn.
Starbucks, but I don't like coffee, even though I work at Starbucks. I also know this cool streamer called Liam. What else do I know about Rosie? I really hate like the nasty jokes when there's too many jokes that are like too nasty. I think it's like too much. I like to respect other people, but not whammon. Yeah, I think that describes you well, right? Except the last part, obviously. Oh, off work? Hell yeah. Especially Charizard. Charizard's cool, but that's very basic, bruh. You butt face. I do have a face on my butt. That's messed up, Rosie. You're calling me ugly every time you say you butt face. Unless you like to sit on butts, but we're not gonna go there.
I can't wait.
Dinelle, do you like sitting
Can't
on butts?
wait. I like sitting on yes, on
Oh.
butts. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Apparently I have a butt face, so we should be having a good time when you come over. I need to give the
Agreed.
carrots. Your tag has Pokemon? It does, and it will always have Pokemon. I don't have the time to switch that shit every time I stream something different. I am a Poke YouTuber and a Poke streamer from now on, so. The things I would do to some human Pokemon, though? True! I mean, what? That's basically bestiality, bro. Why'd you only call me when you're high?
Yay! I fixed Moog.
Nice. Do people actually call people if they're high? Do you think Inky left because I made her sad?
Maybe not.
I'm sorry. Smash or pass Pokemon. It's like bestiality. Would you guys do it with a dog? Like, don't lie. Like you've never looked at your dog once and been like, yeah, me neither. Not that
All
way.
right.
The other way. What's the other way? Huh? I'm so happy
should
I
get
actually look like
revived.
my favorite anime character. Who's that? Wait, you were at work today? That sucks, gamer. What am I doing?
I'm gonna make this one Jimmy.
I have so much money. Markiplier did Smash or Pass. Yeah, and then everyone copied him after that.
That was funny. That was really creative.
Yeah, but has no one done it before him? I'm just curious. I'm gonna send you videos. Please watch it. Sure. Why? What'd you laugh?
Because of the other guy.
Oh, yeah.
The Chungus.
It's okay. Nathan is different. I sent it to you on my second account. Okay.
Oh, I
no.
thought it was the tuber guy.
I want to murder a Machamp and eat it. Interesting? Question mark? It's about your favorite anime character? Okay. Hey! No, you piece of shit! You ate my chicken! What the hell? That's messed up. Anyway. Did you guys see that? He ate my chicken. He did. He in fact did. Alright, let's pick all this up. Rip chicken. Rip chicken indeed. He killed my chicken. And now I'm hot. Inky be like, yeah, I know. I'd be like, chill, Inky, chill. I'm gonna put heartbeats in the silo. Let's go. Oh, it's been 5 hours already. Time flies when you're kind of having fun. I'm just joking. I'm having fun. Hey, it's me. Yo, can you ban Chungus in chat, please? Chimmy Chungus? I don't know who that is.
Oh, I was actually gonna do it.
I would love bestiality, though. Listen, as long as the animal consents, I don't see a problem. Now, how you get the animal to consent, that's the question, you know.
The hard part. And
Run
I'm
it
not
back.
talking pee-pee.
Yeah. Would you... I love this song. Would you smash your own dog if it was horny for you?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
That's actually really gross.
Yeah. Did you ever look at, like... Has anyone in chat ever looked at your own dog and... No? Okay. Do it? You think I... Well, I can't smash him now. He's dead. But... We don't have his body or anything. Yeah, I'll probably watch it after stream. Because I'm a nice streamer. Only if it was dead first. I guess that's the thing, right? Like, no joke now. If someone were to want to eat humans, shouldn't that be fine? As long as they're dead? and like their family consents to it, or they consent before they die to getting eaten by humans. Like if someone wanted to eat me after I was dead, I wouldn't care. I'm dead. I mean, like that's me personally. So like, you know what I mean? Like society blocks us from having these tough conversations. But I'm just saying, I'm not saying I want to eat people. I don't want to eat people. Like I want to eat.
Can they eat the guy?
No, I don't want to eat a guy. I want to eat people
No,
out.
no. I want to eat your body after you die.
You want to eat me after I die?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, like, the only thing is I would want my organs or whatever it could be, like, for science to be pushed to science. But I don't care what happens to my body after that. Like, as long as my family doesn't find out, so they're not weirded out. Like,
so I could stuff you with pork?
yeah, you could stuff with me with pork and eat me. Just don't kill me so you could eat me. You know, that's different. Don't do that.
They say that pork is the closest tasting meat to human.
And that's why Jews don't eat it. And that's why Jews are the best. And that's why Jews are God's people. Because we don't eat.
And this is why Jews get attacked by people.
Because...
in history.
Rosie, I'm sorry. You see, I feel bad when I say dumb shit, and then Rosie doesn't like it. And if no one is laughing, then I feel even stupider. My feeling...
Isn't that clear awkwardness?
Huh?
Don't you like awkwardness?
I like awkwardness when it's like... when it becomes something funny. I don't like awkwardness just for the sake of awkwardness. Like, I don't like going to a job interview and being nervous, but I like if, like, I went to a job interview and they said, like, you want to suck my cock for the job? Like, I think that would be funny. Unless they genuinely wanted me to suck their pee-pee. Then I would be like, this is too much.
This is going to be a pee-pee.
Yeah.
Are you assuming gender?
When did I assume gender? Science could have a baseline for smallest pee-pee.
Oh, God, you're talking about a damn patooey.
I don't know what I'm talking about, bro. The smallest pee-pee was 0.1 inches on a baby. That's like that's like the most.
That was me. That was me, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, somehow Tuber got the info.
What?
You see, I feel bad when I say weird shit.
Don't
sometimes.
Be happy.
I should not care.
We
but I
need
do
more
care.
people.
I care about how other people feel about stuff. That's why. I actually care. That's why it's hard for me to like say a lot of stupid shit, because I know some people care or don't like it or whatever. But I don't know. Justin Bieber, ew. Ew. Alright, this game is getting boring right now. I don't know what else I could do. I do know what else I could do. I'm just not doing it right now. You know what? Let's go exploring again. Let me give this carrots. Let me make sure there's enough hens for the bombers.
Bombers?
Yeah.
What are you planning to do with that, Maping?
I don't know what he's saying. Oh, what's up, G? Trying to make them bomb things. What's up, Gio? You changed your name. Why'd you change it? No, not on a tower. 3 Joe Commandos are in Jimmy's VC, of course. Sweet.
Oh yeah, they were actually watching Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, I know.
That's
okay. Go watch it, bro.
Nathan?
Don't ask what FNAF character I was in for, because I'll tell you right now. Alright, so I won't ask.
I bet it's Mango.
Rosie, why do you like watching? Why do you like being here? I'm curious. If it's okay to ask. Because I know why Inky likes being here. I feel like I know why Chimmy likes being here. I feel like I know why Dino likes being here.
Why? Why do you think I'm here?
Because you feel bad for me.
You're right.
And because it's just chill. And sometimes I play games you like. And there's cool people that are here so that you could talk to.
Cool people. Definitely the cool people part.
Everything else doesn't matter, yeah.
We get to see some cool people here, and I think that's the best part. Watch Rosie be like, "I'm here for Dino."
Roxy? I don't even know FNAF enough to know who Roxy is. Because you're genuinely entertaining and chill, plus the song requests. Aw.
Song requests, yeah.
You see, Rosie is an S tier chatter because she knows what to say to make a streamer feel good about themselves.
Song requests are definitely up there. I forgot about that. I'm not listening.
Roxy has an OnlyFans. Oh god, my brother changed it. Oh, I liked Geo before Betty and Geo, but that's not a big difference. Tuber made a face. I'm here because Pink plays Pokemon. Hey yo, that's not true. You were here before I was playing Pokemon. But
No.
hey, that's the best answer because yeah, he was.
What were you playing before you?
What, gamer?
Played? Yeah.
Mario Kart.
Not really.
Kinda.
I don't think so.
Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, he said he is here because I play Pokemon, so. Holy shit! How'd I get here? I gotta give you more food, bro. Give me the chicken. Num num.
Do you like this game a lot?
This game, it's addicting, yeah.
Yeah. Cult of Lamb is addicting too, bro.
I could see that.
I think you would really like it.
I think so too. I like games like where you can progress. The thing I don't like about Mario is you don't really progress.
Yeah, Cult of Lamb, lots of progression. A lot. Everything you do is progression.
Yeah.
You progress the story, and to progress the story, you progress the cult, and when you progress the cult, you progress the story.
Gotcha. Yeah, how you gonna be mad on vacation? Don't be mad when you visit me, bro.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I would never. I'm rarely mad. I'm more disappointed.
That's sad. I actually don't get mad often either.
I think it's a waste of energy to be sad or mad.
I agree.
Because just go focus on something else.
Like, you know how I just like fucking got mad from you know who? Have I?
When?
No, the name that shall not be named. The guy that got banned a lot recently.
When?
Today.
When did I ask?
Bro, fuck you. But
You
like,
should've seen it coming, bro.
I should have. But that's like I haven't gotten mad like that on stream or even off stream probably in a long time. Or I guess during the subathon I felt like I was mad, but you said nah, that was fine. So
I think that was a different kind of mad.
that was just annoyed, I guess.
The one right now?
No, the one right now is mad, I think.
Yeah, that one's mad. The one before is just like, grouchy.
Yeah, so I think it's probably the only time I genuinely got mad on stream. Like, I don't get mad that often.
I'm gonna clip it later.
Okay. Now she still got that ass. Says the bud. That's why I'm here because you gave my friend $50 and I'm trying to cash in. So you should stop giving me money, bro. Every time I see a bit come in, I'm like, I feel like a god. Partially, and other reasons. Shilodin has a good chest too. Welcome back, Nathan. Ping never rages. That's why it's not in my Mario Kart videos. True. True. I don't really rage much. Cause like it's a waste of energy. Like what does raging get you? It just makes you feel like shit. And then people like if it's good for content, like I'll like jokingly rage. Not because I'm trying to or like do it for content, but because it's just like I'm mad, but it's not like mad, you know? Like it's hard to be mad. Because like you're so in control of your own. Hey, let's go. Thanks for the bit. You keep telling me what to do. True. I remember you don't like that. I also sent for Toy Chica and Vanny. Oh, I don't know. Vanny GEO? There's too much Jokas in there. Joka Mantas. You asshole. Why don't you eat fruits? They're good for you. I like this song. what's it called? Being genuinely mad is just a waste of energy. Like in video games, when I'm mad, it's like it's not. Oh yeah, I was just saying we have control over our own emotions and our own actions. So why would you get mad when you could not? You know? Not that I'm perfect, but I think that's why I don't get angry too often. When your mind. I will say, like, I started out tired this stream. I'm feeling pretty good, and it's because of you guys, and I'm getting sulky and cringe, so I'm gonna stop talking now. Judas, oh my god. There was this one girl in Japan who had a crush on me, actually. She asked me out through a proxy, and I said no.
What's a proxy?
Like through another person.
Oh.
Oh, she was drunk, and and I was like, no.
Was it a Japanese girl or was it like
Nah,
somebody...
it was a Hispanic girl, actually.
Oh, Hispanic. That makes a lot of sense.
No, what do you mean that makes a lot? I've rejected.
You're like shy about that kind of stuff.
About what type of stuff?
Like they cover their faces. I
Hispanic?
Feel like...
Oh, she wasn't a shy person, but she was shy with me. Like, cause she liked me.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, cause she liked me.
Yeah. Oh. Not every. Oh, I don't know. Never mind. Fuck off, the Nelson. All right.
Bro, you just told everyone your real name.
Don't clip it.
I just realized I've rejected more people than I've gotten rejected. But I haven't really asked many girls out, so. From the ones I have, like, I got rejected. But I've rejected more. But I've done it in a nice way. Like.
Carry some real clout, bro. That's a lot of power.
No, I just don't go out much, that's why.
I'm thinking about that now, and
wait, is the cat? Oh, you're looking at the tags? It's the tags, bro. That's what we're doing now. So.
I think I rejected a couple girls without knowing I rejected.
Oh yeah.
Them.
Probably.
Because I remember a couple girls were like, "Oh, we should do this after school."
I mean, that's.
And I was like, I gotta go home. I can't. Sorry.
And they're like, "What the?" But I mean, to be honest,
I was just being sincere.
That's not necessarily like they could have just wanted to hang out.
No, they liked me.
Like, I think guys overestimate. I don't know. I think guys overestimate like girls just like if a girl is kind to you, like sometimes guys will be like, "Oh my god, she likes me," and it's like, yeah, or maybe she's just being nice to you.
Nah,
like,
because I know when a girl is just nice to me.
Okay.
Because
Nelson, yeah, that's his full name.
Nah, that's not my name.
Well,
what the fuck?
Del Nilsson.
I can't believe nobody deleted that.
That wasn't spelled right anyway, right? So that's a nice view, right?
Nelson.
Right, Danelle?
Rosie, you write that again.
You get perma-banned. Yeah. Sorry, I stopped chatting. I got horny a little. Bro,
what?
Don't be sorry that you stopped chatting.
I gotta go masturbate. BRB.
All right.
What the fuck?
What, Nathan? Guys are idiots. Yeah. And girls are assholes. Yeah. I was just joking. Kinda, right? I think it depends. It obviously depends on the person, but like girls might. I don't think girls are assholes. I think a lot of girls just don't realize what guys go through, and then a lot of guys are just like dumbasses, and they obviously don't realize what a lot of girls go through. Like
I feel like girls tend to get a little bit more flattered, and like guys tend to go. Sorry. Guys tend to go towards girls a lot more, so then they're used to the attention, while girls don't go after guys as often. So
yeah, girls definitely don't go after guys as often. How do I get this one? Oh my god, bro, what the fuck?
So when a guy gets chased, they don't know how to tell when a girl likes them or not, because it doesn't happen often.
Well, I think more so it's just
straightforward.
I think a lot of girls are just like, will keep a guy as like a friend, right? And it's like, I think guys are. If a girl is being nice to them, guys would be much quicker to be like, "Oh my god, she likes me," as opposed to the other way around. If that makes sense.
That's not true. I feel
I
like
think that's true. They know our
Hey,
secrets.
you.
I think that's true. I think guys, if a guy,
I think
like-
it varies from girl to girl. Like not all
yeah, I
girls
mean, of
are-
course, not all girls, but I think like more so than the other way around.
Yeah, that's true. I'm
Um,
trying to think of a counterpoint.
I got the thing.
Let's see.
Gold plort. Gold
feel like-
plort. Go ahead.
From my experience,
What?
man, it's just that I never took the opportunity to like. I never had the ability to take opportunities and be in a relationship as a kid
Yeah,
because
same.
it was too complicated. Well, I don't think we're in the same boat. For me, it was just like I had to get home, and the bus was the only way home. And I'd be a nuisance to my parents if I stayed around.
You see what I mean? Ace said, I met a girl who talked to me for the first time. Like, that's good, but it just...
You ever see that meme of like, a girl touches guy's hand, and she says thank you, or
yeah.
something like that, and then he's like, he looks at his hand, and then like, core memory.
Yeah. Never gonna watch the hand again. I'm not gonna lie. I was like that a bit when I was younger. Like, for sure. I was like, if I got along with a girl and we're talking and like kind of flirtying, like I would think, oh, this might go somewhere. Where a lot of times it's just like, no. A lot of girls just like to say shit. And they don't realize that the guy thinks it's more. Like, oh, you would only say this to me type thing.
I remember. Well, here's the thing.
Wait, let me read chat. Go ahead with this and then I'll read chat.
Can I say it?
Yeah.
All right. So, I remember there was this one girl, and I really, really liked her. And this is like 8th grade.
Mhm.
And I never knew about Zelda.
Okay.
And she would talk about Zelda all the time. And for some reason, Zelda always stuck in my head, that name. And I never cared enough to look into it. And then years pass, and Zelda, I hear about this game, Zelda Breath of the Wild. Oh, I know Zelda. That one girl.
That's why
I
you
really
mentioned her in the past.
Mention her?
Yeah,
Who?
you mentioned Zelda. I swear to God, you mentioned her in the past. You don't even
Zelda.
remember.
What are you talking about? You're just bullshitting. Whatever. This girl, she always talks about
Okay.
Zelda and shit. And that's, and it just caught it became engraved in my memories, even though I only heard it from her.
That's cool. Let me
That was-
read. That was nice. Yeah, I have some memories with people that are nice, that are ingrained, you know? I met a girl who
Yeah.
talked to me for that. They know our secrets, JK. Or mainly us men want some girls to become a woman and ask us out. No, I've had girls ask me out before. I'm not a player,
I've
but
never had that.
I've had that.
Well-
But like, I don't know. I think I would rather ask the girl out, to be honest.
Wanna hear my story of a girl not asking me out?
Well, actually, it depends. Yeah. Before that, let me catch up with chat. Give me a second. Guys are idiots. I met a girl who talked to me. I'm reading the same thing. Mainly us men want that. It doesn't happen often unless you're paying. Want girls to become a woman and ask us out. Rip. All the girls I flirt with end up leaving. I get no girls. Your mom's so stupid she got hit by a parked car. That's true, she did. I told the guy I liked them in like 8th grade and he gave me no response. Yeah, the biggest thing is response. Like, I asked the girl out and she said no, and I was like, okay, can you... Well, I guess she said no. But I was like, can you tell me why? And she just didn't want to tell me why. And that aggravated me at the time because I was like, I literally told her, I'm like, I don't care if you think I'm ugly, if you think my personality is shit. I just want to know. Like, can you tell me why? And she's like, no. And I was like, okay, whatever. Then he dated a different girl a week later. Oh, shit. I don't think he liked you, Rosie. It's hard to tell someone that you don't like them. Because, like, liking someone is...
difficult.
Yeah, and also it's not very straightforward and it's messy. Like you could like someone and you could dislike someone for dumb reasons. And you don't want to tell someone like if I dislike someone, it's not because I think they're a bad person most of the time. It's just that I feel like for whatever reason it's not going to work out, right? So getting that across without like hurting the other person's feelings is hard, but I think important. All right, what were you going to say? Sorry for talking so much.
I was saying something about how the girl was like, all right, I was playing this game about building like cars, and I'm messaging this girl at the same time.
Okay.
And then she's like, oh, what are you playing? I'm like, oh, I'm playing this game, blah blah blah. She's like, oh, interesting. I'm also playing a game. I'm like, oh, cool. What game are you playing? And she's like, I don't know, like. It's about fireworks. I'm like, oh, cool. That's a fucking weird ass game, bro. What do you do? And she's like, well, you just play around until.
What does this have to do with anything? What does this have to? What are you talking about?
It's a girl, and she's telling me she likes me.
Oh. I was so. I guess I wouldn't see that either. I was like, what the fuck are you
saying?
I mean, like. I get she's trying to make conversation, right?
Dude, what do you think the fireworks is?
Sex? I don't know. What?
Yes. Well, she's masturbating. Right? And then
while
she's
watching
like,
you?
I'm like, oh, cool. Yes.
That's
like,
so weird.
Picture of me. I'm like, oh.
You're like, cool. I feel good about myself, but also, can you not?
Thank you. Well, she was hot as fuck, so I don't know.
Let me read chat for a second. They lasted for a week. Oh wow, it's good. You dodged a bullet. It sounds like one girl I know liked me, but she never told me since 10th grade during the Texas freeze. I came back to her weird moments trying to flirt. She licked my hand. She said if I stuck my hand in a swarm of ants, she'd kiss me. It was mainly around me. Moaned a lot around. Yeah, I think she liked you. The licking the hand and trying to get her to kiss you, I think are pretty obvious there.
Move.
Yeah.
It's an obvious traditional move of
licking hands. Yeah, happens to me all the time. A girl licks my hand, then I'm like, sorry, you didn't lick it well enough. And I move on to the next girl.
Yeah. I miss when girls used to lick my hands.
Yeah. Well, you watch too much of me, so, you know. Oh, shit! Get in there. Okay.
Isn't that annoying when a girl says she doesn't like you? Or she's just like,
no, it's not annoying. It feels bad. I've had a girl call me ill before.
It just throws me around in an emotional circle.
Yeah, that made me feel like shit. She was like, she legit said ill, and I was like, oh, fuck you.
I remember a girl called me. I said I looked like a rat, and then like a couple years later, she's like, oh, I liked you. In blah blah great.
Fuck,
like, bro, you called me
fuck
a
that
rat.
person. That person sucks.
I was like, what the fuck? That hurt. That genuinely made me look at myself in the mirror and be like, damn, I'm ugly.
Yeah, right?
I actually, when I had a dream, I would see myself as a rat. I'm like, damn,
that's sad.
She really brought me down. And I was like, damn.
Yeah, for me, I'm gonna reach out after making this comment, but I hate this song so much. Yeah, but it's okay. That girl, it's okay. I haven't heard it in a long time, so it's fine. That girl would always play this song in karaoke, and I was like, bro, like, it's so annoying. No, you don't need to skip it. It's not that annoying that it's annoying me. Especially since I think Rosie put it, and Rosie doesn't really annoy me generally, so. What was I gonna say?
Lady Gaga?
Lady Gaga. No, it's just this song specifically, Judah. But whatever. Anyway.
Who betrayed you?
Fuck, what was I gonna say?
Is it Judah?
It is Judah. What was I gonna say? Shit. What were you saying? About how you felt like shit, right? And the rat thing? Yeah. That's why I came to the conclusion that, okay, I'm average or below average, and then when I get to know someone, I'm higher. Because I've realized that every hot girl doesn't find me attractive, usually, until they get to know me. So I'm just like, okay, I think that makes it pretty clear that I am average / below average. And I just accept that, and that makes things easier for me. Oh, you guys didn't need to skip. It honestly wasn't annoying me that time. I was talking to this girl I worked with. She was cute, and I would flirt with her and try and be around her as much as possible. She ate in my ass. Oh. And now she's your wife. She did, but she also made a note saying she didn't like me. We later smashed and dashed.
Whoa.
Bro, if she said she doesn't like you, that means she likes you. If she says stop, that means keep... No, I'm just joking.
So I could punch a woman and she said stop, I could keep on punching her?
Yeah, exactly. Keep punching her.
Have you ever, dude? My friend was telling me about his girl and how he would choke her.
What's up, Pinky? Yeah.
What?
It's terrible. People are crazy, bro.
Yeah, some people
What?
like choking. Yeah.
They make you suffocate?
They like it. So, some people like that. They like feeling the pain. Yeah, we got married. What a dad joke. Kesha's better. A lot better. Love me like you
Who would have
do.
thought that she would have known what TikTok would have been in like 10 years before the song? Before in a song.
One of my cousins said, "Oh, I thought about an app like TikTok before it came out, and I was gonna call it, fuck, I forgot what he said, but it was similar. It was like Toktik or some shit." And I was like, "Well, you didn't do anything about it, so those sucks to suck." But that's Slay. Thank you, Dino.
What if you make an app called TikTok?
There's already one out there, I think. So.
Dude, Moog is still not up. That's insane.
I've been holding in my pee for so long. Can I go pee?
No.
Shit. I'll
Here,
keep it
go.
in.
Drink more water.
Thank you.
Too bad there ain't no Justin.
I told Moog to go back to sleep.
Okay,
I
Rosie's
didn't
telling
think
me
she
to
would
go.
do this for 3 hours.
It's not
Yeah, I'll
Rosie, you're so racist. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll keep chat entertaining. Go to the bathroom quick.
All right. Keep them entertained.
So, let me tell you a story about how one time I jumped into a river. So one time, there was this big rock and I just climbed onto it. I'm not sleepy actually. Oh man, I just miss Mook. I really wanted to play some Mario Party. She kicked my ass today. Absolutely killed it. She beat it. She got a stick and hit me with it repeatedly and was like, "You like that?" And I was like, "No." And she kept on doing it and she kept on beating me in fucking Mario Party. Felt terrible. My throat hurts though. Everybody leave. Wait, I can start a raid. Should I start a raid? /raid.
Yeah.
Dude, I can raid anybody who I fucking want. That'd be
Can you
so
raid another
fucking.
Wait, I have somebody that you can raid.
Who should we raid?
A Lola Dude 808.
A lot of dudes 808. Dude,
Yeah,
G-Babe is playing Fall Guys.
Oh,
You got Tannis on Fortnite.
Hmm.
He'd be hilarious, right? He comes
Yeah,
back
yeah,
and
yeah,
his stream is
do it,
somewhere
do it.
else. Raid
Do it.
Emirates. Bro, I kind of wanna. We gotta plan this some other time where like we get other people. We make him go on a pee-pee break.
Oh, well, that'll be easy because
Yeah. But we gotta
we can
plan it
have
with like a bunch of
Doctor.
people.
Yeah, we can have Doctor to
No,
keep on redeeming hydrate.
no. We're not gonna delete it because he doesn't know what he's saying. Also, Pink is still gonna fucking see it even if we delete it.
True.
Like, oh, let me delete that. Just gonna grab more attention. If you guys would type, he would forget about it. Wait, I can just do.
Fuck you, Jimmy. Why is that nasty, Rosie? That's not nasty. It's humanly. I don't know. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
have a question for you.
My bladder feels much better. What's up, Rosie? Yeah, go ahead.
When are you going to start playing Genshin again?
Probably
Yeah, when are you gonna
not,
play
bro.
Genshin?
I told you. I'm not a Genshin streamer anymore.
But can you please just play Genshin on the 24th of this month,
We'll see, maybe.
please?
Hey, Ping.
And please,
Yeah, maybe. Damn, are you like
a
pouting?
24-hour one?
No, a 24-hour Genshin stream? No, probably not.
Well, I mean, it's going to help you go up to the new area.
Bro, I don't play it anymore.
When are you gonna do a 24-hour stream?
Yo,
though?
thanks for the bit. I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream sometime soon. On a Pokemon game, probably.
Just Pokemon?
Not only
Ooh.
Pokemon, but just to start off, you know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. So that way you can do Genshin.
I don't want to get your hopes up. Probably not, but who knows?
Come on, Nathan. You gotta be quick with the God Monkey next time, bro.
True.
I know.
Yeah.
You did it, and I didn't check.
Yeah, I said I was gonna do it
Aw, you
randomly on
shoulda-
stream.
Should have checked, bro. Too
What?
bad.
I know.
What's this Minecraft? It's too chill.
How many points you got, Nathan?
I have well over enough to buy at least 40 or more of God Monkeys.
Shut up. No fucking way.
I have enough to buy like 25 VIPs right now.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. You know yeah.
Rosie's here like, oh, just 20 more K.
I would want to raid Amaranth though. Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
Nathan's stingy with it though. He's like mine.
Well,
Oh,
of course, I'm trying to take
yo.
God Monkeys for a
You see,
long
that's
time.
one of the things I love about Twitch over YouTube. Channel
Guess what
points.
movie's playing on the TV?
The movie they're watching. I forgot the name.
Fast and Furious 3, Tokyo Drift.
Holy shit.
Oh,
That's on my way.
I haven't seen
Film
this movie in so
immediately.
long.
The date is when my school starts. Aw, can we get some Sages in chat? I haven't seen that movie either in a while. I don't like the Fast and Furious movies much. Yeah, you could barely hear this, but I heard the whole thing, so thank you, Tuber. Got some Red
What?
Tubers in chat. Oh, we have some people that watch RedTube in chat.
Who's that?
Do you know what RedTube is?
No.
Okay, don't worry about it.
The only thing that I know is Genshin, and Tower Fantasy, and Ping Pong being a noob.
all of that is true. Yeah.
That's the only things I know.
Ah! Oh, that scared me.
I play too much.
There we go. Didn't I make?
wait,
I
never mind.
did. That sounds pretty bland. Anyway.
It's actually Furious 7.
What sounds pretty bland? This? Oh, Furious 7. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Boomer.
Han just died.
Okay, Boomer.
Okay, but yeah, you're the one that's closest to the boomer, Jan.
No, I'm not. Chimmy is a literal
You-
boomer.
Nelio, remember? So,
I
you are
did-
closest.
I did what?
You consider yourself, the generation that
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Wait, are these gonna
so
die?
that will make you the closest.
Are these gonna die? I guess it does. Not really, but I'm gonna make you love me. Damn.
What?
Damn. I said I'm gonna make
Why
you
you
love
saying
me,
that to a
Nathan.
minor? Why are you saying that to a minor?
Okay, bro, I'm sorry. Because
Damn.
Rosie thought it was funny and she did a glasses thing.
Oh.
RedTube is basically YouTube Premium. What?
I love RevTube.
I don't get free coffee yet. Oh.
Bad.
Chimmy is my favorite Chimmy. He's my favorite Chungus on stream, not gonna lie.
Chimichangas.
Yeah. Right?
Alright,
Isn't-
speaking of Jimmy, check his username
Jimmy?
in his
He changed it
in
again?
his server.
Yeah, he's Jacorda, he's that one.
Yeah.
Work at Starbucks. Boom. Chimmy's like,
Everybody in that damn call is that name.
lol.
Yoko
It's
Manda.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that, dude? I still can't believe that Amanda's with Doctor.
I know. Well, it's kind of like you're with me, but we're probably not gonna fuck.
Wait, what?
Yo, chill the.
Oh, damn! You guys are together? Congrats.
No, like he's gonna come over, but we're not gonna do what Doctor and. Never mind.
Dude, why did you say that here? That's.
I'm joking. I don't even know if they have. Okay, so. But you kind of you kind of just said that they did by saying that. So.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I don't know either. Amanda and Doc kind of fell into
knows?
place.
I mean, if he did, why would they tell anybody?
It's wholesome. It's wholesome if it lasts. I don't want to be an asshole. I'm just saying because I've seen so many relationships and that were wholesome and that just didn't last. So I hope it works out between them, if it's meant to.
It's
be.
hard to see if they.
What the fuck? Oh no.
It's. You would say that about Doc's old relationship too, right?
Yeah, I said that about his old one, and I was right.
They were.
But I think
She was cool.
Yeah, I think Amanda fits better for Doctor, but also
I mean, they're closer.
Yeah, for sure. All I'm
Closer than
saying,
ever?
all I'm saying is like, even with my cousin who got married recently, I'm like, wait, no, actually,
What
I
are you
think they'll be
trying to-
together for. Never mind. There's like some people that I'm just like, It's hard to when things move quickly right away. It's like, I hope you're not just in the honeymoon phase, and when you talk about more
Yeah.
serious stuff, it's gonna get harder. Like
Honeymoon phase can make things blurry.
exactly.
I was like, bro, you've barely known each other for like how many months, and you spent how much money to see each other? Like, I love it.
yeah, I
but-
love that, but like, I hope it
But-
works out. I mean, regardless, it's an interesting
Take a
experience.
step back.
Regardless,
I
it's a
mean,
cool
yeah.
experience, I think. Yeah, but yeah, like, I've seen it happen a lot where people are in the honeymoon phase, and once they get out of that, and you talk about serious shit, like having kids, like, I'm not saying that's what they're
Being
gonna talk
together.
about, but yeah,
Moving in.
Who wants
Like,
kids? It's so annoying.
I mean, Amanda would be down to move out, not gonna lie. Also, school's gonna start for Doctor. So that's gonna be a
I'm
big
saying,
thing.
I'm saying past that, like, I think,
Like, no. But, like, in order to get past that, you gotta deal with this that's happening right now.
there's just
you
certain
know?
things that, like, yeah, there's certain values that if you guys don't share, like, it just seems not good. And I feel like a lot of people, I'm gonna assume they probably talk about all this stuff because I know I feel like I know Doctor well enough that I feel like he's the type of person to talk about all this stuff. But yeah, like there's a lot of things that people don't talk about that are like really important, and a lot of circumstances that come up that could change your view and perception of the other person or whatever. Honeymoon phase is very long enough to think that's how things will always be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, you know? Like, there will be circumstances that change things, and then just being with one person for so long will inevitably change how you view things. Yeah, potentially.
I think what
But I hope
was,
I wish them luck. I'm not trying to say
yeah.
shit. I wish them luck.
Nothing but the best for them.
Yes.
It's in my case, I was like, whoa, that's really fast. What happened? But at the same time, much love and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, technically, fast is not a bad thing.
Bad.
Yeah,
It's not.
I think I've read research a long time ago, so this might be off. Don't quote me on this, but that like people who get together quickly and like get married quickly usually last, and people that like stay in like 10 years before getting married usually don't. And it kind of makes sense because like for a lot of people, the word marriage, like just marriage, is like a huge thing, right? So if you're getting married, you're kind of saying, okay, we're gonna be with each other for the rest of time, like till we die. That's it.
Mhm.
And if you're together for like 8 years and you're not married because blah blah blah, then it's like, are you really? Do you really want to be with each other for the rest of your life? So
I
yeah.
agree. I feel when you're with someone for a long time and like you haven't decided whether you want to marry them, it puts doubt in your head of like, oh, maybe I don't want to be with them, you know? That kind of doubt.
Yeah.
And then it can build up and like develop into another feeling or thought.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just very paranoid, not I don't know the word. I'm very I don't think good things will happen generally in life. Like I'm not that's not true. I like if something happens, I look at the negative, like what bad could happen to like better prepare myself, if that makes sense. Like if I was with a girl and she's like, and let's say we've been together for like a couple of months, I would hope that we could both be to each other like trying to figure out if we're gonna be together for a long time or not. Like having those hard conversations, if that makes sense. Skeptical? Yeah, that's why I changed what I was saying, because it's not that I I don't know. Like I feel like people have called me pessimistic in life, but at the same time, I feel like my view of life is not pessimistic. So maybe it depends on what. Like a lot of people will like I'm the type of person to be like, look how far we've come, instead of like, look how much further we need to go. Like I try to still acknowledge that second part, but I like to focus on the first part, because I feel like people don't really appreciate how much they have, at least in the States generally. So yeah. Anyway. But then if I'm like if I'm gonna go to TwitchCon, for example, right? And I'm thinking this is gonna be fun. Maybe I meet a big streamer and I pop off and I make jokes and people like me. Like that's in my head a little bit, but what's more in my head is like, this is probably, not gonna result in any growth, but I might have a fun time. Like I look at the negative side of it. I don't have the confidence or something. I don't know, but I feel like it's easier to deal with life that way, because if things work out how you thought, then you're fine. And if things work out worse or better, then it's like a plus.
Hello there.
But I don't think it's good in life, because then you might not do things that would have made your life better, possibly, Let me sleep. Katie playing Netflix and showing what show, season, and episode. That's insane. That's cool and scary at the same time, I feel like. Let me sleep. Now I'm gonna annoy you. How you doing, Joanne? How you liking your new place? Something ain't right. We're just talking about...
Whoa, it does say everything. In the minute, down to the second.
That's kind of scary, bro. Oh, I should give this. What do I get for this? I don't want any of that. Bro, I gotta feed my Pokemon. They're gonna die.
Feed your Pokemon?
Yeah. They're pretty much Pokemon. Holy shit! They eat so quickly, bro. Alright, I gotta chill. I gotta change it up. I gotta kill some of them. Holy shit. Oh my god. You're coming with me. We have too many of you here. You're getting eaten. We'll stick with 4 for now. And these guys are probably gonna die. Carrots are vegetables, right? Oh, they don't eat much. The fuck? They don't eat much. Okay. School is shit. Back to sleep. I love you, Joanne. Good night, bro. Good night. I love you, bro.
BB could love? Wow.
I do. I love you too.
What?
Where was that option when I watched Meteor Garden? That TV series is good, not gonna lie. It took me 2 years to finish. Jesus, what is it about?
Can I say something?
If you see something. Sorry. Yeah.
If I were to hypothetically propose to you in New York, would you hypothetically say yes or no?
I would say no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I gotta return the ring.
Probably. You're too skinny for me, bro.
Oh, that's fucked up.
I love how when serious, you're like, fuck you, bro. That's messed up. I took a break from Netflix for a chunk and forgot about the TV show. Okay. Yeah, I have shows like that too, actually, so I get that. Alright, I have enough carrots. I could start giving carrots to the other dumbasses. And then the ones that boom, I'm just gonna kill them.
I'm gonna make a tea.
I literally just put them in the ocean.
What kind of tea should I make?
What? They're in the ocean. Make Turkish tea.
Don't have it. Give me another one.
British tea. It's
Don't
a
have one.
rom-com. Oh.
How about cinnamon? Say cinnamon.
Cinnamon. I think you should make cinnamon.
All right. I don't have any cinnamon.
Bro, like
black tea. I'll make black tea.
How about white tea? Kind of
Poison
racist,
tea.
but that's okay. Meteor Garden is a rom-com. So, Rosie, do you think guys that you know, if you know guys, sorry, do you think that they?
You.
I'm not a guy. Yeah, I'm just a boy. Do you think that?
No, you're not even a boy.
I am. Do you think that they watch rom-coms? I feel like girls watch rom-coms more, right? Like that's pretty obvious. But like, do you know any? Does anyone in chat know any guys that watch rom-coms? I guess.
Okay, first of all, what is a rom-com?
A romantic comedy. Oh, you watch sometimes?
Does anime count?
Yeah, if it's romantic.
And then I guess, do Love is War count?
If it's, I don't know what it's.
somewhat?
Yeah, I guess so. So I guess you do. And do you know? Daoming C, my favorite is in the show. Oh, it's about time is good. I've only watched rom-coms or romedies. I've watched romedies, guys. I see I was mentioned. You were. I watched Katie is Pog. So is Inky and Rosie and everyone else in chat. But I watched Korean.
Life is Pog.
Your Pog too. Aww. Moog, what's up? Dinelle was waiting for you.
Pog. I'm playing Life is Pog.
Oh, life can be Pog, yeah. Dinelle missed you. Dinelle was talking about you. He was like, I was like, calm down, bro. Like, we get it. You miss Moog. Like, we're just non-stop talking about you. Moog is in VC. Oh, what's up? My bad. Yeah, I'm exposing
I
him.
can't believe you do that type of shit.
I do. Just joking. He did say, Moog said she was sleeping. Where is she? He said something like that. How did you do it, Katie? How's The Walking Dead? Sim. Anyway. Rosie's so funny. It's a thing called Discord Pre-Mid that lets you have all that info. What the heck? He wanted to play Goat Game, so I slept, so, well. It's great. I cried so many times.
Grim.
I watched, what did I watch? I watched something. I watched a Korean drama, like romantic drama, but it wasn't really comic. It was kind of I guess it was a rom-com. To try to learn Korean. Same with Japanese. They're actually pretty entertaining. I'm not gonna lie. When they're in a different language, at least. Let's go. Where do I go? Which one was it? Oh, this one. I got spoiled a good few times. Aw. I watched Indian matchmaking show. It was weird, but entertaining. That does sound weird and entertaining. I died for Daryl Dixon. He's hot, bro. He's hot. He was like my favorite character when I used to watch Walking Dead. I have too many chicken. You gotta die. Let's take the red ones. We can't kill the black ones or I'll get canceled. I'll just take the red ones here. Dino, what's up? Dino left. Once Moog came, Dino left. Damn. He doesn't want to talk to Moog. I'm making tea. Are you actually making tea? I thought you were making it in the game and you were like trolling. I forgot to take the rest of the carrots for these guys. I know I forgot something. Shit, they ate all the carrots. Oh, is your throat okay? Oh, so when you get come over to New York, you could like suck better. That makes sense. You know, mute. Gawk.
Quack, quack.
Gawk, gawk.
Monkey.
That's me. Where do the carrots go?
Monkey.
Where do the carrots go? I guess I'm not making a Pokemon video today. I'm just gonna chill with y'all. After stream, probably. It's already late. This game is addicting. Come here, my baby children. You will survive.
That game is addicting just like Tower Fantasy.
True. You did, yeah, he did mute. Maybe I should try tea instead of coffee. Yeah? I mean, it's not going to give you that effect, and you're going to be... Hey, you drink coffee, like, every day, right? I remember, because it's so cool. I remember you used to, like... You would come in, and you would prep your coffee and prep to go to, like, work or school or whatever. Because both, right? And it was, like... It was cool. It was, like, I knew that I was part of your, like, morning routine for stuff. And now that I stream a bit earlier, it's not as cool. I'm sorry. Give me the hens. Give me you. Rooster, you could stay there. Actually, Rooster, I need you on the other one. There's too many of you here. Ooh, we're getting roosters. We're getting it working. I never take the stuff from here. And did I ever use... Oh, I did. Okay. I never took all the shamalahapata. There we go. Going back to TWD. Gonna be lurking. Okay, thank you for the lurk. Sorry if I responded late. It's 1 a.m. Ah! I mean, 12 is not bad. You would have stayed up in DC anyway. In VC. But also, if you need to go, that's okay. Of course. I have too much teas that people have gifted me, but I haven't really drank them. Is it loose tea or tea bag tea? A good question. When I'm with you. Alright. Oh, shit. This gives a lot of money. I wish we could put the chicken in there, but... The rooster. Mooney. Oh my god, we actually have a lot of roosters.
Cat?
Oh. Man, we got a lot done today in this game. Can I improve any of these things? Nope. Okay. Live performance whack. You know what's even more whack? We're not gonna hear it because I'm gonna end stream. I think we're gonna end stream soon because Mook came in and she gives bad vibes. I'm just joking.
Oh damn.
I'm joking. I love Moog. It's because it's been 6
So
hours.
rude. No wonder why you a female hater.
I was joking.
Nah, you should be cancelled.
I should be canceled. You know what? I could feed them carrots. So, I don't mind
You
having a
have
bit
rabbits?
more. I have rabbits, yeah. Moog is mid. Nah, Moog is more than mid. Slime Rancher, a good choice, and I take majority of credit. True. I really like this game. What happened to Moog being God? True. He feels threatened by you now.
He still is. Moog is still God.
Yeah,
Just like BK.
Yeah, there you go. I
And
have
Martin. Martin is best.
Martin is
Nobody could beat
awesome.
Martin.
You love Martin. Martin is cool.
I mean, he's chill.
He is chill. I like Martin a lot.
Plus, yeah, heck,
Oh, I need the
when I
red
first
ones.
joined, he talked to me the most.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Wait, was he around before you were around? I thought you.
No, me and him both were like around the same time.
Yeah, yeah. I think you were there before Martin, but
Yep.
you don't know who
But
Martin
I
is?
didn't really.
Cancel ping. Martin is before your time, Rosie. Martin is when I was streaming on YouTube. I'm just playing Among Us. Shut up, Dino.
Man.
BK
Those days.
is very godlike. I'm not gonna lie. For all the shit I say, women are queen, so you're all queens or something. Did I do it right? Did I say it right, guys?
No, you didn't.
Oh, what was I supposed to say?
You got to add Martin and Ramen are queens and kings.
Yes. You are not wrong. I feel like it's too early to say for some people in chat. You know what I mean?
What?
If they're godlike yet.
Mm.
You didn't.
Am I godlike or am I Satan-like?
You're Satan. You used to be more Satan-like. I would say you're like Satan-like and godlike at the same time.
Oh shit! If I'm a fallen angel.
You're a fallen angel that's rising up, and you're not fallen anymore. You're now an angel.
I think I should fall.
I don't know, bro.
The only reason why I stopped being so aggressive and violent is because of that damn deal.
Hell yeah. It's good that you kept to your word. All right, I need all these red ones, bro.
Of course, I don't break my promises.
Which is pretty good. No, it's not pretty good. It's pretty awesome. We listened to this from Chimmy already. Chimmy. I love how everyone's like, fuck this song, and Chimmy's just like, what? You guys don't want to hear it? Like, I don't know if that's how he is, but. Did she know of me? Moog? I don't know. No, bro. No, it's good. One more vote to skip. Who skipped it before? Rosie, let's go. Rosie knows what's up. Alright, I'm gonna put the hens over here. I need 10? Bro, that's so many hens, bro. What? Is that even worth? What do they give me? What do they give me for that?
Eggs.
Oh, they give me some money. They don't even give me eggs.
Oh, this sucks.
Vote
Bad
keep.
game design.
Yeah. Whoa!
There shouldn't been something that you can feed to slime. And slime become egg slime.
Okay, Nathan. They have no one to have sex with. Wait.
What?
The roosters.
Like this, Rosie?
Here, have sex, roosters. Huh? Go, Nathan. Good job, Nathan. Wait, who votes? Good job, Nathan. Let's go, Nathan. Good shit.
All I did was to do what Rosie told me to do.
Yeah, good job.
That makes sense.
You did the right decision. That's what you did. Did you know of Dinao? Nathan, you're 10% cooler to me. Aw. Did you hear that? Rosie said you're 10% cooler to her. What's your response?
Don't know.
He doesn't care.
Stop violence. I don't know how to process stuff anymore.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh, this song sounds nice. I didn't think Moog was gonna become such a big part of the peeps, to be honest, Moog. I always thought you were cool, but I always saw you as like I always saw you as like a viewer who was like, well, it's because of the timing also, and like that's obviously it's not like I thought, oh, Moog is a terrible person. I was just like, oh, Moog is cool. I never thought Moog would be around like a lot and like talk on Discord and stuff. So it's pretty cool. The song played in Meteor Garden Show.
You should
Oh,
stop
okay.
doubting people.
Yeah, I should. I mean, I come and go. I didn't either. You see? So I was accurate. I was accurate with what I said. She'll be gone again soon, Sag. Okay. Anybody? I think a lot of people are gonna be gone once school starts and college, and you find a cooler
Luckily,
streamer.
you're streaming at 4. I get out at 3 or 4.
True.
I mean, not 3 or 4, 3:40.
It's good that I stream earlier, right?
Well, a bit.
Do you like being here, Nathan?
When I was still violent, yes. Without violent, I feel more dull. I don't know how to think properly.
Oh, well, you could do other stuff except violence. Like, remember we were talking about something about Jews and religion? Like, that was interesting to me. Hopefully for you also.
It couldn't replace violence.
Oh, okay.
The only time I could get violence is now by killing kids in Minecraft.
At least you have that. Doofus
Yeah, but it
Dino.
gets boring.
Stupid mod powers
There's
grumble
only
rumble.
so many kids I could kill.
Should I press it? Oh, okay. I'm gonna stop.
We should have lost that game.
I don't think so, no. You don't think that you'll be gone soon? Okay. Okay. Listen, as long as you guys are enjoying what you're doing with life, I'm happy. If you leave...
I'm not enjoying anything.
Oh, well, that sucks. Come on, you enjoy some stuff, Nathan.
No, I'm not for motivation.
Think about doing... I don't know. Think about doing something. That's not violence. Pink, can you swap me and Rosie for a stream? Yes, I think that would be really, really good idea. I think it would be funny. Is this Korean? No, Dinello Doctor or Diego Slander. How about Nathan? What? Just to see it, it'll be funny. Oh yeah, I kind of want to do that, yeah.
What's going on?
I would do it now if the stream just started, but maybe tomorrow's stream. If y'all are both here and chilling, being chilling.
Saying what's happening?
Swapping Dinel. No, giving Rosie mod for a day for a stream and taking away Dinel's mod. I'm always here. I know. I'm not saying you're not, bro. I'm just saying. I don't want to be like when you guys are here in case you're not. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like that. So I'll be here most likely. Okay. What funny parts would happen? Delete all of his messages. What happened to what? Diago? Diego moved. Diego, I don't know. I guess he always says like he's busy with life, so maybe that. You remember when I changed hours? That's what affected a lot of things, yeah. Like Martin stopped coming up as I should go back morning hours.
Probably.
Would I go back to streaming in mornings? I think if I made enough money off of Twitch that I could do it full time, then I'll probably stream longer. Because I would have someone working on videos for me. I would stream, I'll probably stream in mornings and at nights. Maybe, I shouldn't say probably, but I might, you know? Because I'd be able to, but... So just wait 1 year, and maybe that'll happen.
So
the song is very low.
Going to do 200 push-ups.
Hopefully, I want to start working out too. So, so hopefully, Diego has a life unlike us. I mean, yeah, but also no. Like you guys, some of you guys work. You go to school. Like,
Hey, Ping, I have a question.
Yeah.
Does Daigo still have his mod?
Yeah, he does. I should get it. I should take it out, right?
How long has it been?
Too
Maybe that's
long.
me.
Too long. I've decided to not take. I might take him out as mod, but I.
An OG is sadly going to be gone on the YouTube feed.
Yeah. Are you the only YouTube OG to stick around? I don't think so. Are you?
Yep.
Oh.
Here, that last. Also, Martin. Yes, they keep popping.
Yeah, yes,
Sometimes.
it pops in sometimes.
Daigo is gone. Oh wait, no. E.T. Waffles.
Yeah, Ethan comes in sometimes.
Sometimes, but to be here all the time, not really.
True. I think it's because I changed hours. But I mean, there's still cool people. Dinelle, Rosie, Gamer. No?
True, but it's more than nostalgia.
Yeah, I get it. Honestly, I have nostalgia from YouTube days too. And I'm gonna have nostalgia from these days when I become bigger. I'm gonna have nostalgia about this. Moog, BK, I just don't want to name everyone. Inky, Katie.
I saw E.
E.
You have a Google account named E.
Oh my god. Good timing for Gummy Bear to come up because we're about to watch Jubilee and call it a night.
Oh no.
Yeah. You don't like Jubilee much, right?
No, they talk about weird stuff.
Too early for this.
Like talking about, like speed dating just by the damn beat. Like, what the fuck?
It's kind of interesting sometimes. I like it.
The only good part is when they brought up like the North American, not North American, Native people.
Yeah, sometimes interesting. All right, we're gonna watch it. Rosie, do you? What?
My mix and Naruto. I see Mr. B.
I went on the wrong thing. I have to go on my Twitch one. Yeah, because I watched Mr. Bus. Helps me chillax. I just like thinking about stuff.
Taylor?
Andrew Tate? I don't watch him.
Oh, Tate? No, that was Taylor.
No, it's Tate. Some people... I watch people talk about him sometimes, but... Alright. Jubilee!
Yeah, Penguin Zero talked about him.
Yep.
Oh, yo, Genshin, let's go.
No Genshin.
Yes, Genshin, it still pops up in your recommended or whatever that called.
I guess so,
let's
yeah.
go.
Because you send videos sometimes. Alright. Dad chooses date for his daughter.
What?
I think we're gonna watch that.
Hi, good human.
I'm gonna mute myself though for now.
Me, chillax? Rosie.
It helps her chillax. Alright, I'm gonna deafen myself, Nathan, okay?
Okay.
Just so I could react to the video and talk to you guys and chat about it. Okay.
Yep, I understand.
Alright, bye-bye.
See you, Nub.
See you, Nathan. Dad chooses date for daughter. Oh.
Telling a woman she
You like the spicier ones, Rosie. I paid attention. The last one you sent yesterday or the day before was pretty spicy too. You like the spicy ones. I've seen this. Oh, you have? Okay, let's watch it. I thought people don't like the spicy ones because they're more controversial and stuff, but...
It's Milky. I recently started feeling angry.
Okay, Milky,
Telling
bye.
a woman she should do something is...
Is this a Karen? She seems like a Karen. I know it's like been 2 seconds into the video, but... Hi, good humans. Yeah, it's okay.
Actually anti-feminist. Telling a woman she should do something is actually anti-feminist.
Probably, actually. If you tell someone to do... Well, no. I think only if you're saying it if she's a woman, then it's it's misogyny or whatever, right? But if you go up to a girl and you say, hey, you should pay with this card because it's gonna save you money as opposed to this card. It's not being anti-feminist. You're just like saying a suggestion essentially. All right, let's just watch the video. I'm already getting into it before it started. You call her mom or mother? I say mama. I say mama. Mama. That's what I'm gonna say to Janelle when it comes around. But daddy instead.
We're told all the time from so many people what we should be, how we should act. So the question in itself
Well, let's hear the question.
goes against what I believe as a feminist anyway.
Karen vibes? Question mark? Don't know. Mommy is a robot. Oh, because we watched the men one, so we should watch the women one. Oh, good thoughts. Good thoughts. I love how it just clicked in my brain.
I know how to change a tire.
Mommy's a robot from
3,
BK.
2, 1.
I'm gonna say, look at the faces. Bro, I think if you asked a bunch of guys this, most guys wouldn't know how to change a tire. I know how to change a bike tire. I've never driven in my life, so I don't know how to change it. Like, let's see. I'm gonna say 4 of them don't know how to. Or I'm gonna say 1 person knows how to change a tire. Okay, I was wrong. Oh, I thought she had the reaction of I don't know, but it was more so like, what a dumbass question. I wish I know how to change a tire. I know how to change a tire. The man in chat knows, and the woman doesn't. So, what does that show you guys?
Like, I know, like, the step 1 through 5, but, like, to actually do it, I don't think I could, like, be confident enough to just do it, you know?
Who cares? What a dumb question.
Yeah, I didn't know there were 5 steps anyway, so that's why I'm here. Like, no.
I have changed my tire multiple times.
This girl looks like a... What's it called? Like a tomboy. She looks cool. And she knows how to change a tire, so it fits. My father and mother never taught me, so... Yeah, but you don't need parents to teach you to do it, but I get it. Confident has nothing to do with it. Confidence?
Just shows that I'm not a great driver, but I learned myself, and I had
she
to
changes
because
it a
I
lot.
pop my tire a lot.
You see, she learned herself, Rosie. But she pops her tire a lot, so she's a dumbass. And Dinelle learned by himself. Honestly, I would be just like you, Rosie. I would be like, how do you do this? And I wouldn't want to learn it myself.
Girls should be raised the same way.
Oh, boys and girls should be raised the same way. Boys and girls should be raised the same way. No, I would say no. They shouldn't. I would say disagree.
3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna say it's half-half. Karen is gonna say strongly agree, maybe? Karen is going to agree. What? Are you serious? Really? Really? I don't know. If you look, think about it like this, guys, if you agree with them. If you're raising a boy and you want to teach him manners in the bathroom, right? You would say maybe pick up the lid when you pee and put it down when you're finished peeing. Are you going to give a girl that advice? No. Like, there's a lot of things in life that are different between boys and girls. So that's the example I thought of to make me think, no, that doesn't make sense.
There shouldn't be any difference in the fundamental life things that we all should know. And I think that if we were all raised...
Okay, that's cool. She's changing the answer a little bit. She's saying for things that we all need to know in life. But then that's kind of a cop-out. Like, no shit. Like, I think this question is more directed towards, like, should you raise your child the same way, like boy versus girl? I don't know. I pick up and put down the lid, but my sister doesn't, so I kind of stopped.
raised the same, there wouldn't be
females' dicks fell off at birth. Why would they be taught the same as? That's what I'm saying. Like, there's certain things that you can't raise children the same just because you want to be like PC. Like, there's certain things you could do, right? Like, if your son likes playing with Barbies, you don't snatch that shit out of his hand and like throw it to the garbage, right? You just let him play with Barbies. Who cares? That's from my perspective, at least. But like, you can't raise them exactly the same. Like, it's just not how it works.
Differences. Like, we'd all have this. We'd all be on the same slate. So maybe I'll switch it to agree.
I actually don't want kids, but if I were to decide to do that, I would want them to grow up in that environment where there's no difference between you two. You don't have like a curfew that she doesn't have.
But like, I don't know, like, it feels so weird to me because when you say no difference, but then you're bringing up examples of like different curfews. Like, yeah, if you have two kids that are the same, if you have a boy and a girl and they're the same age and you give different curfews, I think that's weird. But like, who's doing that? I think is that really what the question is asking, or is it just saying like raising the kid? Like, I don't know. This is weird.
Or vice versa.
Like, I don't know. It's weird to me. They're different in some ways, though. Yeah, but like the examples they're bringing up that should be the same are like dumb in my opinion. Like, their curfews should be the same. And what did the other girl say? She said, like, it's just like, I can see if you like. It's I don't know. Curfew for kids depends on age. Yes, that exactly. So that's why I said if they're the same age, but it's a boy and a girl, like same curfew, yeah. But I don't think you have. But I don't think that's like all that goes into raising a child. Like, I think that stuff is like an easy thing to like do, you know? Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing? Yo, what you gonna teach him then? There's a high difference if a girl's pregnant if a boy got her. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's certain life experiences that guys and girls will experience that are different. So you can't raise kids of like a boy and a girl differently, and you can't raise them the same in every scenario because exactly what you said, gamer. Like, and also like, there's just a lot into it. Like, I don't know. Yo, liquid. Yo, what's up? No way 9-year-old gets to stay past 10 because they're older than 9 a.m. What? I don't know if there are people out there saying, oh, you're a girl. Yeah, you're a girl and you're 4 years old. You're my 10-year-old daughter. You go to sleep at 7. Oh, you're a boy? You're my 10-year-old son? You go to sleep at like 12. Like, does that really happen? Perfect topic. Yeah,
I agree with you, but I also think that...
By the way, if you guys disagree, feel free to, like, let me know. Like, or if you agree or whatever, like, I don't want you guys to stifle your opinions if you have an opinion on something. If I send you a video, can you show your chat? Nope. This is the last video, and then we're getting off stream. But, thank you. It's probably Japanese related, yeah? Bro, this is the last video. It's about this topic. Look how long it's taken me to get through a 10-minute video. We're 6.5 hours into the stream. I think people want to chill in Discord. Oh, if it's 15 seconds, sure.
Like where we are now.
Oh, you took the video? Sure, actually.
We wish there was a perfect world. So we want to raise our kids and say, treat everyone the same. Yes, absolutely you treat everyone the same, but recognize that not everyone believes that way. Like if we teach our boys the responsibility that they have not taking advantage of someone when they've had too much to drink, I just think that there's an awareness that you have to teach boys being men and also girls like becoming women.
So why did you agree? What? I think like I think they like treat people the same. Is that what they're agreeing on? But that wasn't really the question. Am I maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. I wonder how long it takes you to get through you watch porn? Depends on the video. Content in my school is currently under construction and this happened. Okay.
Every woman should be a feminist.
These are such loaded questions because it's like, what does feminist mean? Apparently there's different definitions, like third wave feminism, second wave, first. I don't know the details. So if I were answering it, I would just be in the middle. What would girls answer? What would you girls answer? Oh my god, it's butter! Bro, how am I gonna show a video from my phone to chat? What is this? You went in the boys' bathroom? 25 cents for what? For bounty? What was, huh? That's why I asked? Oh. I know. I remember the lip thingy. It was great, better than I thought. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god, bro. What the picture? Yeah, it says... I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. Orders only. Coin return? I don't get it. I don't know what those pictures are. Huh? Something to stick up your butt? I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. It was great. Better than thought. Bunner, I was waiting for you. I waited. Okay? So patient. My mom was like, why'd you order this? What's wrong with you? I'm like, listen. Butter wants me to put it on, and we reached a sub goal. And she's like, you're my most stupid child. And I was like, fair. But I bought it. Oh, don't be sorry. I'm just joking. I mean, I'm not, but also don't be sorry. Pads, tampons? Oh, that's so weird. Why in the men's bathroom was there 25 cents for pads and tampons? Fing said he'll do it if you come back. I was sick? Aw. How you feeling now? Got some awesome shit. Did you say you were sick before? 'Cause if you did, I apologize. Wait, your head was hurting. You're a lot better? That's good. We're gonna put this on tomorrow, I think, because this is supposed to be the end of stream, even though everyone's popping in at 1:30. Because I used to stream longer, huh? That's why. What tis that? Do all women think the same?
3, 2, 1.
You're excited for it? Hell yeah. Put it on? But doesn't it take a while for it to... How long does... Let me just read it. I don't want to do it as an off thing. I want to do it as a thing, you know? Oh, it's only 5 minutes. Place mask on lips and smooth over surface. Yeah. This is a tampon, Chris. Who knows when butter will be here? 5 minutes easy. You're right. You're right. Are they all liquidy like this? Put it on. Damn, you sound like my girlfriend when she wanted me to cosplay as Winnie the Pooh. Oh my god. It feels like there's nothing in here. How does this work? Oh my god, it smells. Doesn't smell bad, but... Put it on. He can wear it while watching Jubilee. Such a mood. True. How? Huh? There's nothing in here. Oh. Wait, what am I supposed to do? That's how it looks on your mouth? What the? Alright, let's do it. It's so small. That's what she said. Oh my god, it smells. Wait, can I talk? How do I make content? I'm not gonna be able to talk. Wait, what? It's okay, I talk too much. Oh, I can. What the hell? That's the... Oh. I won't talk.
I just think that feminism in recent years have just become extreme.
Well, it's like the 60s. It's like if you're a feminist, then like you're anti-man.
That's
like
why,
what?
yeah.
Like, you know.
I don't think it should be anti-man. I think we should all be empowering men to support women too.
Right.
And bringing them into the conversation. I think right now feminism is like, we don't need you, but we do.
I agree with that, but also I think that women have been put down for so long that we kind of need to go a little bit extreme in the opposite direction just so that we can come to the middle, because otherwise the men aren't going to meet us in the middle.
Well, feminism by default is sort of the idea to make decisions for yourself and what fuels you, and telling a woman she should do something is actually anti-feminist. So Because we're told all the time from so many people what we should be, how we should act, how we should address, how we should communicate. So the question in itself goes against what I believe as a feminist. Anyway.
I believe abortion should be legal. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, here we go.
Hi, guys. I think it's circumstantial because I do believe there are instances where if the mother is going to be severely harmed by a birth, that is where abortion would be okay in my belief. And I think it also, the exception also would be in the cases of rape. But all other circumstances where you made a choice, I'm pro-life. I think we all deserve a chance at life.
So I definitely second that. I agree with that statement, but I feel like the heavy restrictions that are placed on it by our government, just dictating what we can do with our bodies, is really infuriating. And then seeing people who have kids and resent it for the rest of their lives and raising children that they never wanted.
I can't talk.
It's frustrating.
And so do you think
I
that those
can.
parents that are struggling
You
with...
lied to me. I can talk. You just don't want to hear me talk, Rosie. My God, you're so racist. Oh, okay.
raising their children, that they didn't have the option for adoption or other ways?
It depends. Like for a lot of cultures, adoption is not okay. So they would not be able to do that.
I don't mind strangers flirting with me. 3, 2, 1.
Tastefully is the word that comes to mind. Like, I enjoy a tasteful. You look fantastic, right?
That's true. If it's wanted, it's fine, but then like, you can't mind read, how would you know? We've all had like bad flirting experiences, but then like I'm thinking, there's a couple I've had where they're like, excuse me, I just want to let you know you're very beautiful, please have a nice day. And I'm like, okay, thank you. You know, and like something like that, that's like short and sweet and there's no expectation. I think that's the thing.
I mean, and I'm from New York, so I'm just like automatically on autopilot. Like, don't talk to me, don't look at me. Like my whole life,
What was the question? Oh my God, I don't remember.
Get to hat Spocko.
Which hat do you want?
That's true. If it's wanted, it's fine. Experience.
Oh yeah, do you want strangers to flirt with you? What do you guys think? I don't know what it sounds like. I don't know. Smell. It says almond oil and smetofo seed.
But then like I'm thinking, there's a couple I've had where they're like, excuse me, I just want to let you know you're very beautiful, please have a nice day. And I'm like,
I have multiple hats, so you tell me which one you want. Yeah.
okay, thank you. You know, and like something like that, that's like short and sweet and there's no expectation. I think that's the thing.
I mean, and I'm from New York, so I'm just like automatically on autopilot. Like, don't talk to me, don't look at me. Like.
Okay, I'm taking this off. Did I even put it right? I don't even know. I don't know. It's so oily. You had 1 more minute? I couldn't anymore. I want to talk. That's not even why. It's I feel like I was doing it wrong. I don't know. I don't like anyone flirting with me, not gonna lie. Pick a random one? Okay, I got you. My hand, honestly, the worst thing is my hands are so oily. I can't. It's like when I put lube on and I masturbate when Janelle's streaming. Like, I can't. Ugh. And I had less than a minute because you said starting now when it already started. Listen, I have like 5 more here, okay? So this is not the last time. I'll do it better next time. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, hat. He's talking about the serum the lips mask soaks in. I guess so. What are you talking about, Dino? Should have gotten the one I showed you. Wait, was that one bad though? I'll stream tomorrow for you. I got you.
Like my whole life, you have the cat calls, but you have like the derogatory
It's supposed to make my lips more succulent. I don't know.
cat calls. Or if I don't look at you, if I don't speak to you, I'm a bee. I'm all of these things. But it's like, but if I did give you the time of day, then what would I be?
And I don't think like every guy is like that, but it's just so much.
Because you're so
The people said this was good brand. You weren't here to confirm, so I had to buy it. Burt's Bees. Yeah, it was Burt's Bees.
Easier and
Bro, Nathan, what is that time in, bro? I am sponsored. You could buy it for $10.99. What? Your mom's a coward. Nice.
safer to just assume.
To assume that
That was actually funny.
nothing is, and it's not a good way to live, obviously, but that's just.
Well, because then my question is who gets let in? And how do you determine who gets let in? And how do you function
If they start the, I guess, relationship in a non-romantic or sexual way, like if it's not like a flirty, it's
not
just
a
like
threatening-
you just meet people places and they just talk to you, and just talk to you like a normal person.
BK clipped it, nice. I make content. No self-promo. I think I'm gonna have to give you a mod comment. Aw, Doctor thinks you're funny. Self-promo, shake it.
I support the Me Too movement. 3, 2, 1.
I'd probably agree or slightly agree here. Especially this type of mask.
Well, at the heart of it, I think that the Me Too movement
I've been drinking more water. I'm not sucking on my lips anymore, so that should be helping.
is about women that have been in situations
Yeah,
where they're
hashtag me too. What do you guys think? You never heard of it? Oh my god, Rosie! Pennsylvania is such a sad state. I have alcohol, yeah, but I'm not an alcoholic like you.
whether it's work or personal, where they haven't been in a safe space to speak up or share. And the burden that's on us to protect men or other people by not speaking what has happened to us is actually, can be like PTSD. It's like traumatic to your system. Like
I'm sorry, I keep pausing. I think it's made up to distract from the real problem. I think it results in some good and some bad, and I don't know how much good and how much bad, so I don't really have a strong opinion on it. No, not 100 yen. 100 USD's nuts, bro.
experienced going through being sexually harassed. And this happened in 2013, and I still have never come out about it.
Statistically speaking, like
You just came out about it. She's so dumb.
the number of women who
So-
are raped, there's exponentially
Rapid.
more than who actually report it.
These arguments are so dumb. Like, they're right, but they're wrong in my head. Like, how could you say there's exponentially more if you don't know how many more? Like, I agree, there's probably a lot more people that, that get raped, you know? That don't come out and speak about it. But how do you know it's exponentially more? Like, you don't know that. Personal experience doesn't equal reality. But, you know, whatever. Double digits, yo, thanks for the sub! I'm not gonna drink alcohol, but... Eyelash... Why are we just like... Am I that ugly that we need to put so much shit on my face? Come on, Butter. I'm just joking. But also kind of. Why? Why do you want me to put all this... Wait, what is eyelash brush, though? Yeah, exactly. That's how I see it too, you know. Thank you for the sub. I don't know how Metallica sounds, bro. I'm sorry. Thank you for the sub, Chris. I missed you around here. And I need to see you IRL. Yeah. IRL. Yeah. Yeah. New song? No. Wait, they all sound the same, bro. I'm not that creative. You paid for that. Well, actually, you primed for that. Thank you, Chris. Soon, bro. Soon. I know. I gotta see you IRL. Mascara. I already put mascara on. Promotes lash growth and cleans them better. Are you? I have the craziest lashes. I think I'll be okay. But thank you, Butter. Appreciate it. You are ugly. Thank you, Nathan. You mean lash serum? Just a lash brush. Can help you a bunch, bars, and it's cheaper. Nice. Bro, of course you're getting hyped. We hype each other up. For those that don't know, Liquided is IRL friend named... I'm gonna dox him now. Chris! And we were in Japan together, and he washed my back when I was naked. Let's watch the video.
So when I think about the Me Too movement, like there's strength in numbers. You know, when it started, I was like, I don't know if I want to post about this. I don't know how I feel.
Love that.
But what it did do was it gave me the strength to actually share with someone else.
I'm realizing as everyone's talking, like the reason I'm not in that line is because when Me Too was a big movement, I didn't have the strength or courage to be a part of it. So in my mind, it's like still there of like, if I didn't have the courage to be part of the movement and I still don't have the courage to stand in that line because that's almost admitting that I've had like multiple things happen, you know?
And so you're representing all the other women that feel the same way. And so they see you and they relate to you on that. So you're helping other women by saying that.
Yeah.
I believe the world would be better if it were run by women. 3, 2, 1.
How is it any different than saying I believe that the world would be better if it were run by men? Like if we're gonna say that on this token, we get that on that token, that's not even balanced at all.
Right. I think what my thought process...
What was the question? We're obviously concentrating a lot on the video here.
And I believe that the world would be better if it were run by men. Like if we're gonna say that...
What was it?
The world would be better if it were run by women.
I would stay in the middle here. I don't know the answer to this.
3, 2,
The world would be better if it was run by women? Maybe? Maybe not? I don't know. See, that's the thing. Doesn't this contradict what they were saying? A lot of them were saying before. They were saying, I would raise a boy and a girl the same exact way. But also, if women ruled the world, it would be better. Huh? I thought women and men are the same. Or they're saying they're not the same, but they should be raised the same. But women are better? I don't know. It makes no sense to me. I'm literally 1 year from being not a minor. This sucks. Hey, listen, in 1 year, I'll do the stream. You could watch it. Yo, I love what look, it modded it. You look like a Jew. It literally held it. That's so funny. Oh, thank you, Dino. A balance would be good. Yeah, like no one knows what would happen if it was all women running the world. Like people can make guesses, but who knows? Maybe it would be better, maybe not. Balance would probably be best, but who knows? I would just... Are they not allowed to stand in the middle? You're cracking up. Right? You look like a Jew that got
How is
blocked.
it any different than saying I believe that the world would be better if it were run by men? Like if we're gonna say that on this token, we get that on that token, that's not even balanced at all.
Right.
Okay. You said what Butters.
I think what my thought process is in the current state that we're
That's
in
what I would say
right now,
probably too.
then I think that it would be once we get to the place where we are able to raise our children the same way, and like women aren't afraid to like go outside, and like guys don't have like toxic masculinity.
But how do you raise your children? This makes no sense to me. You're acknowledging that there are differences between guys and girls, but then at the same time you're saying, let's not acknowledge those differences when raising a child. I don't get that. It's different when other people say it. True, Chris. It's because you're Mexican. The Mexicans are known to hate the Jews, so. Butter's a really cool person, not gonna lie. Yeah, Butter's pretty
Then
cool.
it's like anybody can run the country, and like it's all going to be the same because we're all
Even
raised
then,
the
I feel
same.
not
But I
to
think
go,
for
but I know PP.
now in the place that we're in, I think women have a better understanding of that.
But I think it's hard because when you have little
You know
boys
what's funny? Dinel's Mexican too. You're welcome, Butter.
that are growing up that are just not even accountable, or nor should they be,
Lip mask didn't work though.
for things that men, their
Wait, what did I say? What did I say? I already forgot what I said. Hell yeah. That's so funny. The totally different reactions. Chris is Mexican. Hell yeah, gross. Bro, you guys are more entertaining than the video. Not really. The video is entertaining, but like we're not really talking much about it.
fathers might have done or their grandfathers, and then saying like women should be running the world. It's the same thing where how is that different than in the 1950s, 70s?
Damn, look at her. She's not really a Karen. Which is why you should have asked me first. Like I'm sorry. Ping needs a lip. Are my lips that bad? Why are you guys looking at my lips in the first place? You know what? Look at the lips of her, okay? Does she need something for her lips? I don't think so, actually. She has nice lips. Anyway, gotta love La Raza. Depends. In America, I'm Mexican. In Japan, I'm American. True.
Girls were told.
In America, I'm white. In Japan, I'm American. And in Italy, I'm Italian. So, her lips look rejuvenated. You're right. You have a really nice smile. I know.
Men should be
I mean, thank you, I guess. That's what I should say.
in positions of power.
Maybe if we had more women in leadership, in C-suite, in Congress, like if we had more women in leadership, period, it doesn't have to be running the world, maybe, but if we just had more
Wait.
women, if we had more women in leadership, in C-suite, in
If we had more women in leadership, I don't know what C-suite is. If we had more women in leadership and in Congress, maybe not ruling the world. Isn't that kind of ruling the world? I don't know.
Congress.
But I'm just being picky with her vocabulary. Bro, kiss me. Bro, come over so I could kiss you, bro. 100 subs, I got you. I'll kiss the camera. Take care of those lips. But you know I'm self-conscious about my lips now because of you guys. I'm not really self-conscious. I'm trying to understand how to improve them. They don't look that bad. I don't know. You have kissable lips? Alright, bro. Kind of sussy baka, bro. If you say no, you owe me a kiss, it's good I didn't say that then.
It's like if we had more women in leadership, period.
I love how Moog changed her thing. Bro, you guys are more funny and entertaining than this video.
It doesn't have to be running the world, maybe, but if we just had more women and women of color, different backgrounds, like if we had more diversity in general in leadership around the world, it would be a better place.
I mean, by definition, you have diversity around the world, but yeah, I feel like in the States there's a lot of old men and some old women, but mostly old men. Like at the top, right? Also, Dinel's new username is 10 out of 10. Oh yeah, you didn't see it since you changed it.
That's why I chose this one too, because I don't think it should be one or the other. I definitely think that.
Chris, don't do it. You still have a long life to live. Oh, you're just going for now? Okay. Thanks for popping in. I want to talk to you on the phone soon. We haven't talked in a while. So, that's not my hairline, okay? That's after I shaved my head. Have a great one, Chris. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Arigatou gozaimasu. And have a good one. Excuse me. I apologize.
When it's only man-run, they're missing the rest of society. You can't really operate the world or any government or leadership if you're not embracing the second half of society.
I think
yeah, I'm waiting for that so I could talk to you.
problem with what some people
And
think
I hope it goes
feminism
well.
is that you have to
Good night, bro. You're getting me excited. This is supposed to be. Chris gets me excited in more ways than one.
bring people down in order to raise people up, but you don't have to do that. Like you can raise women up to be in positions of power without
Bro, you have to go to
pushing them
sleep.
down.
I'm at
And
your
I think
window.
That
Holy
is a
shit.
misconception with feminism.
Butter. Hold on. I gotta close the blinds real quick. Scared me. You know what's the sad part? I literally did the action of closing the blinds, even though you guys didn't even see me there. That's how much of an actor I am. All right, bye. Have a great sleep, bro.
I need warm.
They didn't really disagree much, so this is kind of boring. Oh, this is 2 years ago. Yo, that's what I think. I think this for the last video, not this one, because I'm not a whammon, so, you know. But damn, if I was there, I would say ... True. Lip-related, lip mask. This is going to ask me. I was just reminding you to ask me next time. Why are you yelling at me? Hey. So in general, they did think the same for majority. Yeah, it was kind of boring. Mid-video, true. Need another one? I mean, it is Saturday.
Woo.
Well, okay, the woo got me. We could watch one more video. One last video. Guess my religion.
Do you drink wine?
I do not.
Do you drink?
Do you guys want to do this one? Woo! Yeah? Okay. I know it's delayed, but I'm going to assume you said yeah for this. Just to trick you and make everyone blame you if it's a bad video, Butter. So, let's do it.
Drink coffee?
I do not.
That's crazy, because guess what? Mormons also don't. Getting warmer.
That guy sounds really annoying. Okay, why are you sad? What? Even Katie said...
My name's Isla Dizon.
Interesting dress, I guess.
You can call me Pastor Abe. I'm a...
Huh? What did he say?
Hi, my name's Isla Dizon.
You can call me Pastor Abe.
I did not understand his English there for a second. I'm not going to lie.
I'm a traveling speaker.
And did he say his name is Pastor Ape? I wonder what religion. What? I love her hair.
Hi.
Oh, she does have nice hair. I didn't even see her hair, to be honest. I don't like the dress and the setup.
My name's Isla Dizon.
What's up, Pinky?
You can call me Pastor
I heard
Ape.
King Kong. Right? King Kong, Pastor Ape. Right? Bro, like, just close your eyes, guys, and listen.
My name's Isla Dizon.
Listen, listen, listen.
You can call me Pastor Abe. I'm a
King Kong, Pastor Ape. Bro, so true.
traveling speaker, evangelist. I just talk to people. Jesus.
They talk about you, Inky. How you doing, Inky?
I'm a seminary dropout. I actually was a youth pastor for a hand.
Wait, aren't they literally telling us the religion? Am I going crazy, or is this video shit already? Shouldn't we guess with the audience?
Full of years.
I mean,
my old pastor stole a bunch of money from me. It's a long story.
Today you're gonna be guessing which religion. Everybody.
Oh, this is gonna be easy.
Of course, I picked the sluttiest outfit that I
Everybody.
This is gonna be offensive.
Oh, they didn't know what they were there for?
That's your highest point.
You're doing great. Nice.
Oh, I
Is
went
hot?
through exorcisms. I cried after sex. And
Damn. This guy really thinks that's funny. He's like, you dumbass, you cried after sex.
that part out. Edit it out. Dude, you're so hairy, bro.
Bro. This guy's my favorite guy. I hate this fucking guy. I don't like this guy. Can we just talk about how this guy's an asshole? Bro, I like this guy. This is my guy. This guy, bad guy. Bad guy. Okay? Alright.
Blue Flamingo
I'm also hairy. Why he has to say that?
Members Lounge. Okay, sounds like a strip club.
Ooh, I'm like juggling between Jewish and Muslim.
Why? What makes you say that?
Jewish and Muslim. Damn, he's actually mad hairy. What the fuck? I'm not that hairy. Jesus. I don't... Oh, you guys don't see it because the face cam? Look at that. Damn. No, I'm not like that. No, I'm not that bad. We're gonna hide it with my webcam.
I'm guessing like
Jubilee.
you're of maybe perhaps Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
Descent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's super.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Why is it super offensive? The whole thing is to guess. Stop. Just guess. Jesus.
You're like Muslim, Islamic, right?
Why do you say that?
Because of where you're from.
Where am I from?
The Middle East, bro. You're like hairy.
Bro, what's with the hairy, bro? Fuck you. He has pretty eyes. Okay.
Kind of hairy too.
Yeah, that's right. You tell him, bro. Fuck you. Damn, these people are assholes. We're sensitive about our hairy arms. Everyone calls us hairy.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Skinny jeans, hip, strip club. So I think atheist.
Okay. I'll take that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi.
Are you Jewish?
Why do you think I'm Jewish?
She's gonna say no's. Please say no's. That would be so funny. Please say no's. Please say no's. Please say no's.
I'm trying to think that I think everyone looks Jewish.
Oh.
This is bad, you guys. I've been binge watching
She looks either Jewish or Christian to me.
The Marvelous Miss Maisels.
Like your sense of style, very covered up though.
Bro, this guy is either a dumbass or a dumbass. To me, that sounds weird, bro. Like your style, you're very covered up, though. Why would you say though? Implying that you don't want her to be covered up, bro? Kinda sussy baka, not gonna lie. And he doesn't like hairy. I don't like this.
The only part of your skin I see is your face.
It's seeing someone's oh, he's saying she's very covered up, so she might be religious. Wait, I'm dumb. Never mind. Never mind. That makes more sense.
Evangelical.
Say John 3:16.
Oh God.
Boom! I know exactly who.
Oh, she's Christian. Boom, or Catholic. I don't know.
She is now. You're Jewish. Say.
Wait, what?
Say I don't know anything in Jewish.
It's not, the language is not called Jewish. You don't say Muslimish. You don't say Catholicish. You don't say Christalish. Bro.
L'chaim.
Oh, she sounded L'chaim. Bro, that L'chaim was on spot, bro. Okay, maybe she is Jewish.
I don't know anything in Jewish.
L'chaim.
Oh my God.
Shibu. I don't know what the fuck that guy said.
Gosh, this guy's a Jew.
I mean, that sounded.
You see, when people say Jew, it sounds so mean. It's so funny.
That sounded bad. I'm about to
It's so funny. Oh, this is like a funny video.
Get in trouble for this.
Ooh, shiny.
Thank you.
Bro, this guy's so weird, bro. Like, what are you saying? What? Just guess. He sounds like a pervert. I don't know.
What brand are they?
I have no idea.
You don't
You
believe
think he's
in
a Jew?
brands.
I don't think he's a Jew.
Fascinating.
What?
You don't believe
I'm with you there, girl. I don't know what the fuck this guy is saying.
in brands, which is kind of like not believing in holidays,
Not gonna lie, I would say some shit like that too, probably.
which kind of sounds like you're a Jehovah Witness.
What was your name?
Shiraz.
Okay, so wine. You're Italian, and
Huh? She's not Italian.
Italians are predominantly Christian. Hot now!
Oh man.
What's your ethnicity?
I'm Israeli.
Is there
Huh? This man, yeah. And that guy was weird. But doesn't that just... Like... I guess she could be Israeli and she's not religious anymore. But like... Jewish?
Are there any foods you can't eat?
Well, I ate everything.
Girl in white as well? Yeah, I think she's the prettiest as well. Well, I don't know who this is. But I think she's the prettiest.
I'm Israeli.
People
Is
can
there any
change
foods-
religion. I know, but like... Actually, it would be really funny because there's a lot of like Israeli Arabs. So it would be really funny if they actually... She's Muslim. And everyone thinks she's Jewish. I hope it's something like that, actually. My brain hurts. Yeah, people can change religion, but usually, like, if you're living in Israel and you're Israeli, she didn't say Israeli or Arab Israeli. She said Israeli. It's like chances are you're gonna be Jewish. Like You live in Israel. You were born there. Like, no.
You can't eat.
You're down bad for Islam? This girl?
Well, I eat everything, but in my religion, we can't eat pork. Are you kidding me?
So maybe she is atheist or something.
Wait. How many religions can't eat pork other than...
Bro, you're dumb. You're dumb. Israeli means Israel. Israel means like literally the #1 spot of Jews in the world. What is she saying? Girl in black dress,
The
yeah.
one that I know. It's okay. Jewish! Okay. Everyone's name is Jewish!
Oh, that's what she's saying.
Okay,
Never mind. I take it back. She's not dumb. I apologize.
Yeah. The tattoo looks tribal. You look
Native American?
Like Indian. She's Hindu.
Is it because I'm brown?
Yeah, that is.
Thank you, bro. Just say it. No shit. You're saying it off of appearance, like.
But you're brown too.
It looks like a Pacific Islander tattoo. So I would say Mormon. A lot of Samoans are Mormons.
I have no idea what she is, to be honest.
How's it?
You're Hawaiian, bro.
I was born in Hawaii.
Knew it. I knew it.
What the fuck? This guy's actually mad funny. But I still don't forgive him for the hair comment.
My mother's from Brooklyn.
So you
Brooklyn!
You guys are Puerto Rican. You're Catholic. Got it! You just gave it away, bro.
Nice button-up shirt.
I mean, I live in Brooklyn. I'm not Catholic.
I feel like you just took off your clergy collar.
Can you sing me your favorite hymn?
They shall live at his... All right, bro. All right, stop showing off, bro. Can we skip this part?
You're a Catholic. You're a Catholic priest. Motherfucker. Oh my God.
Are you Asian?
I get that a lot, but no.
I love this guy. He just says what he's thinking. Is good. But tone it down now. They was so loud, right? It's like if I did that in stream all day.
No, I'm Hispanic.
Oh, Catholic.
I'm Hispanic, I'm Catholic.
1000%.
Bro, I've never... Inky, are you Jewish? Is anyone here that's Hispanic Jewish? No, right? Like, I don't think that's very common. Or like Muslim? Well, I guess Muslim. But yeah, I guess Catholic too. It sounds like from Disney movie.
Waterproof shoes. That means you're on the road a lot, walking a lot, traveling, doing important stuff for the Lord.
Can you sing for me too?
I see my mother.
Thank you. Thank you for not screaming in my ear.
That sounded a lot like my cousins, like when I would attend Mormon church.
Do you drink wine?
I do not.
Do you drink coffee?
I do not.
Does your church have a basketball court?
Yes.
Why would... Oh, that was a good question. That was good. Damn, Nathan. It's a good video, okay? It's funny.
You're more...
They could be atheists, though, so...
Mormon.
She's Mormon.
Catholic. I got that one right on the money, bro.
I love your headscarf. I don't necessarily think that makes you Muslim.
Where are you from?
Ghana.
There's a lot of missionary trips that goes out to Ghana.
Huh? Oh, I see.
I have to go with Christian.
Amish. They wrap their heads too. Black Amish, curveball.
Amish? Would she even be there if she was Amish? Muslim. Yeah, some people say it like that. I think in my Muslim friend says Muslim differently than just Muslims, so it's probably like maybe the right way to say it even, I don't know.
Terribly.
I think I only really got the Catholic priest right.
I think I got this guy for sure. For sure. The hairiness, I can't get.
They should do this. Like, you know how India and Pakistan and Bangladesh, or like India and Pakistan specifically, like there's a lot of like conflict and stuff, and Israel, Palestine, and all this stuff around the world. They should bring people from these areas and do this game so that they could realize, like, damn, you know, like we're all cousins, kind of.
Get over it.
Raise your hand if you got it right. What? Holy shit!
Shut the front door. 1, 2.
That's pretty good.
Oh,
Wait, she's Amish? Damn, she's Amish.
Better than I thought.
Wow. Strip club man.
So I'm actually Muslim.
Oh, okay. Just couldn't get over the hairiness, bro.
Bruh. You see, that's what I mean. Like, for him, it's probably whatever, but it might still be weird. But like, I feel like that's pretty cool. Like, I got called a stinky Arab before, and it's kind of cool that like I could bridge the gap. It's not like I have a gap with Muslim people or whatever, but like if I did, that would be a way for me to be like, wow, even though we have so many differences, people think we're like, damn, we should be closer to each other or whatever, you know? So maybe something happened with him too.
I feel like I'm a bad representation for Muslims.
No, you're perfect, bro.
What?
Let's say if I was of like Asian descent.
Are there a lot of Chinese
Yeah.
Muslims?
There's like a whole city dedicated to Chinese Muslims.
I did not know that.
Is he Chinese Muslim? He didn't
Jewish.
say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was so easy. He said L'chaim, she said L'chaim, and this guy said Brijagulullah. I don't know, maybe something in Arabic. So I knew right away that he wasn't Jewish because I'm a god, Dino, even though you thought he was, and that she was Jewish because I'm a god. So anyway, 7-hour streams, nice. Yeah, it's good vibes today. It honestly felt like an hour passed, like no joke. You're good, Inky, you're good. Dino was just saying stinky Inky.
What gave it away?
No, dude, I'm telling you, I thought everyone was Jewish at first.
We're actually Reform Jews, specifically.
What does that mean?
Judaism is a very strict religion. Like, they don't want men and women to be in the same temples. And Reform Jews disagree with that completely.
What stereotype do you hate the most about Jewish people?
People will assume that I'm really stingy with money.
She's like, and I am. That would be funny. She's obvious Jew. I don't know if it's obvious, but...
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Not heard that you're stingy with money. I heard that stereotype, and it's fucked up. Ooh, I got you wrong, didn't I?
Yeah. You call me Italian or something?
She's Muslim.
I'm from Israel.
Oh yeah, she said this is the one. She's Jewish.
Oh! I would never have guessed.
I'm not Jewish.
Oh, they did do it. They did do it. Yes, she's Muslim. She looks kind of Muslim.
I knew that.
She's atheist.
I'm Druze.
Oh. My first name is Arabic, apparently. Okay. She looks like Ellie. So for those that don't know, Druze is like, I don't remember, but I've heard it before. Unique religious, their tradition backs to that and incorporates elements of Islam, Hinduism, and even classical Greek philosophy. 5 facts about Israeli Druze. They believe in reincarnation. Yeah, that's pretty cool, bro. That's actually pretty cool. I want to be Druze. They're found primarily in Lebanon, Syria. I know a lot of Syrian Jews. There's a good amount of Syrian Jews in Brooklyn. Maybe they're Druze. Arabic speaking esoteric. Well, I was kind of right. Arabic speaking esoteric ethno-religious group originating in Western Asia. I like how they got people different, developed out of Islam, although most do not identify as Muslim. So she's Muslim. We got it right. Just kidding. It's pretty interesting. Shout out. I've heard of it, but didn't know what it was. Yeah, I think I might have known about it in the past.
Druze. Oh, interesting. What is that?
So,
there we go.
come from the Middle East.
What about here in America? How many Druze do you know?
50,000.
I don't meet any Druze
50,000. That's less than Gorski, than what I am.
here.
Oh.
We
Wow.
have like 5 main prophets that we believe in.
Who are the 5?
I can't say out loud. It'd be too offensive. We're not allowed to say their names out loud.
Do you have to marry a Druze?
Yes.
So if you brought home like a Korean black Druze man.
I would be kicked out from my village.
She lives in a
Sorry,
village.
Mom.
Why, is he not black?
Hi. So I'm Hindu.
This guy's so
But
weird.
that's not a Hindu tattoo, right?
No, this is Fijian. I'm Fijian.
Oh.
Yeah.
I could
there's a
see
lot of
Hindu.
Fijians.
Wow.
I could see
So
Hindu.
basically, the British stole my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa and took him to Fiji.
Oh,
That
wow.
happened, yeah, from India.
Those Brits, man.
Brits actually are responsible for a lot of the fuck ups around the world, but it makes sense. They controlled a lot of the world, you know. It's like how a lot of people blame the U.S. for a lot of stuff. It's like the U.S. controls a lot of what like happens, you know. So there's gonna be good shit and bad shit. Obviously, it was really bad shit back then because they just colonized everything.
Father.
I'm actually one of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh.
I keep fucking spilling the water. Oh my god, I'm not used to this. Look, I got a new bottle and it's like the size. It's like 4 times the size of my pee-pee, and it's just I can't handle it.
Oh, I knew there was one of you here.
Jehovah's Witness.
Yes. Yeah. No, that was really because I thought legit. Yeah, she's not gonna guess some JW. Oh, what?
JW.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys don't even celebrate your birthdays, right?
Yeah, we don't.
That's pretty
So
cool.
you never had a birthday party?
Nope.
Have you ever knocked on my door?
No.
If you did, I would answer it.
Okay, I appreciate
No,
that.
he wouldn't.
Next.
Not Catholic.
Okay, that guy's kind of funny.
Oh,
Sweet tea.
where are you then?
I belong to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Oh.
Have you heard of them?
Yeah, Mormons, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we don't go by Mormons. Yeah, because we don't want to take Christ's name out of the church.
I love this guy, bro. He's like, bro, what are you talking about?
Does that mean a Mormon doesn't call themselves a Mormon?
Not anymore. They advise us to correct that now.
Ooh, who's they?
Our prophet,
Who's your prophet?
President Nelson.
Oh, he's like the Pope of the Mormon church.
Yeah, we have a Latter-day prophet.
No, yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Latter Day, my bad.
Why do everybody think Mormons have like many wives?
Well, back in the day, I guess there wasn't husbands because of like the wars and stuff.
So it was like just based on the fact that there was a shortage of men.
There you go, you stuttered.
There's a lot of talk about like the Mormon underwear.
Huh?
Is that a true thing that you guys never take off?
Yeah. Okay. So it's
That's a weird thing. I feel bad for asking.
It's sacred garments to remind us of the covenants we make in the temple.
But you can never take that sucker off.
We don't have to shower in it or anything.
Did you stick a middle finger before?
Yes, I have.
Can we stick it together? Oh! Oh, bad Mormon.
Oh, I got you right. I know I got you right. I know I
weird.
got Christian, right?
Yeah.
Boom. We just have that telepathy going.
Yeah, I thought she raised her hand for the Amish. But I'm dumb.
What type of Christian?
So my parents grew up Methodist, so I'm Methodist.
I grew up Methodist.
Oh, really?
With the flame on the side of the cross.
Yes.
Do you usually wear a head wrap?
I don't wear because it's cold outside.
Oh. So is there a difference between Christianity here versus Christianity there?
Yeah, so for me, I grew up here, but my family is originally from Ghana, so they're a lot more strict on what they believe in certain things like premarital sex, same-sex marriages, all of that stuff. Like I would say I'm more open to like certain ideas than they would be.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, no
Thank you. Fellow United Methodist.
Yes.
I have a lot of student debt for my Methodist seminary.
I kind of did good.
Sorry, I wanted to slow it down and see if anyone realized.
I feel bad because I said a lot of stuff that I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble for. Jerus? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, Jerus.
Yeah, I learned that exists.
I feel very blessed, and I'm gonna probably go to heaven now.
Raise your hands. Is he going to heaven? Well, good job.
That was kind of interesting. Am I the only one who thinks the Asian guy is so underrated? I don't know. He's kind of weird, but okay. Everyone else. Guesses based off nationality and facts. Day. Skinny jeans, hip, strip club, atheist. Sage. Sage tea. Alright. I'm gonna end stream. I know you guys are so happy I'm ending. So, I have to end. I have a big YouTube video that's gonna come out. It is Pokemon related. It is kind of cringe, but I made it a while ago, so don't shit on me too much for it. About time. Shut up. You literally said another video. We're gonna shout out my video. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Because I'm self-absorbed. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out like when we raid someone and when we shout out my videos, because I'm trying to do daily count. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna shout this one out. Big just like your schlong? Damn, Nathan. I didn't know you roll that way. Damn. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're not going to raid. But I do have to figure out when we raid and when we don't. Check out the YouTube. This is the new... Shout it out. Yeah, this is the new video. It's 40 minutes long. Just, you know, if you leave it on, the whole thing on, that would actually help me out. If you don't want to, that's completely fine. It's a long-ass video. And if you like Pokemon, then watch it. Thank you, Dino. I hope you guys enjoyed. I know I really enjoyed because I spent 7.5 hours with you guys. So, yeah. Have a great night. And thanks for pooping. Bye. Pokemon video watch party. Yeah, I'll probably be in the Discord right after stream ends. So, bye-bye. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks for the Steam. You're welcome. Bye, Inky. Bye, Katie.